Hi, welcome to the dumps. It's been a while, actually. It's been a month or so. And in the meantime, what have I done with my life on this break? The Bear Season 2 is pretty good so far, I guess.
Cool.
Cool. I know, right? But also I watched, what was this? A show about a girl with autism who can't comprehend
When you get the Violet Evergarden autism instead of the pink imagine.
Yeah, I'm starting to recall what the show's about. It's like this girl called Violet Evergarden or something.
Yeah.
I'm
Quite like Violet Evergarden.
Yeah. Wait, what is it? Isn't it like your favorite show or something?
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like I've been wanting to talk about it for almost 2 years now.
Really? Well, that's exciting. It just so happens I happen to watch it too, and I thought it was pretty good. I didn't love it, but it was pretty good. Yippee!
I respect it.
Anyway, so you might be thinking, why have I taken a month-long break on this podcast? And you could come with your theories and like why I haven't uploaded since the Christmas special. Really, it's just I had no ideas. I really just didn't know what I was gonna do now after that. And I didn't really have the motivation to continue it. School was ramping up a bit. I wanted to focus on other things. And what else did I do? Well, I actually didn't really do much. Even my reviews on Letterboxd have slowed down, and I've been trying to do 2023 movies. I will probably watch Robot Dreams like tomorrow or something. See, I gotta
Robot Dreams, sweet.
Yeah, I gotta keep doing that. For a different video, and I've been working on various scripts, but never completing them. That's so fun. I really like writer's block, don't you? It's great. And, I guess, my only way to return is to bring back our first guest from, like, 6 months ago.
Fucking... When the Futurama revival came out.
Yeah. Introducing Bazinga /Josh fucking Fatty from 2019.
Yeah. Gluttony.
Anyway, you're Gluttony. It's like the SpongeBob 7 Deadly Sins.
No, I was thinking of Full Metal Alchemist. You wouldn't get that yet. Yeah.
But yeah, you're back. How are you? How you doing?
I'm very excited to talk about this. Like I said.
But if you haven't seen the show, the 2 movies, that one random special that wasn't aired on television, go do that. And also
Todd Phillips' Joker.
Yeah, and Todd Phillips' Joker for some reason. I don't know. I'll explain that later. I'll explain it later. But I'm excited to get into it because I don't quite like the show. But you know what? Josh is very passionate, so I might as well let him speak on it.
Thank you.
So let's introduce Violet Evergarden.
Alright, I'll introduce how I got into it. So like I said, I've been wanting to talk about the show at length for like almost 2 years. I watched it June 2022. And I'm like, that was one of the most interesting experiences I've had with the show because I'm like, fuck. I have not seen, I hadn't seen as much TV then nearly. But I was like, fuck. I have not seen a show that I like as much as this.
You
but then I didn't...
not watching TV?
I know, right? It's a fucking 64 episode show in over a week.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, and it's like, at that point it instantly became my favorite show, but also I didn't watch it again for over a year. So I'm like, well, this show is a lot. It's many things, but it's a lot to take in. But I still tried to get people to watch it, and I successfully did. We got Jar Jar, or Brian, as you know him. I can't call him that.
Well, I should call him Matthew. I've said Matthew on the podcast.
Well, yeah, true. But I got him to watch it, which I was very grateful for. I got my boy Shadow to watch it eventually when I was doing my rewatch of it. And I timed the rewatch exactly a year after. So I'm like, why not? That'd be cool.
That's pretty cool.
I was like, this is still my favorite show. At that point, I'd gotten more into TV, but it still took that number one for me.
Really? Okay.
It still does.
Fair enough. I don't have anything wrong with that. See, I was part of the crowd that just kind of, Josh was like, please, I really want to talk about the show. And you know what? Yeah, I understand. It's like your favorite show of all time. I understand. If I were to talk about Better Call Saul in the podcast, one episode would never like complete it. Like actually.
Well, yeah, because
it would take multiple
there's
parts.
So much to talk about that. Yeah.
I mean, I
At
could
least
do that
Violet
eventually.
Evergarden's
But,
only 13 episodes.
yeah, Violet
Yeah,
Evergarden's 13 episodes. It's pretty good, and
let's
you
go.
know what? It's easy to talk about in this format. But then you also have to consider there's
Yeah,
the 2 movies, and
yeah.
yeah, you have quite a large discussion for
Plus,
here.
the show just has a lot to talk about in general, despite being short.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, to
yeah.
me, it's not a very hard show to understand. Yet somehow people
Well,
have
no, no.
just somehow misinterpreted. We'll get into that later,
Oh, God.
specifically with the movie.
People
It's so
misinterpret the
awful.
movie,
It's
and I hate
so
it.
awful. It's
I'll talk about the dumb movie criticism when I get to that. But
I find it
yeah, no.
really funny that some of the top reviews for the movie are like 1 star,
Oh
and they're
no,
all
have
really
you seen
bad.
the? Yeah, it's like what people. Okay, I'll talk about that when we get to it. If you read like top reviews of Violet Evergarden on Serial, it's like can be weirdly mean. I don't get it. People are like,
I kind of get the aspect of it being like, oh, it feels like a bit too like, I guess, conclusive with each episode, even though it's also being like episodic, and let each episode really wants you to cry a lot, and
I think it does that really well.
it
So,
earns
okay, I
it
think
in certain
yeah.
episodes, but like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh no, okay, one of my okay, well before we get into specific episodes, I'll get into like episode one in depth. One of my favorite aspects is like each episode you get really intrigued with like the conflict of just that episode, like Violet writing letters, people helping them. But also every episode in that first half progresses Violet's character. Every single one she learns something new about emotions, helps
yeah.
someone else.
See, if you were to
And
like go like generally through it, episode one's just kind of a sort of introduction into who she is
yeah.
at that
So
point.
really
And
yeah.
I really love episode 2 because,
Oh that's so good.
I really like that we get to learn about how writing really truly impacts a person
Ah, it's so good in that
through
one, yeah.
that. And I wish the whole show was kind of just about writing and war, but it kind of differs in
Well,
that. And
Well, it
I
is
like it like
largely
that.
about writing.
Yeah,
Writing's the first half, war is the second half,
yeah,
which
but
I
I don't
think is
know.
really neat.
The
Like,
I think the letters in the later episodes of the show feel like more of just a sort of storytelling device into being a
yeah,
payoff
that's what they.
rather than
Which,
like tying into anything. And I'll get into it later, but episode 2 is really good. I
yeah,
like
yeah,
how Erica tries
I love
connects
that.
with Violet through how both of them perceive writing and how
Yeah,
what it means to them. And as we learn that ending narration, it's really neat that we get to learn about her coworkers before we get into like just random day to day like
yeah. No, I
clients.
love all of the co-workers like characters, especially Hodgins. He's such an interesting character. I'll talk about him more, but I want to talk about the first episode first. That
Yeah,
just seems like a natural place to start.
yeah,
But no, okay. I think just the very opening scene of the show I already really love. Like they establish everything really well through the visuals there. Like you see the bit
hmm
of the flashback with Violet and Gilbert where she's buying the necklace that she has. And then you see her writing a letter and that's like, okay, this is her past, this is her present, writing a letter. And then there's a visual of the letter flying out the window and you just see it soar through the sky. And it's sad and then you cut the title. I
yeah,
think okay, it's really good visually, but it's a great way of introducing what the show's about. You got this is Violet's past, this is Violet now, and this is her future. The letter throwing out
yeah,
is very effective opening.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
neat. Episode 1's pretty good. I like
yeah, well,
how at first like she's being taken to the same house that she used to be at, and there's like this natural way of them heading to that writing place because Hodgins is like basically the only person she can talk to like as of
yeah,
now, and she doesn't have that guidance anymore. She's lost memory. She's kind of clueless a bit. I like that as an introduction. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't
I
have
think it.
like a lot to say on that front.
I have a fair bit to say about this first one. I think I just like how it establishes Violet's character. Like you just see her in these situations, not emoting, not understanding social cues, and
Yeah.
that's like one of the main things this episode is establishing who Violet is as a character. I think it just does that really neatly through all the little interactions, and then
hmm
you get the bits where they establish her past, like the bit right at the end where she remembers the last thing. Okay, Major Gilbert. I'll talk about him in episode 2. But
Yeah.
you get the bit where she's like, she remembers the last thing he said to him. He said to
Oh
her,
yeah, of
and goes,
course.
"Oh,
That's like the
yeah,
most important thing about the
yeah,
show.
that's the
It's
most
really good.
important thing." But that's like that being established right at the end. I think hooks you really well. because you have that bit where she goes up to Hodgins and is like, "Oh, I want to know the meaning of the words 'I love you,'" and then I know the scene right before that as well, where Hodgins is like, "You have many burdens, but you will understand them." We'll see exactly how I written down somewhere.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
you have many. Yes, just you have many burns. And he clenches his fist, which is something the show does a lot when there's a emotional bit. They have Hodgins and Violet clench their fists. That's something I notice a lot. They
yeah.
do with these parts.
Yeah,
It's neat.
there's
It's
a lot of
really
moments where they focus on their body parts, just like
yeah,
particular ones. There's nothing creepy about it.
yeah,
It's just a really neat way of conveying their emotions
yeah. It's
through
great visual
body gesture.
storytelling. Yeah,
It's a very simple sort of
yeah,
visual storytelling device, but it works within the context of the story. Cause you know,
yeah,
for as much as I could complain about how simple it is, I think it's understandable through the character context because she's like
mm,
she can't understand any emotions at that point, and
yeah,
she can only like sort of feel it rather than sort of describe it, and
yeah,
that's why the body language is important early on, and you can establish that. Uh,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's cool.
I just think this is a really, really good first establishing episode because
Hmm.
pretty much everything they set up here has a payoff later. Like through the visuals, the bit where Violet goes into Hodgins has a payoff in episode 7. The bit where Hodgins talks about how she has many burns has a payoff in episode 9. It's so satisfying because you see all the growth between that. And it's like, whoa, there are cool parallels there. I love it.
Yeah,
And then the ending where you see the flashback and it's like, okay, this is the deal. Because right at the start you see who have Major Gilbert and it's kind of a mystery. Like you mentioned him, but you don't know what happened. And then at the end you see what happens and it hooks you. Like damn, that's what the
yeah.
show's about.
You
Yeah,
don't like she doesn't know that he's dead. She thinks that he's somewhere off right now, like somewhere else.
yeah,
And yeah, as far as by the end of the series, we conclude that he's dead. He's fucking dead. And the whole idea of the show, I guess, even from the opening, is that she kind of has to move on to sort of build her own identity outside of that. And
it's a
yet,
lot of things.
yeah,
It's
it's a lot.
her being able to move on and her being able to live as her own person and her being able to understand herself. It's a lot of thematic stuff that
Hmm.
they do. Yeah,
And with episode 2, we get
yeah,
into how writing builds her character, how it sort of helps
yeah.
her
I love that
establish
stuff.
herself, and how
Yeah.
same for Erica, where she uses writing in order to understand like how like the whole system of it. But with Violet, it's more of a just like it's her only way of being able to communicate with people, and the only
Yeah,
way to keep
exactly.
track of what emotion to feel, what emotion to do. And that's why like this whole job means anything to her, because it's her only way of learning anything,
But that
especially the
that one
whole "I
scene.
love you" part.
Yeah, no, that one. I was going to mention that one scene in episode 2 where her and Erica are standing in the rain, and Violet's like, "I want this job so I can understand the meaning of the word I love you," and that's like the first time someone outside of Hodgins understands her, and it's such a neat moment because it sets up like her getting to know other people better. Erica's really the first person that she connects with on her own, and then
Yeah,
Erica goes back and is like, "Guys, you need to give her this job. She needs it. We need her." It's such a nice moment.
it's such a yeah, it's a really nice moment.
Yeah,
I
and
like
I
that
just
whole
love this one's like
movie.
establishment of Violet's writing thing because the first one just establishes Violet as a character, parts of her past. But this one's like, okay, but what is Violet going to do now? And she starts her writing, and that's the crux of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just her doing her writing with various people that are all very, very interesting and growing as a person due to that. It's definitely a formula for this first half, but I think it works really, really
it's
well.
a good formula
Yeah,
under
yeah,
specific context.
yeah,
I like especially in episode 2. And
yeah.
I wish the whole show was on par with episode 2. I really like episode 2. But episode 3
No,
is also really
weirdly,
good
episode
too.
2 is one of the weaker ones for me, but I
Is
still
it?
love it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no, it
Sure.
is.
It's one of the
It's
strongest
still,
episodes for me.
yeah, fair enough. Mm. That's one of the
And
strongest moments, I think. Yeah,
it definitely does. I think
yeah,
especially I really like that part with Erica at the end where she's talking to
yeah.
herself about what writing
I,
even does for her.
I
It's
just love
really
that they
cool.
give like her co-workers a lot of stuff because obviously Hodgins gets a lot. He's like after Violet and Gilbert, he's the most important character in the show, really. But no, you get an episode with Iris later. You get a moment with Benedict. I love Benedict. He's so fun.
Yeah.
Doesn't do much. He's very charming. And then oh, what's her name? I think her name's like Catala. Yeah, I can't say her name, but there's neat moments of her as well.
Yeah,
You'll
no.
get great bits.
Yeah, just with Erica, that one scene is so good. I really like
Yeah,
the idea that she's read novels and she wants to be exactly like them. She wants to understand
and
how
then
they write novels. It's so cool.
yeah, and
And
then
like
right at
how
the end
there's
of the
like
show and in the
overloaded
movie, you
precedent. So
see her
cool.
going off to write her novels and stuff. It's so
Yeah,
nice.
it's really nice. I like it.
Yeah,
It's simple, but I really
just through
like
the
it.
simple establishment, and
Uh,
yeah,
uh, but yeah, that apparently when these first three episodes were screened, that like the first two people didn't really like that much, but then episode three was kind of like the main thing that made them hook on the show.
oh,
And
I would agree that episode three. Okay, I separate in my mind. I separate the show into two halves. One to six, and then 7 to 13. Because seven's
yeah,
the one where Violet's whole character completely changes by the end. But out of this first six, three is definitely my favorite. Wait, what? Yeah,
yeah, so it's three is definitely really good. It's not my favorite of the
yeah,
first half, but yeah, it's certainly up there.
yeah, yeah.
I
I
love
just
episode
love
three. It's good.
Yeah, I love just all of the stuff with Violet learning. It's the first time Violet, because obviously she connects with Erica, but this is the first time Violet really has to understand someone else's emotion, which is obviously a huge, huge part of the show. It's what a lot of episodes center
So
on, and her with
the whole conceit is
Lucilia.
that she's kind of disconnected from the rest of people because
Yeah,
she's stuck
exactly.
with this job. But with episode three, she's learning about how to write in general. But then she meets this girl who,
Lucilia.
yeah, and they connect not by see like the whole thing is that like Violet can't really connect with people. But see, the only way she can really connect with people at first is through her own experiences. That's how you kind of get to know a person.
Yeah,
And the fact that she has a brother who was also in the war is what helps her feel any sort of empathy, like at
yeah.
all.
And
Because
yeah, the
with
whole
episode
brother
two
thing
is
where
like
she
it's
like,
Erica. She's like being empathetic
yep,
towards her, but now she's being
yeah.
empathetic towards Lucilla. Yeah, that's what.
Lucilia, yeah.
Yeah, Lucilla.
Uh,
Yeah, she's really.
yeah.
Uh, we don't learn much about Lucilia, but she's nice, she's kind, and she wants the best for her brother, who
Yeah, and
has
then
been sort of
Violet,
wasted in
upon
her
learning
brother's
this,
life.
goes out of her way. That's another thing in this first half that I think is really neat. Whenever Violet, as she grows more, she goes more out of her own way as she's learning as a person to help people. And this is the first time she really does that. Because like, in episode 2, Erica goes out of her way to help her, and clearly upon seeing that nice act, she's like, okay, I know this girl's situation for her brother, and I know that I can write letters. What do? I'll write a letter to her brother, showing her emotions that I've learned through connecting with her, and then through that, she like changes this girl's changes Lucilia's life, and reunites with her brother, and it's so nice. I love all of that.
I don't know. With the letters, with that one, I think it's a bit simple. I think the whole,
Oh yeah,
well, yeah, I understand. Like, this is not like at a point, but I feel like throughout the rest of the series, these letters are very short and very just like, oh, thank you, I love you, that type of
well,
thing. And
well, that's a line at the end of this episode.
yeah,
Lucilia says a letter can contain complex emotions, like just through a short phrase. It's like, and I find that line really neat and how it relates to the rest of
yeah.
the show. Like, no matter what a person wants to say,
See,
it can
the
be
letters
told
themselves
through.
are really just like okay, but like through their context, that's what makes them
Yeah,
a
exactly.
lot
Like,
more
okay, the context of
impactful.
the letters in episode 10 and episode 11 are fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Like, those utilize the concept best, I think.
Mhm.
And episode 7 isn't even writing letters, but you know. Yeah,
Yeah.
episode 3 is my favorite of the first half. I love the bit where just her and her brother go up on the bell tower that Violet and her have been up the entire episode. It's a really nice visual. Like, this is one of the best ones visually, I think. The whole bell tower looks really, really good.
Yeah, because
And,
literally her brother is like protecting her, but then now it's like
yeah.
she's trying to help him, and that's a
Yeah,
really neat
exactly.
way of like sort of just like rhyming each other. It's like
Yeah.
poetry.
And
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And Violet, through understanding like what she's learned from Lucilia, helps with this because she's learning through emotions. It's great. And
Mhm.
okay, another thing just about this first half in general, which I'll talk about when we get to episode 9 and 13. Everything here is like everything that happens, like these one-off stories throughout the episodes, are all purposeful to what happens later. They call back to the stuff with her brother in episode 9. We see Lucilia again in episode 6 and episode 13, and we see like just a little background story. It's really nice.
Mhm.
It's just you see how much Violet is able to help people, which is a big big thematic things the show does, especially in episode 9. But yeah, it's just neat how everything in this first half is still important later, even if it's one-off stories. Because the one-off stories on their own, I think, are all really, really investing. Like, you get really invested in pretty much every character except maybe in episode 5, but still, they're all really, really interesting
I
on
kind
that.
of rewatched episode 5, and now like of all
Oh,
this first half, yeah, I
yeah.
rewatched bits of it. And all of this
Okay.
first half, I'm thinking episode 5 is pretty good, and I thought episode 4 was just okay. I like episode
I
4
like
in
episode 4 a
parts.
lot more than 5. 5 is easily the weakest one for me. I'll get to that, but it's still good. It's just not amazing for me, which is
But yeah,
like
no,
the only one for me that's not.
I'm pretty sure they released these first 3 episodes first, and that's good
Yeah, I
because
think that's what it
they
says.
kind of wrap
Yeah,
up together because
yeah,
you have that contrast between each episode, and you get to learn more through
yeah,
these each episode, and you get
yeah,
that sort of foundation for the rest of the series to just kind of carry on.
yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
and the rest of this first half is it's okay. I don't know.
Uh, um,
I don't have this like strong investment point as I did with the first 3, but they're all serviceable. They work. They just work
I
good.
okay, I love episode 6 a lot. I think that one's new. But there's a bit of I want to talk about in episode 4.
Yeah.
That is a weaker one for me, but I still think it's really, really neat. But
Yeah.
I like they focus an episode on Iris
Yeah, I like
because
Iris.
yeah, she's really, really neat. But I'm not overly invested in the family drama stuff. But I think it's neat how Violet recognizes like the stuff they're going through, and once again goes out of her own way to help. Like, despite the fact she knows like Iris won't be happy with this, she
I
knows it's
like
for the
this one a
better.
few times where Violet makes a mistake by telling them
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
I wish
That's
she
a
made
neat
more
thing.
mistakes, to be honest. I like it when they sort of conflict with each other. I like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
her past is full of mistakes, but yeah.
Yeah. But
But
through the context of this, I really like that she tries to help her through this
yeah,
situation.
yeah,
From the family's perspective, they're really basic. I don't have much to say about them.
yeah, they're okay. They're charming. I don't know.
They're trying. That's like the best
Yeah,
part about them, but there's not really much more to chew on there on that aspect. But I do like what
yeah,
Iris is going through. I do like it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one more note about episode 4, and then I want to talk about some general stuff before we talk about episode 5 and 6.
Yeah.
The main part I really love in episode 4 is the ending bit where Violet and Iris are looking at the iris flowers, and Iris is like, "Oh, I was named after these flowers." And through that, they set up a really, really neat thing. Violet being like, with the whole
Violet,
fitting your name,
yeah,
her
fitting
fitting
your
her
name.
own name. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that is one of my favorite things in the show. That ending of
She
episode
is
9.
growing into that sort of flower in the flower
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly.
and
Yeah,
I forget the exact meaning of the flower. I searched it up. I forgot, but that it kind of leads into her character and
yeah,
how she's
exactly. And
learning
I
about.
love the flashback ending they do with her, like them showing Gilbert giving Violet her name. Oh, they do a flashback in episode 2 of Gilbert finding Violet. It's really good. Those flashbacks are really, really neat because you don't fully know the context yet. But in episode 8, they lay them all together, and it's so cool in that. But yeah,
Yeah.
episode 4 is a weaker one, but I still really love the ending. So it's better than episode 5 for me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, See, between 4 and 5, they're the weaker stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
partially including 6. And with 4 and 5, 4's good. I like what they do with Iris
Yeah.
there. I just think other aspects of that arc are just fine or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
And with episode 5, I sort of learned to like it because this is one of those cases where this daughter can't. It's not like episode 6 where it's like I can go out to the world. She's stuck in this whole mess, but Violet has to sort of help her try
Yeah.
to build courage in herself because she's stuck in her bed and really the servants are doing everything for her. But
See, okay.
if she's gonna be living in this kingdom, she might as well try her best to like
Yeah.
build strength in herself through writing. That's really
Yeah.
cool. And I like the little
Okay,
scenes that she has when she explains about like how she really wants this boy even though they only met once. And I guess Violet can sort of relate to that at some point because she's forgotten a lot about
that's actually
Gil.
true. That's a good connection
Yeah.
they make. But okay, I'll talk about episode 5 in a second. There's stuff I have to say about that, even though it's the one I have least to say about. But I want to talk about some other aspects of the show first. One thing I
Alright.
think is really neat in the first two episodes they don't show you the intro because
Mm-hmm.
the intro like gives away stuff that is revealed in those first two episodes, the stuff of Gilbert's backstory, that Violet used to be a soldier. So if they showed the intro that contained that stuff, it wouldn't hit as much when they do those reveals. So them showing the intro in episode 3 is like thematically important because you know that stuff at that point.
Yeah.
And that's the thing they do that I've noticed that I find really neat. And I love the intro, it's so good. And
Yeah.
the outro I
Yeah,
really love
and
as
if we're
well.
gonna be talking about the intro, yeah, it's really good because
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
you by the end you see these brief shots of her crying at the letter, and the way like the title forms together is really cool. I like the idea
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
way that's like, oh, it's
It's
her
so
forming her
good.
identity in that way, or
Yeah.
whatever. And you're going through all these flashes, and it's a neat intro. But the outro is really
Mm-hmm.
good. The outro is the
Yeah,
best
the
part.
outro is visually so good.
Yeah,
But the colors of it all and the actual song as well.
yeah. I really like that outro. But yeah, no, these 5 episodes are just good. They're good. I like these episodes.
I'll talk about the bits I really like in episode 5. Thing is,
Yeah.
okay, out of all like I said, I get really invested in all of the stories of the people Violet meets on their own, as
But
well
this
as
is like when
them.
we start to actually like branch off because the first 4 episodes they're all sort of related to the company
Yeah,
itself.
they're all part of the letter writing.
But with
Yeah,
5, it now has to have the challenge to sort of reintroduce other
that is true.
aspects
Yeah,
and
yeah,
about like creating these individual episodes, which this show half succeeds at. Like
yeah.
it's good at it.
Yeah. But okay, episode 5. The thing with that is, I think it has the really really good growth of Violet, like I said, and I really like the bit they set up with Gilbert's brother, where after Violet helps someone, she sees Gilbert's brother, and he's like, "Oh, you're worthless. You were just a war tool. You can't actually help people." And that sets up the neat stuff with him in episode 12. That's a really really good bit at the end. However,
Yeah.
that bit's like entirely disconnected from the main plot with the
Yeah,
princess.
with some of these like middle chunk episodes, you get like bits and pieces
So,
of what's gonna happen later.
yeah, it gets set up, yeah. But
But
I
like
don't know. I just
we're really
think the
focusing on
problem
these
with this
like
one for me
individual plots.
isn't really inherently anything wrong with the episode. I just think out of all of the stories and people Violet helps, the princess is not as interesting as like any of the rest. Really, like it works. It's just not amazing for me. I care more about Violet stuff
Yeah,
more than
see,
I
with the
do
first
about.
4 episodes, like you get like, I find it difficult like when you're just like, oh, you understand these characters because she works with them. There's a more understandable like connection there. But once we get to these
Yeah,
individual episodes and you get that limited time aspect and how she needs to write these letters, they kind of
yeah,
form a formula and it gets really boring at points for me. But with this
yeah.
one,
I
I
definitely
feel like
think
it's a
that's
good way
it.
to transition into those type of episodes. It's a good way of
Well,
like,
yeah. I
and I
think
guess
it's a
part of
good
it's like
like.
that just juxtaposition that now we're like heading into the outside world and we're exploring more
Yeah,
of
I guess
like what's
so.
going on.
I just
Yeah.
think it's more of a good like episode in relation to the rest of the show than it is on its own. But I don't know, the stuff you said about how it like introduces like Violet into the greater world sort of makes it better for me. Because yeah, it
Yeah.
is still an important episode, even though I think it's definitely still the weakest one. But it's still really good. It has a lot of really good
Or
parts. I
like
just don't.
okay, for me sometimes the show kind of outwardly says this message and I wish it didn't sometimes, like, oh, I realized this and blah blah blah. And I get that's like the sort of idea with anime sometimes, that they just kind of explain it to you, and
See,
sometimes it can be powerful. I'm not like discrediting that because it does it better than like some other anime out there. Demon Slayer. Uh, I don't like that show. It's kind of bad. But with this show, I kind of understand it within the context. It's just
Yeah, no,
that,
see, within context, Violet is inherently a kind of unsubtle character. Like,
yeah.
she's very robotic for that first half, and also she's writing
I mean, I
letters. So,
still
of
have a
course,
right
that.
to just not care about it, but it certainly
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
works. I don't.
Yeah, no, see,
I can't
I
argue
don't
against
see,
that.
like, them directly stating stuff as a problem, because that's also part of the point. Them stating their emotions as part of the letters is part of the point of the show. Like,
I
the
don't.
whole.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah.
I get it because the letter aspect, but like, do it through the letters. I don't want your dialogue to be like this. I guess that's my way of like.
Well, I mean, you need. I mean, for certain
Yeah.
parts of the letters, you need that narration so you know what
Well,
the letters are saying,
yeah. See, I'm
Yeah.
fine with the
Yeah.
narration episode too, but with other times I did the narration, I'm like, we can interpret it. You don't have to repeat what we just learned, and I wish like we could just, especially with characters who aren't Violet. Like I'm fine. You don't need to explain it to me.
Are there any?
And
I can't really think of any moments where that bothers me. Are there any like examples of that you have? Because I don't know.
I'm forgetting. I don't
Yeah.
know, but like
Hmm.
I'm trying to think about this. I guess parts of the fucking first movie. I guess I don't know.
Uh, Actually, yeah, I kind of get that with that first movie. It's
Yeah,
not the most like subtle thing in the world, yeah. But I don't know. I don't see it as a problem within the actual show because if they directly state an emotion, it's either through Violet learning about her emotions or a letter being written. So I think it works in context.
yeah, it
Even though
works in
I
context.
do get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just like think they could smartly write around that and be a bit more
yeah.
with episode 5 because you have to directly say, "Oh, I understand where you're going through. I felt isolated. I felt like I only had this brief time with
But
someone I
yeah,
really
I
cared
think there's a
about."
lot of. I get the unsubtlety thing sort of. Also, I think there's still a lot of moments where the show is really good with its
Yeah, well,
subtlety.
yeah,
Like
obviously.
there was a lot of really good parallels and stuff. There's a
Okay,
lot
I'm
of
just
really
talking about
good.
like this certain aspect for me.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. I understand.
But yeah, I do like episode 5 a lot. Uh it's this is when the show starts to break off and this is when I'm starting to be like
Yeah.
a bit more okay with the show because I initially gave this episode a 6 just like you. Well, actually I just gave it a lesser rating just like you.
I give
But
it. I have a. It's like a high 7 for me, which is way weaker than the rest of the show, but it's still quite.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think on rewatching certain scenes I've come to realize how much better it works and how much it does within the context of the show. But even before then, like within this certain point of the show, it's a really neat way of diverging.
Yeah.
It's good.
See, okay, like I said, I prefer this as a piece of the overall show and how they use it later than I do as an individual episode, which isn't the case for any of the others. All of the others I love on their own and in relation to the whole show. So that's kind of why it stands out as the weakest one for me. But it's still really good.
Uh,
You've helped me appreciate parts a bit more, I think.
yeah, thing. Yeah,
Uh,
that's good.
then episode 6, I think this is the one we're most conflicted on. I really love this one.
I don't. I don't really like this one that
Yeah.
much. I've kind of like gone
Uh,
back and forth on the rating. It's a 6 out of 10 right now. It's
Alright.
fine.
Uh,
See, Leon. Uh, See, I know, like, okay, the whole show is really good at describing flashbacks, but sometimes with the flashbacks for me, like, it feels very just like tug at your heartstrings. Like, there, oh look, it's a cute child. Oh no, there's something bad's happening. But it's when the episode like actually explains itself. Episode 7, for example, I'm like, at first I was like, oh, so that's all we get of the daughter. But then the way that connects through the
yeah, no,
play,
it's so
through
good in
the
episode 7.
actions,
Oh,
and
well.
it's very simple, but it
The
works much
flashback in
better
episode
through that way.
The
But
flashback in episode 7 works because he's also explaining it while they're showing it. It's
and
not
you
show
also
don't tell.
understand
It's
that like he briefly says that she also helped him through his writing, and so without that
yeah,
motivation,
yeah, and then
what
that
else do you
ties into
have?
Violet stuff. So when I get to like 7 to 13, I'm just gonna go all off.
Yeah,
But
no, okay. I
yeah,
don't. The child characters themselves, I don't give a shit about them. But like what they represent for their parents is what it really means to me. Cause
but
yeah, that's sort of it. Cause it's a
yeah.
cute
Anyway, we're
child.
kind of gone
And
off from episode 6. I
cause
get why this is like. I do get your point you made about it about how like they did there. It's a little bit unsubtle, but also I just think it's really, really neat. First of all, they don't use letters in this episode,
yeah, they
which is
don't.
a they just talk, and that's something I find really, really neat. Because at this point, Violet has gotten to a point where she's understood people's emotions so much that she can just talk and have a normal conversation, which you don't see in like many other parts of the show up to this point. So yeah, that's really, really neat character growth showing through the story in this episode. And
See,
so I just
the one part of his arc I do like is the courage part because at first he can't
yeah.
even like talk to his bullies. He doesn't want to do anything about anything. And you get that example of how when Violet talks to like the other boys who wants to,
Yeah,
fucking hook up with her or whatever the fuck.
yeah.
And then we see him just kind of just listen in. He doesn't really do anything about it.
See, up until this point, before episode 7, I guess, this is like the most personal connection Violet has made, really. Like, she's directly talking about her past and stuff with this person who also understands, and then connecting with that and like it's really beautiful visually scene of them under the comet, just talking about stuff that's happened in their past. So, so beautiful. Cause, she's gotten to a point where
I
she
like it from
understands.
Violet's perspective. I just don't understand
Yeah,
what he learns from her, like
well, he
directly.
learns.
Like, I guess, like,
Look,
she was, like, going through the war, so, like, she's courageous. I kind of wish that they went more into the whole, like, oh, the whole school just kind of doesn't like him. I wish we
well, no, I
got
see
more
it
into
as
that.
that stuff. I think is important because Violet is
Yeah.
the first person who shows him empathy, really, because
Yeah.
he's a complete, like you see from the start, he's like a complete outcast in a similar way to Violet sort of is, and they connect through that through just having similar experiences and talking to each other. And that ending where he's like, "Oh, you've given me the courage to go off," like he's finally getting out of this situation thanks to what he got from just those 2 or 3 conversations with Violet. I just think it's really, really nice. And when they cut back to like parts of this one, it gets me a lot in later episodes.
At
Uh,
the ending, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I don't really care. I like certain aspects of the art, but I just never think it's, like, that
mm,
good. Like, I
mm,
understand, like, what it is, but, like, I don't know. I
I don't know.
it's I they explain the whole parent thing, and I get, like, how that connects to how Violet had lost her guardian in a way, and
Yeah.
I just wish we got more on Leon's side in terms of that whole parental aspect.
Mm,
Like how would he?
um,
Of course, like he's isolated because no parents would encourage him to go out there. But like, wish I kind of saw that instead of him saying, "I will do this, I will do that," and I get like, oh, it's sort of like I don't know how to describe this. Just something off about this episode for me. I don't know what
I
it
see
is.
that. I see that part of him saying that more of him finally being able to open up because you see how closed off he is. So the fact that he's literally the first visual you see in this episode is him lonely in a castle, not saying anything really, and then the last visual you get is him yelling out of the castle, talking about how prepared he is to go off and explore the world. That's a really neat contrast to me. Just
Yeah.
how Violet really, really helped him just through talking. It's just great for Violet's arc and for this individual episode. I love this one a lot. I get your criticisms, but
Yeah,
this,
cause I
yeah.
guess to me, when he learns courage, it's more just her explaining her job rather than some deep emotional impact. Sometimes the show just, I guess, does that. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
Just
well, no,
okay,
it's less
especially
her
with this. I
explaining
don't know.
her.
Specifically with this episode, I'm just like, I don't know
Mm,
if it's really that
mm,
much of quantifying anything to it. I don't know. Some aspects
mm.
certainly mean something, but like, it certainly feels
I see
like
the her explaining her job thing more as her explaining what she got out of her job and how fulfilling life was to her despite her trauma. So that kind of helps him as well, you know?
I
They
guess.
get a lot just through talking to each other, and like I get how that can be considered sort of unsubtle, but I don't know. I think the conversations are really, really neat in what they do
Yeah, I
for
don't know. I just feel like it's now starting to get boxed into that format of the
both.
whole like episodic side of the show. But episode 7 is better. I do like
Yeah,
episode 7 a
okay.
lot. I,
I fucking okay. Before we talk about, like I said, I split the show in my mind into 2 halves.
yeah, these first
The first
6
six,
and then these.
and then episode 7 onwards, where everything changes. So before we talk about episode 7, I'll talk about the OVA, the special.
Yeah, yeah.
This is quite a neat special. It's not the most. It has some parts of it that I think are like it's kind of both like fits into that unsubtle thing you talked about, but there are parts of it I think are really neat in how subtle they are. Like Violet picking up on certain aspects of what this woman's written for her play and why she's feeling a certain way. They don't tell you that. They show Violet picking up on that, and I think that's really, really neat. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, okay, you said you forgot my list, so I'll just get my notes for this.
Yeah, I
But
just forget.
yeah, fair enough. Uh, no, but they show like, oh, Violet understands what this woman's going through what she's written in the play notes. Which, by the way, is a thing in episode 7 that I love as well. But and then they have Violet like continuously encouraging her and helping her write this performance. And then when they put it on at the end, and you see Violet get all emotional at that because that's something she can connect with and something she helped with. It's a really, really nice special. I don't know how I'd fit it into the rest of the show because it's definitely set before episode 7. Also, I don't know pacing wise how it would fit. But I just kind of see it as an extra neat thing. But I like it a lot.
Yeah,
Uh, and
pretty.
it also shows like how much Violet's grown with her writing. Like the fact she can pick up on certain things and write. She can write like a
Mhm.
full performance at this point, not just a letter to someone. That's really impressive.
Yeah, and the whole performance has leads to episode 7 where she is also writing a play.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, episode 7. This is the one I have the most notes for, I think. Let me
okay.
check my notes. Uh, okay, this one nine I have the most notes for. But this one is like probably not the most important, but the one that changes the show's trajectory the
Yeah.
most.
See, at this
Like
point, she's
this,
kind of learned how to figure out what other people feel, like at just
yeah,
a general
yeah,
aspect.
absolutely.
And so now, like, we're at a point where she connects with the guy who's sort of isolated himself because,
Yeah,
I mean, how else is he supposed to write without the main reason he even
without exactly,
was
and that's so
writing?
neat because okay, I'll get. God, there's so much I want to talk about as well. But no, just to give background on when I initially watched it, I really loved those first six for my initial viewing, but this was the episode that sold me like, okay, this is at least one of my favorite shows, and then it just kept getting better. But he's let me. Okay, in my notes, the first thing I've written down is the first like part of the performance. You see one of the plays he's put on, and how much passion he puts into it at first. But then you hear, oh, he needs help writing a play. He's done with his play work, and they don't explain why that is right away. They don't explain the daughter thing. Halfway through, you figure that out, and then you get the backstory of it, and they build up to that really subtly. One of the main lines I love in the beginning. They show Violet reading out the script to his last play, and it says, I must live with my sin for the rest of my life. And that's the first thing that Violet picks up on, which is a really neat subtle note because it shows how Violet is going to connect with this guy just through one thing he's written. And then the intro happens and the rest of the episode happens.
Yeah,
Just that opening.
yeah. See, with that, like, even later on when they're writing the play, and then she reads it and she starts and then she describes it like, I feel for this character, that I feel for
That is
this.
such a good part. Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
good part. I really do
yeah.
like it. It's one of the few
Yeah.
times where they're explaining their emotions where it works because
Because that's
it's
part
the
of the
first time
point here.
this is the first time of her experiencing this thing, experiencing how
Yeah.
storytelling affects her in some sort of fucking way.
Yeah, also, okay, also partially it reminds me of Whisper of the Heart, but like way more depressing.
Whisper
Can you
Harper's
see
way
that?
better than this whole show, but yeah, no,
Well, no,
I
well,
see
yeah,
that. I see
yeah,
that.
you with the whole connecting with writing thing, just way more depressing. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, but I love just all of the opening parts of her, and his name's the playwright's name is Oscar. There's a lot of really subtle build up to the daughter thing. They zoom in on the swing and they go, oh, why does this random old man have a swing? He wouldn't need that. There's a part where they're at the dinner table and it looks like this chair missing. I wonder who sat there. You know,
Oh,
they
and
really
when he's eating the specific dish that he asked for, he's like looking
yeah,
at it a bit, and then you come back later, it's like that's what she gave
and
him.
that's what, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
so
neat
cool.
how they connect
Yeah,
all of that to the stuff that on first viewing you would not think of. It's
yeah,
so good how it builds up to that. And then everything with Violet, like, obviously at this point she's gone out of her way to help people a lot, but in this episode she's like fully invested in helping this guy. It's all she wants to do. She stops him from drinking, she makes sure he goes to bed at the right time, she cooks his dinner, she does everything for him because she cares at this point.
yeah.
She
And this,
really cares about this guy.
see, the thing about this guy
Right
is
off the
that he
bat.
kind of needs like a person. See,
Yeah, that's exactly what he
yeah,
needs.
because
Yeah.
like the thing is, the daughter sort of cared for him in a way as a motivation. She didn't necessarily was like helpful around the house all the time, but she helped
Yeah,
around
because
a
she was a
lot.
child. Yeah,
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 but obviously, but like,
yeah, yeah.
and the way that reinvigorates his memories and how they don't need to directly explain it all through the flashback, and that
No, no,
you can
no.
sort of guess it through like all the stuff that happened before and all the stuff we learned after is really cool. I like this
See, I
episode a
think the
lot. Yeah.
flashback really works because they're subtle about it in the way that they build up to it and through the dialogue of him talking about it.
Obviously, he won't like describe everything about that trauma, so like, because
Yeah,
she
no,
doesn't know
but no.
Violet that much. But then they kind of
Also,
just learn to be
okay,
better for him
the
to do
parts of them
this.
actually writing the play in this are so interesting
Yeah,
because a lot of the time in the show they don't fully show the process of Violet writing the letters.
I
They just
wish
have the
they did
letters.
that more, but yeah,
Well,
oh well.
they do that like in moments where they have to, but
Yeah,
then they have the actual letters, and that still really works, obviously. But no, in this they show the process of it, and then writing the story, and Violet getting invested and all that, and it's so good because you see both of them spark with their passion. Like Violet's like, I really connect with this character. What? And
yeah,
then
exactly.
she starts connecting with the guy after he shares the reason he's been writing this. It's
Yeah, exactly.
so good. And then just that whole scene. There's a lot of really good bits just of Violet and him helping each other, her making sure that he's doing the right thing, he's getting his work done. It's all really fantastic stuff.
Yeah,
But
because of
then they
course he
have the
hasn't written
whole
in so long, so like she has to help him
yeah,
sort of guide
the whole
along through this.
yeah, exactly. It's this But then they have the bit where Violet picks up the parasail. He goes down. He's like, "Get off that!" And then they like show him slowly breaking down, and then he reveals it all. You see how and then you see the backstory of his daughter, how he lost his wife, and how gradually he lost his daughter after making the plays for her.
Yeah,
And now
see
how he's been
that the
writing
whole
this play
context
to try and deal with
of just
everything.
only him being there is even worse because
Yeah,
without his wife, like now his daughter's caring for him, and then
see,
now
that's
he's caring
already
for
like a
her.
sad visual.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's already a sad visual of just him being alone. But you don't know that he's going through grief yet until the halfway point. So this entire episode is recontextualized, and rewatching this one is so rewarding because you notice all of those subtle build-up things. Thank God that just entire part where he reveals the backstory is so good. You just see my favorite part of it is after he says it and talks about his grief. You just see a single tear fall from Violet, which before this episode you've seen her show emotion. You know, in episode 5, or no, I think in episode 4 or 5 she smiles, and that's a really great moment I didn't mention. But you know, that's
yeah.
a really important moment. She's like, "Oh, she smiled after helping
And this is
people
like
the
the
first
first time
time."
she cries, and it's such a very core moment because she could definitely
Yeah,
relate to that. And
she,
by
yeah,
helping him guide through his trauma, especially with the whole flying on water part, which through that because she always wanted to do that, and now
yeah,
Violet does it for him. But
yeah, just
it both
yeah,
adds
but
like a sort of conclusive aspect because finally he can feel like he's at peace in some way
yeah. I
with
also
his
just love
daughter.
like the parts of like the more parts where after
Yeah.
she finds out they continue writing the story and Violet's like, no, that you need to finish the story for you, for your daughter, and because of how much she's connecting with it and how much she's connected with this guy and how him writing a story that helps Violet, which he initially wrote stories to help his daughter, or not to help his daughter, but for his daughter,
Yeah,
and
instead of
how
for his daughter,
now
now it's honoring his daughter in a way,
yeah,
and how
exactly,
like
and how
the
Violet helps with that.
Ryan helps
Yeah,
him through that stuff. See, I like
and
it
just
when
how
the
the
show
fact that
ties the writing and the tragedy through it all, and really
yeah,
like it. It's
exactly.
so cool.
Yeah, but
Um, yeah,
just him noticing that Violet connects with us so much, and he's like, "Well, I still have purpose in my writing. There's still stuff I can do." And then also they show like the play later on and how he's still going in another episode. I love that part so much.
hmm
But yeah, just all of that, and then the actual portion where Violet tries to go on the water to recapture the scene, and
yeah,
it's so nice. It's like
it's really well animated. It's super
she's
good.
yeah, it's so beautiful visually and emotionally. Like her her going on the water to just try and give this guy a moment like back of what he had with his daughter, and then him just crying after that. But it's not like in the same way that he did before, where he's aggressive. He's letting his emotions all out.
Yeah,
So good.
it's such a
Uh,
just a re just a super good
yeah.
episode.
And then
I
okay,
have it at 7, but yeah, it's like definitely one of my favorites of the show. It's
nice,
good.
nice, nice, nice. Yeah,
Um,
this is top 5 at least for me. But no,
yeah,
there's more parts to it that I really love.
yeah.
There's yeah, no, I've got this is the one I have the most notes for. Like I
Fair
said,
enough.
it's the most like game changing one. There's a line I really like. The last thing that Oscar says to Violet is no matter how difficult the adventure, she will get a happy ending. And there's so much you can think about with that. Like Oscar was going through all of these struggles to write the story for his daughter, but no matter how hard it was to do it all, Violet managed to give him that happy ending that he wanted to write with
And
the
now he
story,
hopes
and
she
how
does
that helped
too.
both of
Yeah.
them.
Super
Yeah,
cool.
exactly. And yeah, later in the show
Yeah.
she does too, largely because of the experience she got with this guy. And then, okay, the episode definitely takes a turn after this point. You get the dream sequence where they bring back the whole Violet, like the scars burning her thing, and that like is so important in this because this is the first time she's really seen grief. Like she saw that with Leon, sort of, but it wasn't really the same thing. They connected on different stuff. This is just fully them connecting on grief. So it makes sense that
hmm
at this point it's fully overcoming her. Like, wait, is
Yeah.
this what's happening with Major
Is this the
Gilbert?
one where they do all the like the bleeding like everything in the,
Uh,
or is that the
wait,
other
do you
one?
mean the nightmare
The
sequence?
one in the nightmare sequence, or is that episode
That's in episode 9.
9?
That's in
Yeah.
episode
Okay, I knew it
9.
was episode 9.
But
So
yeah, that
yeah,
is a really good scene as well. But no,
yeah. With episode 8, yeah, it's good. I
yeah,
like it
I've
so
got one
far.
more thing, just the final scene in episode 7. So when she gets back to just the central place, she talks to this woman, and then the woman's like, oh,
Ugh.
she says something about Major Gilbert being dead. You can kind of argue it's like, oh, well, she just finds out now. Also, it still works. Like, at this point, she
Yeah.
couldn't accept it. It wasn't that she didn't find out, it was that she couldn't accept it. But at this point, now she's learned about grief. and you see her storm into Hodgins' room, in like a really good contrast to the first episode where she storms in asking, "What does I love you mean?" And this
Yeah.
time she's storming in asking, "What happened to Gilbert?" And then you just see Hodgins like break down, saying how he didn't want to break her heart with it, and how it's so emotionally devastating for both of them because you can understand how Hodgins didn't want to put her this. Hodgins cared about her a
Yeah.
lot after being given that responsibility by Gilbert. But also from Violet's perspective, she's been lied to by the person she trusts most, and now she's just completely disoriented because she's lost the thing that mattered most to her, and now she just has to process that grief while also like just learning and understanding what grief is, and all she can do is just run away crying. And it's such an emotionally good ending.
Yeah, and that's what leads
Uh,
to episode 8 and 9. Like,
episode
this,
8.
I feel like these
Yeah.
two sort of combo together because they're both dealing with
Yeah,
that whole
yeah,
trauma.
I was gonna mention that. Yeah, these 7, 8, and 9 are very, very linked, and that's why in my mind, like 8 is the past, 9 is the present, and then 13 is the future. That's how it is in my mind. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all I have to say about episode 7. This
Oh,
is
that is actually a really
top.
cool way. Because, yeah, episode 10 is kind of
Yeah,
about the future. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this
yeah,
is true.
yeah,
Fuck. Um,
yeah, yeah.
but yeah, episode 8 is a really good, just most of the time. I feel like, at that point of the show, I was thinking, I wish I could learn a bit more about the war aspect of this all. And this is when the show
And then
finally
they get into
commits to
that.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Personally, I would
Episode
have done
11
more
and
about like her like before getting into battle, like the whole training aspect, maybe.
oh yeah, you can sort of argue that they don't give you anything before she met Gilbert, but also that makes sense because Gilbert was her entire life before
Yeah.
that. We don't even know where she came from. But yeah, episode 8 is another really amazing one. Just
Mhm.
like right, where do I even start with this one? The present, like most of this episode is flashbacks, but the present scenes are really good of just Hodgins and why do I always forget this woman's name? The woman in the red coat.
I don't know who she
Uh,
is.
do you know what I mean? The woman in the red coat who talks to Hodgins a lot.
Yeah.
She's the
Yeah.
main character, but I keep forgetting her name. But no, they get really good scenes talking in this one.
What's
I
her
like
name? All I just
it.
know is that she has big breasts. That's all.
Okay, so yeah, bbig breast woman and Hodgins.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah, and
Uh.
I can't call her that when we talk about her scene in episode 9 and 11. Uh,
The.
Catalia. Yeah,
Okay, what a weird
Catala.
ass name.
Catala.
Okay, what a top 10 worst names of all time. I swear.
Yeah, yeah. But no,
Jesus.
yeah, no, I just like the scenes of her, Hodgins, Benedict, Iris, and Erica being concerned for Violet in this one. Like, it just shows how much they've grown to care about her. It's really, really nice, and that
Yeah.
links in perfectly in episode 9 and 12. But, this one, yeah, like I said, this one's mostly a flashback, but it's also a really, really effective flashback. Like, all of these scenes and all of the stuff they show is stuff we've been shown before or we've heard about before. But the way they lay it out to actually tell you fully what happened is so cool to me.
Mhm.
Like, okay, I've been talking a lot. You can say something, but
No, no, it's fine. I don't.
yeah,
Yeah.
but no, yeah, they contrast the past scenes really well with the future because, well, not the future, the present, but they just show like everything in the present is shot really great. This episode, I noticed the lighting in this one a lot. Everything in the future, not the present, is really grey to contrast with everything in the past.
Mhm.
At the start, where Violet first speaks Gilbert, it's like dim light. It's dim in the light. So yeah,
Fuck you. How dare
Violet
you
rants
mention the
about the
guy I
Shaw-
went to see the Zone of Interest with? How dare you?
so, so yeah, Violet rants about the Shawshank Redemption project. No, but
Mhm.
no, it's really dim in that first scene where she meets Gilbert because she doesn't really have anything then. But then when Gilbert gives her name, they're in bright sunlight, and
Wow.
then in the scene, yeah,
That's
and
cool.
then the scene next to that, the opening scene of the show, it's like it's again in like dim, like but still bright to show like okay, there's something approaching that's dangerous, but they're still happy. And then when it gets into the war stuff, it's just fully dark. Before Gilbert gets shot, you see like a flash because Gilbert smiles at Violet, which makes her happy. But then she just gets shot,
Yeah.
and it just goes completely
In this
black.
first half, where we learn a bit more about Gilbert's relationship, because
Yeah,
this is like one of the other most important things about the show. But then the second half is like, yeah, battle, and it's a really like a decently well made battle. So like Saving Private Ryan levels or anything. It's not really
You
trying
know,
to
the
be that. It's just like
episode 12 is the only like all this and episode 12 is the only ones that have action. It's good action. It's not an action
it's
show, but
decent
it's
action.
good.
It gets
Yeah,
a bit
yeah.
goofy with like her in like I think episode 11 or 12, where she does like
12, yeah.
that special like move and she's super fast. Uh, I don't I
She's
don't get
badass in
that.
episode 12, to be honest.
She's
But,
such a weirdly good fighter for no reason. I mean, I understand. Like,
well,
I
yeah,
feel like I feel
she's
like
training
she,
for you.
of course, but I feel like all the soldiers are trained in the same way, so she needs to be kind of on the same level.
Uh, well, and they kind of imply that like she's not. She was like created in a way to make her that strong. Like they saw her as a tool. They
Yeah,
saw
then
how
I wish
effective
that
she
we
could be
showed
more.
that more, so I could
Well,
believe
yeah,
it
they
more.
don't. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
you can argue they don't really explain that, but I don't know. It still works, I think.
I feel like the
But no,
whole
episode.
conditioning aspect would actually add a lot more to the movie, even more than it already does. The movie's really good, but I feel
They
like it
do
could
the
add more
conditioning
with
as
Gilbert's guilt
brother.
in that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I love all that stuff in the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, no, episode 8 is just really effective at laying out everything you need to know up to
Hmm.
that point. Like this is again, like I said, this is stuff we've all seen before, but it's laid out in a
But yeah, it's
context
like
that
it's
explains.
recounting it and trying to piece it together completely.
Yeah, exactly. It's so neat how they do that.
Hmm.
Also, you see one of my favorite parts is you see Gilbert like tell Hodgins look after her, and then you see how much Hodgins cares about that. And just
Hmm.
any scene like really with Gilbert in this, because this is we've seen flashbacks of him, but this is the first time we've seen him fully be a character, despite how much presence he has. Like he's mentioned in basically every episode. He's like
But we
the
haven't
crux of
learned
why.
much about him, and then that's why this episode's important. Yeah, this makes all
Yeah,
sense.
exactly.
All
And
comes
it's why
together.
like the moments that we get with him in the movie are so interesting. But yeah, no, this one's just a really, really good way of just giving you context through the visuals, through stuff you already know, through laying it all out. Such a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's just the ending where Gilbert gets shot. Is so even though you know it's coming, it's so shocking.
Yeah,
Like
because of
you
the
see
way it's
the
placed. Because it's quiet for a bit,
yeah,
and you realize, oh shit, wait, and then he gets shot, and it's
and
like,
then it just goes to quiet. Oh, so good.
yeah,
Yeah, love this one.
it's good.
And then, see, this trick is just me. Just the entire second half of the show is like, oh, I love that one. That one's one of my favorites. Oh, I love that one. That's one of my favorites. Just the whole
Yeah.
time. But no,
Yeah, I
episode.
just episode 9 is way better for me because I get like episode 8
Oh,
as
I
like
would
part of the
agree.
whole season, but episode 9 is really good in terms of letting the good
Yeah,
players sort of come together and realize, yeah, she's kind of fucked right now. That like
episode
she's now
episode
finally
9 is
doing
like
like
the
everything.
most tonally interesting because the first half is some of the most depressing stuff in the show so far. Like that scene, like after you see Gilbert's death first of all, which is depressing. You see that fully, and then you see Violet at the wreckage of it again in grey, and she's just distraught. And she's like, "I did all these horrible things. How can anyone see me as a person? I don't deserve to live." Everything she's saying is so heartbreaking. And
Is this the
Hodgins
episode where
bit.
she chokes herself? Because that part is
This
just
is this. Yeah, that is
yeah,
such a
that
good
part is
scene.
devastating. It's just
It
like
is, I know. But no, I love this in contrast to the first episode. There's a lot of really good contrast to the first episode in this one. But like I love Hodgins just showing up like not the same spot, but in the same way as he does in the first episode to after she's gone through something horrible, back to help her. And that conversation they have is so devastating because Hodgins is like, I wanted to tell you, and it's just from both of their perspective, it's so heartbreaking. Hold on, let me get my notes again. I have a lot
yeah,
for
of
episode
course he
9 as well.
like he just like he wanted the right time to explain it all. And then even
Yeah.
okay, I can't believe I'm saying this. Big breasted lady, she's like thinking that like why
Catala.
yeah, why didn't you do this before? And it's like I wanted to
That is,
wait. It's
yeah. That is
I
such a good scene
understand
as
that
well. Like how
perspective.
they do the you have many burns thing. How I love Hodgins' line in that part. She's not the only one with burns. You and I both have invisible scars. That is such a good line because it just shows how much Hodgins knew Gilbert, not as much as Violet, or wasn't as close to Gilbert as Violet was, but still they were comrades. Uh,
Yeah, he says like
Gilbert
she's not the
entrusted
only one
Hodgins
with
with Violet
burns
for a
and that type
reason.
of shit. Yeah.
Exactly. Not the only, yeah. And that's like so good in contrast to the first episode where Hodgins explains Violet's burns to him. Such a good payoff there. But yeah, just the whole bleak opening where it's all in grey. and it's just Hodgins and Violet trying to rationalize this whole thing, and Violet's just completely distraught. This is the first time we see Violet have like a complete meltdown, because you see that at the end of episode 7, but also she runs off. She doesn't have the time to fully process it. Now she's processed everything from her past at once, while also just learning what it's like to experience grief. So she's just at a complete low point. She can't take any of it. She doesn't think what.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Never mind.
Oh, okay. That was a really funny time to laugh. Because I was
sorry, like, I'm sorry.
I know, it was fine, it was fine. But no, Violet's just a complete low point here. Everything has just completely come down on her.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, she doesn't think that she has a right to live. She doesn't want to live. She thinks, oh, all of this stuff that happened in my past, all of the stuff that I did, I shouldn't be able to be an auto-memory doll. I shouldn't be able to do the stuff that I can do now.
Life, and, you know, he always took duties from her. Like,
yeah.
Of course he was helping him guide her, but in the end, through her eyes, through her, like, because, you know, that's how Violet is. She only sees it as sort of orders or commands. And that she's only now learning how to communicate these emotions. And she's not ever fully there. And so without that core part of herself, like, what can she do? What is her purpose in life?
And now that she's got all of that back, she's like, well, what can I do with all of this? This was my life for so long. Is my life now worth it? It's so interesting stuff. And they get a lot out of it for just, like, the 10 minutes where they have it. Like you said, that scene, the dream scene where, like, she sees Major Gilbert's death and it's just all bloody and, like, icky. It's so disturbing. Really but then... Also, there's a really neat contrast where, you know, in the first episode where she just gets out of the hospital and she's in that car with Hodgins.
Sorry, I was left with a SpongeBob screenshot. Sorry. Okay. What were you saying?
The first episode where she gets out of the hospital and goes in that car with Hodgins and is just kind of, she's playing around with like a dog thing. And then in this episode, they're in that same car with Hodgins and she's just depressed. It's in way darker lighting. Yeah. Again, it's a really neat contrast to the first episode, but for the visuals. But then, so much of this episode is just devastating. Like, just the part, like you said, the part where she tries to strangle herself because she doesn't think she deserves to live. And also the fact she's doing it, the metal hands that she got from, like, the war trauma is really neat thematically. Like, she's using her trauma.
The whole teddy bear aspect, like, that sort of innocence going away.
And exactly, Like, she's completely...
Like, you focus on the teddy bear's eyes, and then I guess in a way, the eyes are watching her try to end her life.
It's like the innocence that she once had watching her at her worst. So good. And just the fact that they did a scene where she tries to kill herself is really dark as well. The show gets dark.
See, that's what I like it when the show gets really dark. Yes, I crave it.
Yeah. But then...
I love existential media. It's so fun. You know?
But what is so good about this episode is this first half is like arguably the most depressing the show's been at this point. You know, episode 7 is depressing, but they have that bittersweetness to it where they've still helped each other.
But yeah, at the end of this episode, it's such a contrast, but it's so good.
I know, it's such a good contrast as well.
Because,
like,
you get that warmness again, you get that feeling of purpose, of meaning in something so simple, just delivering letters.
No, that's so good. The part where she tries to strangle herself, the thing that stops her is just the guy knocking on her door and saying, Violet, you've got letters to deliver. Yeah. And through doing that, she's like, oh wait, I can do stuff. And then what happens is one of my favourite scenes just in anything, where Violet gets her own letter. After writing other people's letters for so long, she receives a letter for the first time, which is something that the auto-memory dolls, which they say they don't usually do. They don't usually write letters for other auto-memory dolls. But since Iris and Erica, you know, two of the first people Violet helped, are so concerned about her at this point, they just figure that they have to. They have to help their friend.
And it's so fucking good. Yeah, fuck.
The letter she gets, just everything in that is so, so good. They mention just everything good she's done, or how many people she's helped with her letters. They mention her helping Lucilia's brother Spencer and said that his life's back on track. Yeah. They show Princess Charlotte with like Happy now. They show the playwright guy. They show Oscar at his play. They just show all of the people she's helped, and through that she sees, wow, I can do good with my life despite all of the bad that's happened and all of the bad things I've done. Yeah. Just through that simple stuff that she's been doing. And it's so good.
See, like, even though this feels very conclusive, this is only a small part, because she still feels like she needs a purpose, when really she doesn't. But the fact that this purpose is leading her back on track in life is what's even more important.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that the purpose is her
Yeah.
doing like the good that she couldn't do before. Like a lot of the people that she helps out are like people with war trauma. And Anne in episode 10, her father died in war. And then they say that in episode 6, Leon's parents died in war. They have a lot of war trauma, which is stuff that Violet would feel guilty about because she was a big part of the
Mm-hmm.
war. But now she's helping people through their war trauma. She's giving them a chance to share their emotions and get better mentally, like through her new purpose, which and then she learns that that's important to herself instead of what was in her past. It's so good, and that's not even where it ends. She goes back to Hodgins for the third time. This is the third time you see Violet like burst into Hodgins' room, and then she says, "Do I?"
Sorry, I
The line
did
is
nothing. Never mind. I'll
okay.
tell you
No,
later.
I'll let you say. I'll let you say your piece. I just have a couple more things for this episode. Wait, no. The first thing before she goes into Hodgins' office is one of my favorite payoffs, where she goes to look at a Violet, and then it's the bit where they show Major Gilbert at the end of
Mm-hmm.
episode 4, where it's like you need to fit your name, and at this point, Violet has fit her name. She's found a purpose where she's helping people and she's happy instead of being a war tool or being used as a war tool. And
Yeah.
that is such a good moment. The fact she realizes that after receiving the letter, like telling her all of the good things she's done from two people who she's managed to help, is so good. And then, like I said, she goes into Hodgins and asks him, "Do I have a right to be an auto memory doll?" And she says, "Do I have a right to live?" Because she now sees, oh, that's her life's purpose, being an auto memory doll. That's what she
Mm-hmm.
does now. And then Hodgins' line in this, the music in this part is amazing. That's another thing. I love the music, and particularly the second half of the show, I think uses it really, really well. But then Hodgins says, "You can't erase the past, but all your accomplishments as an auto memory doll shall never be forgotten." And then he says Violet Evergarden, her name, because she's fitting her name. That's another
Mm-hmm.
thing that the show does too. They drop like her full name when she's like in moments of fitting that,
Yeah,
like
but
when
she
she
feels
helps
like her
people.
own person. It's so
Yeah, exactly. They use
fuck. It's so good, dude.
yeah,
Oh,
I
this is
love
what
it
I
so
really
much.
like the show, and
This
then
is this
yeah.
is like the best moment they use that in because it's just her. It's her finally realizing that she's fit her name through her new purpose, and that she
Mm.
does have a right to live despite all the things that have happened. Because, like it says, you can't erase the past, but her accomplishments will never be forgotten. Like she's changed so many people's lives despite all of the awful stuff that has happened to them and her, and the stuff she's been through. Despite all of that, she's managed to help so many people just through her little time being an auto memory
Yeah,
doll.
no,
It's
these
so
last couple
beautiful.
episodes really made me realize really the whole point of the show. I mean, of course, I'm still not like in love with it, but it's super well done. And I start to realize, yeah,
Yeah,
even though like I don't love the first half, I'm starting to realize the more better aspects, which is why I went back and like rewatched a lot of
yeah,
stuff.
exactly. It's even though the first half, like the second half, is like my favorite TV ever. There's no comparison there. Even though the first half I don't think is as strong overall, it's so important because of all the stuff they build off of all of those episodes. Even the weaker ones have really important setup and payoffs. Like
Hmm.
everything in the show is important and has purpose.
I
Ah,
mean, I think there are shows that explore things at a way more deeper level, but this show's very good at what it does. I'm not gonna like
yeah,
ever hate it, cause then these next couple episodes are really good too. Man,
yeah.
oh,
Okay, episode 10. Okay, I'll get to episode 10 in a second, but I just want to talk quickly. Like, the show covers so many things thematically. It covers
yeah.
grief, it covers redeeming stuff that you've done in your past, it covers becoming your own person, and it does all of these so well to several different things. And, okay, so, wasn't he. Okay, before I get into episode 10, I'm gonna have a lot. Okay, do you have anything more to say about the previous ones? Because episode 10, I'm just gonna go all off on. This is.
Uh, yeah, I guess for me the overall show like it's super good at figuring out all these answers. I think personally I love when things are a bit more vaguer, but like the fact that the show has such a complete whole already and yet it
Yeah.
explores even more is like super cool. Like super
Yeah,
cool.
see, yeah, that's the thing. They have Violet's arc, but then they have other characters on top of that through the individual episodes, and people like Hodgins and
I mean,
Gilbert's
of course,
brother,
they're
even.
lesser than like the Violet's main arc,
Yeah,
but it's
obviously, because
super.
she's the main
It's
focus. But the way they tie that all together is
they're well
so
done
good.
considering like the amount of time they all get.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah,
I get really invested in characters like Oscar, and especially in episode 10. So weirdly, this one, like I said, episode 7 and 9 are all very linked. They're all the same story about Violet figuring out her grief, figuring out what happened, and then learning that she can move on from that. And it's all such good stuff. Like I said, those are all just some of my favorite TV in general. But then episode 10 takes a very, very big divergence from that. The first character you see in this episode is just Anne, this little girl who's living with her mother. And it's like, oh, we're just going back to Violet
Yeah, we're
helping
going
people
back.
at
Like,
letters.
oh, we're going back to
Yeah, yeah,
episodic plot. So
exactly.
what's
It
going
feels
on?
very disconnected at
Yeah.
first. But fuck, this is like, despite the fact that it's seemingly more disconnected from the rest of the show, this is like one of my favorite things ever. This episode, I love. Fuck.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me have quite a lot of notes on this one. So
Just
basically,
go
the
off
whole
on it. I don't care.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just gonna sit here in the dark. So you go
yeah,
on.
it's fair enough. I've made you do that a lot, but I've liked your insight a lot still. Thank you for letting me talk about
Oh
this.
no, don't worry. See, the whole point of this is just kind of I want you to go off, but also I want to create a
Yeah.
bit discussion. But see, when we're getting
Yeah,
into
of course.
episodes like this, I'm like, okay, go ahead, whatever.
I've really liked your insight. You made me appreciate parts of episode 5 more, so
Yeah, no
that's
problem.
good. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath because I've been talking a lot on episode 10. I'm just gonna yap on because this is a top 3 episode of television for me. But okay, so the first thing they just set up everything in this so well because the whole conceit is Violet visits this house with this girl and her mother, and the mother's not got much time left. She's got an illness and she has to leave her daughter behind alone. It's a simple setup. Yeah, they do it so well with how they slowly set up because it's kind of obvious what's going on from the start. But also, since it's from the little girl's perspective, or Anne, Anne for a lot of it, you wouldn't immediately pick up on that because the first thing is like, oh, there's a doll coming to my house, and then she's like, oh, she thinks she's a normal doll. It's like cute kitty stuff. She's really innocent and nice and sweet, and she forms a really nice bond with Violet. Well, since her mother can't take care of her anymore, Violet, while also writing the letters for her mother, does all of that stuff that she'd want to do with her mother. She ties bows in her hair, she reads her books, they just talk a lot, and it's really nice. She play dolls. Just the stuff that she'd want to do with her mother in that time she can't do, she's doing with Violet, and Violet has like a multi-purpose here. But while that's also going on, her mother is writing letters with Violet, which Anne naturally gets curious about, like, well, why is my mother not spending time with me? Why is she spending all this time writing letters with Violet when she should be spending time with me? And they set it up for having like people come to the house and stuff and being like, do you really think you should move? You can't leave this girl alone in the house. And that's like setting up, oh, what's going to happen to the mother? And then around the halfway point, after they've set up all the stuff with Violet and Anne and just their relationship, which is really sweet. Just like I said, just how Violet takes over that whole role. Anne's like, but wait, I don't want you to be the one tucking me into bed at night. I don't want you to be the one tying a bow in my hair. I want my mother to do it. And then and she goes into her mother's room while she's writing letters and just breaks down and is like, oh, the letter's more important to me. And it's such a sad situation because they don't reveal what the letters are until the end, and that reveal is like my favorite thing ever. But they do it so smartly where you clearly know there's something going on more with the letters. She wouldn't just abandon her child to write these letters. But because of what we found out at the end, she can't like explain this to the child. You can't just say to your child, oh, I'm writing these for when I die. That's too much for a child to handle. So she just has to stay silent about it. And it's so sad. And it's sad when she runs off as well. And then once Violet catches up to her, she like processes all of that grief, or not the grief, but like the devastation all at once. It was like, is it my fault? Am I the reason she's ignoring me? Am I the reason she got ill? And then she just starts pounding on Violet's chest, taking it all out on her. Because Violet really has been the one supporting her throughout all of this. Even though she's not been showing emotion, which is a really cool thing I do at the end, she's still been helping her just through giving her that role. And then Violet gets a really good line here, where she's like, just as my metal arms can never be soft and warm like yours. And it's like, oh, you can interpret that in multiple ways. You can interpret it as, oh, she literally has metal arms because of her grief and war trauma. You can interpret that as her relating to the girl's grief because of that. But you can also interpret it as, oh, her emotions. She can't feel the same emotions that this girl does because she's not learned about it. And then through that, she's like, oh, well, the girl feels better now. Violet's helped her. Violet's given her some nice just emotional support that she really needs in this devastating time. And then there's like 7 minutes left of the episode, and they reveal what the letters are, and it's so. See, people. I call this episode like, oh, it's really sad. It's going to make you cry, and it does. But also, I don't think it's entirely depressing. I think it's ultimately very bittersweet what they
Oh,
do.
oh, definitely. People think they're
And,
like, oh, it's so sad. It's like,
and
no, it is very sad at points.
but it's also
I
but
think it's
it's also
ultimately just a
extremely
hopeful episode.
bittersweet.
It's extremely,
Yeah,
yeah.
that just then you see her spending more time with her mother, and it's nice. But then her mother dies, not naturally. But then you find out what the letters are. All of the letters she was writing were letters for her on each
See,
of
I
her birthday.
kind of saw it coming. I was like, okay, like she's not clearly she's not gonna be able to spend the rest of her life with her, watching her grow
Yeah,
up, and it's so
yeah.
important. And they're very simple letters,
It's
but they
just
all work. Like each year passes and she
that
grows better.
entire just compilation. They play a
Hmm.
beautiful like rendition of the outro, just showing her growing up, reading all of the letters each year. It's so nice because she couldn't spend all of that time she had around with her still because she had to spend time writing letters. But as they show,
Because I
Violet
love
still
when the
got this.
show goes into the importance of writing, how this writing can
Yeah,
last
like
forever beyond the
this
fucking
is
grave at this point.
literally, and then they
Ugh.
when they bring that back in the movie, it's so good too. But
Yeah.
no, this like just shows how the importance of letters. I have like in my head, since the episodes aren't titled, I have like imaginary titles for them. This one I just called letters because it has all of the letters first of all. But it's like really the one that shows the importance of them. They're the whole conceit of the episode, and just that whole compilation of her getting the letters one by one each year, living her life, and she still has her mother watching over her through the letters that she wrote all of those years ago. It's just the most wonderful thing, and it's bittersweet. Yeah, very, very bittersweet. Very, very good at being bittersweet. I
That's
love
what
that
you call
compilation.
setup and payoff. Ooh
Exactly. But
boy.
no, that's the best part is that that compilation is like probably my favorite scene in the show. But also, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
done yet.
it comes back
But
later, but like we have
yeah,
three more episodes and
no, I
two
still have the ending of
movies.
this episode to talk about. This
Yeah,
episode's not done.
yeah, this episode's not even done yet, too. Yeah, fuck, I
Yeah,
forgot. Jeez.
we're like an hour and 30 in, folk. I still have so much to say. But no,
Fuck.
no, no, but no.
I mean,
But,
that's why we pitched the Joker thing in the first. It's gonna last forever. Yeah.
true, true,
Sure.
very
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
But no, I love the line that Anne gets as Violet leaves. She wasn't a doll after all because she like sees, oh, she was just a person who wanted to help me and my mother. That's a really nice bit.
Yeah.
Uh, but then the final bit with Violet, where they're like, oh, these letters will get to her every year. This is so wonderful. And then you just see Violet break down. She talks about the entire time she was in the mansion, she had to suppress her emotions. And that's why this episode being placed after episode 7 to 9 is so, so important. Because by that point, Violet has gone through her journey of understanding
See,
emotions and
that's
grief.
why I like the idea that we're taking this perspective from the child, because we don't need to learn more about Violet. We understand what she's doing right now and how important it
we,
is to
we,
her.
we get enough about Violet from
Yeah.
this episode in just this one last scene. Because the plot of this episode with the mother and child and Violet writing letters is already so, so impactful. It's just one of my favourite things ever. But this final scene adds an extra layer of depth to Violet. Because instead of being naturally stoic the whole time, like she was in episode 1 to 6, she was had to fake it. She had to fake it for the girl's sake to make her happy. Just and then she just breaks down and is like, the mother's gonna die, she's gonna be all alone. And then Cattle, yeah, says, just one of my favorite lines. And then she's like, all of those letters you wrote will reach her. Also the voice acting in this part from Violet's voice actress is amazing. But no, she says, no matter how far away it is, and then they cut the title and it says, a loved one will always watch over you. And it's just, you can link that to Gilbert stuff. You can just look at it from the context of this episode. It's
Yeah.
such a good ending.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Anyway, that's what I wanted to go off on.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
That's my favorite episode. It's neat that it's my favorite one because it's not even inherently connected to the rest of it. I just think of all the
Exactly.
stories that the show has told, even above the overarching one, this is the most
See,
effective at setting it all up and just having the best emotional payoff. Best, one of the best endings in any episode I've seen. I love
parts
it
of the
so much.
shows is like a 6 out of 10, and then parts of the shows like really fucking good, and that's why it overall reaches like an 8. Like
All right.
it's, I see, a way more conventional show would follow that formula and it'd be really annoying. But here, you sort of abstract it by
See
like
here,
disconnecting it from
yeah,
like the main trauma because you have to link it
yeah,
together through these images and through the script. It's really good.
yeah. See here, like the formula first of all works, like
Yeah,
because they get
obviously. Because you have it from a new
yeah,
perspective. It's super cool.
yeah,
Super cool.
exactly. But then when they break away from that, it's
Yeah.
so neat. And then when they return to that with Violet's new perspective, it's so good. And that's one of the many reasons I love episode 10 so much. I'm very glad I got to get all that. That's the one I've been holding off by talking about my solo so much. But there's still three left, and these are still three of my favorite things. I think you said that you liked episode 11 like more than some of the others, so I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Oh,
This one is
episode
when they bring back
11. Um,
12. Yeah.
11 is super good because I
Yeah.
think we really grab into the whole war aspect again, and that's something I always
Yeah.
wanted from the show, like even more. And
Yeah.
I do like it. I do think episode 10's gotten better from what you said about it, but with
Nice,
this
nice.
one, I stand strong in that it's good. And you think I wouldn't really like this one because for me the boy kind of dies before he can explain even more. But I think what it means to Violet is a lot more impactful than the boy himself.
Well, see, that's why it's kind of tragic because he's.
Yeah.
See, people call episode 10 the really sad one, and like, yeah, but also, like I said, it's more bittersweet, and that's why I love it so much. This one is just bleak and depressing. There's
Yeah.
no happiness in this episode, really. This is, like, apart from the movie, this is the darkest, like, the most depressing the show gets. But even the movie has a nice ending, so you could argue this is the most depressing the show gets.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, no, see,
It fits
like,
my
I love the
brand
fact that,
though. Yeah.
yeah, that's probably why you like 11 and 12 the most, because they're the most depressing.
I like it when things get dark.
No, just,
Grrr.
just my,
uh,
yeah. No,
don't worry. I like Bittersweet. I really
yeah,
love
it's fun.
Phantom Thread. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. So
Oh,
good.
nice. I should watch that someday. But no,
Yeah.
episode. I love that they bring back the war stuff at this point. First of all, because it's obviously it's a huge part of Violet's past. So them bringing it back at this point makes sense. You know, she's getting back involved with it, but in a positive way. And episode 12 captures that really well. Also, okay, a lot of the visuals in the first part of episode 11 are really brutal. Like, they show people being bombed and torn apart in
Mhm.
snowland. It's like, ugh, that's brutal.
Yeah, and then Violet
But
comes in with
then
her Super Saiyan powers. Don't worry, she's
yeah,
okay.
it's pretty. She's badass when she wants to be.
Yeah,
She can help people with their
I
emotions.
wish they explained it more, but you know what? Fine, I don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why this
But okay,
episode's like not very
but
like
then it gets
personal.
even more brutal when it's just Violet and this one soldier as he's dying, writing a letter, and he's just saying everything that he's been grateful for in life and everything he wants and everything, like just everything to his family and his fiance. It's just bleak and sad. Like it's not like episode 10 where it's sad, but it leads to being bittersweet.
When
And
you're
it's not like
like
episode
that
9.
close to dying, the main thing is that you want to remember what you wanted to live with your life, and he's
Exactly,
describing his future.
and he
I
wants.
wish we
This
learned
is
more
his
about his
chance.
wife. That's kind of the depressing part. I wish we learned more about his fucking wife. I wish I learned more about how his life was going before this.
Yeah, but
But it was
yeah,
cut
I
short, and
still
that's
agree
kind of
that.
the tragedy of it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to. You just get to see like Violet return the letter, and it's so cool because this is his chance to get last words.
Hmm.
If Violet wasn't there, no one would know what happened to him. They just assume he died and didn't have anything to say. But this is his chance to get his last words into the people that matter most to him. And Violet's just there writing it all down as he dies, and it's so heartbreaking to watch. But then it's even more heartbreaking when Violet has to deliver the letter. And I think this is such a good contrast because every time Violet has delivered a letter in the past, it's been for happy reasons. When she gave it to Spencer, it was to reunite him with his sister. When it was for Iris, it wasn't a good decision, but it was ultimately for the better. When it was with when it
This
was with
dude.
the girl and her mother, obviously that was happy. Well,
But
not
no,
happy, but it
this
was
dude, this is a
bittersweet.
sad. This is just fucking sad and
This
brutal.
is just depressing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the fact that they react by saying thank you, by after
And
all
then
that,
Violet's like,
during
no,
between all
don't
that
thank
crying, but
me.
don't thank me. I didn't save him. I didn't
Yeah,
do any
it's
of these
such a
things.
devastating ending because, like, you see how happy they are, and then Violet has to deliver that bad news, but also they're still grateful because they got a chance to hear from him still,
See,
thanks
that
to
is the
Violet.
hope coming from just an entirely terrible situation because you realize
Yeah,
at least he could finally say some stuff that he always wanted to say.
Yeah, he's still got that moment thanks to Violet, as hard as it is to stomach.
that
There's
it's
still
rather best to live through that pain and then move forward rather than letting it just sort
yeah,
of
exactly.
kill you
And also,
inside.
okay, this isn't. I
Which is
wrote a
what
quick
Violet's
review of
perspective is, because she still hasn't learned how to fully move on from Gilbert.
Yeah,
And
and that's what episode 12 and 13 are for. But no,
yeah,
but yeah, no, episode 11, I wrote a quick review of this one and how important it is that it's placed after 7
oh,
and
I didn't
9.
read that.
Because just like
Okay.
episode 10, it's like the breakdown Violet has at the end would not work as well if you didn't have her learning about her emotions. So the fact that her having an emotional breakdown while having to stomach all of that happens after she goes through all of that makes this episode's placement so
Yeah, see,
effective,
I'm looking
even
at this
though it's
episode
not.
11 review, but then I see the one that shall not be named a like in it, so that's bad.
Oh,
Oh
oh
well.
yeah, okay.
But
Oh well,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, this is good. Yeah, TLD or
Yeah.
assessing.
And then you have
Yeah.
okay, there's two left in the movies. Yeah. So do you want to take the lead in episode 12?
Ooh, ooh. No, actually, no.
Okay. All right. Okay.
No,
All
no.
right. Okay. Episode 12. Like I said, this entire second half is like my favorite TV ever. But I think if I had to pick a weakest one, it would still be this. But also, it's still a 5-star episode for me at the end of the day. So yeah.
Classic Josh.
Classic me with Violet Evergarden. But no,
Yeah.
this one has a lot of really, really satisfying stuff. One of my favorite moments at the start is you see Benedict and Katlia standing up for Violet. I really love that part because in episode 9, obviously Iris and Erica write the letter for Violet to help her, which
Mhm.
is a really important moment. Obviously, it shows how much they mean to her and how much Violet has like changed, and how much Violet's been able to move on through all of her memories. All stuff I spoke about all that Violet so much, but this I think is neat because it's the characters that haven't gotten a chance to directly stand up to Violet, standing up to Gilbert's brother, who is a really interesting character despite the fact that he only really becomes prominent here. He gets scenes before this, both in flashbacks and where he talks to Violet. But essentially, as a character, he's the complete opposite of Gilbert. He sees Violet as a complete tool, and he also blames her for Gilbert's death, and
Oh.
thinks Gilbert treated her too nicely. He's a bit of a meanie head, as you would say.
Yeah, he's easily like
But,
one of the most interesting characters because,
yeah, well,
especially in the fucking movie, he's really good in the movie. But
oh
in
yeah,
this, he certainly makes an impression by
yeah, yeah.
feeling like how fucking Gilbert kind of ruined her or something,
See, you
and he
would
sees it through all this
in
negative
this
lens.
episode, you kind of hate him at first because he's such a dick to Violet. He's like constantly putting her down, saying, "You don't have a right to live. You're not a person. Gilbert didn't care about you." Constantly putting her down. But then you see at the end of this episode, after Violet, another thing I love about this is just Violet defending the signing ceremony. She's using her war skills that she had from her past in order to protect what matters to her now. Just perfect there. I love that. But
Hmm.
no, and yeah, the scene with her on top of the train is really badass as well. But no,
She's a Super Saiyan moment. That's like with
yeah,
everyone.
she's a Super Saiyan with knives,
It's
and
so
she
fucking
gets
funny.
her arms fall apart. But no,
Yeah.
that's a kind of neat metaphor because her arms are used to represent her past.
That is the
It's
one
like,
thing I
and
don't really like about this episode. That action part is super goofy to me. Because they're
yeah,
just
it gets
pointing
a
their
little bit.
guns at her, but they don't even fucking shoot once. It's so weird.
Yeah,
Except for
yeah,
that one
yeah.
part. And then that, obviously.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah. But no, I like as a metaphor her arms breaking here because her arms are used to represent her past, and this is the moment where she kind of like lets go of a lot of her past before episode 13. I think that's really neat.
yeah.
But yeah, no, the main really neat thing in this episode, on top of Violet defending what matters to her now, is just everything with Gilbert's brother. Now he finally comes to understand Violet and how much Gilbert actually meant to him and meant to her and vice versa,
Yeah.
and how we see his grief for Gilbert and how he's taking out on Violet unnecessarily. And then the stuff of him in
Exactly.
episode 13 is really interesting too.
Yeah, no, okay. But
Yeah,
yeah, so for episode 12, it's really good. Uh, and,
yeah,
it does bring up a lot about the whole arms metaphor. I like the idea that the arms traumatized by war are replaced with arms, robotic arms, in a way, her new life. But then once those get
yeah,
broken, it's in a way
yeah.
and forming an even newer life that something.
Exactly.
Super
It's a
cool.
life where she can move on from the stuff that happened in her past while still like acknowledging how
Something
important it
that
was to
even
her.
like the rest of Gilbert's family can accept in some way. And
Yeah,
episode 13 is even better
episode
because
13. Episode 13 is
It's
one of the
good.
most satisfying things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I love. I remember when I first watched this, I was already in love. Like, I was already like, okay, this is probably my favorite show by episode 10 and 11. But then 13 hit, and it was just, I love this one so much. It starts off with another scene with her and Gilbert's brother, which is really neat. But then the signing ceremony is saved, and the war is over, which, works because Violet can move on now that the war is over. But then the rest of
Yeah.
this episode is a lot calmer compared to the last two, where everyone's dying and fighting each other on trains. It's just a lot of really, really nice conversations.
Mhm.
Let me get my notes on this. I got a lot. Uh, one part I really like is Violet at the start talks to this one guy who lost his son in the war, and you see her really directly empathize with that instead of just internally. She says to the guy, I understand, I can help you with this. She's talking like a human and not a robot now. She's fully gone through her arc. It's so, so good. But then, there's also a really good flashback in this with Gilbert, which sets up the movie well, first of all. But
Mhm.
then Gilbert's talking about how he's sad that Violet worries that he might just see her as a tool. I find that really interesting because that's Gilbert's whole thing in the movie. He's worried about how much trauma he technically put Violet through, even if he did care about her. So that scene is really interesting because we don't see much of Gilbert's character outside of his relations with Violet. So the fact we see his internal struggle with being technically responsible for the stuff Violet's going through, and how he's still trying to protect her is really, really neat. And then Violet's reaction to that is amazing because you see the contrast of her in the past not understanding her emotions to her in the future fully understanding it and fully getting through it. And then there's a really good line where hold on, what's the quote I have written down? Gilbert says, "It's not your fault. You don't have." Well, no, Gilbert doesn't say that. Gilbert's brother says that.
Yep.
That's another bit. Hold on.
Is that alive? Fucking
Yeah.
idiot. Oh wait. Never mind.
Well,
well.
that
Well.
still works. People complain about that too much, but I'll get into that. But no,
Oh fuck. Fuck. I'm going to bring up those negative reviews at the end of this. I really want to talk
I
about
hate
this.
the reviews for the movie. They misunderstand it so badly. But no, the scene with Violet meeting Gilbert's mother, and just them talking about their grief for Gilbert, and how I love that Gilbert's brother cares to Violet in this bit. He's like, "Hey, I'm sorry about all of that. It's not a over dramatic apology. It doesn't feel unrealistic. It feels realistic for how he would be mentally at this point."
Oh yeah.
But then, he's like considerate of her when talking to his mother. He's like, "Her memory is not the best, but I think you should talk to her." For both of their sake, he wants to help both of them at this point.
Yeah.
It's really, really good natural growth that doesn't feel
And the fact that
forced.
Gilbert's brother is like listening in as they're having this conversation
Yeah,
together.
it's such.
Mm.
Yeah, it's such. And just that whole conversation where these are the two people closest to the three people, if you count Gilbert's brother, closest to Gilbert, all in one room. And we haven't met Gilbert's mother up until this point at all. We don't know anything about her. But just that whole dialogue where she's like, Gilbert's still alive in our heart. It's a corny line
Yeah.
on paper, but in context, it works so, so well.
Especially
Because it's
considering the
just
rest of the
showing.
episodes, obviously, it's super good.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works so, so well in context because it's like at this point, Violet has been able to move on from the war trauma, but Gilbert is still alive in her heart. And I don't think the movie ruins that at all, like some stupid people say. But
Ugh, it's so annoying. I hate
it's so
people.
annoying. I hate the
I don't even
negative
love
reviews
this
and
show,
that.
but I hate people. Fuck. You guys
Yeah.
are idiots. Like, actually.
Think about how it is for me when I see the dumb negative reviews. It seems like my favorite show. But
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
just the whole conversation that she has with Gilbert's mother, where she's really emotional. First of all, this is some of the most emotional we see Violet, which is really effective because of how much of an emotional resolution this is for her, and how much it is
Revolution?
for Gilbert's mother as
Wait.
well. Like just for
Revolution?
both of them. Resolution.
Oh my
She
god, the
did
revolution started over
She
this. It's
did. No,
crazy.
the revolution was in episode 12 when she was on the train. No,
Yeah, true.
but yeah, just that whole. I've said the phrase that whole conversation like several times. But you get it. It's a
Get it.
really, really good.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good conclusive bit. And just the whole rest of the episode is so, so nice. When she goes to the ceremony with all the letters and everyone's encouraging her to write a letter for Gilbert, because and just the whole I think I'll talk about the actual letter when I get to that. But the fact that the ending of the show is Violet writing a letter for herself after writing letters for other people, having a letter sent to her. The final thing that we see in the show is Violet writing a letter all for herself. Well, no, not all for herself, but for her own sake. She's
For her
not
own
writing it
sake,
to someone.
she's writing it to a person she thinks is dead, but it's
Exactly.
in her own way of trying to complete it, complete
Yeah,
herself,
exactly.
and to complete that idea, and to move on from
Exactly.
life. And it seems like it's such a great conclusion. But there's
Yeah.
just 2 more movies after this, so it's still a good conclusion.
It's
Because
still
it built
works
up upon it. It's super good.
The movies, yeah, exactly. They build off upon it. Well, one of the movies is very disconnected, and one of them builds upon it in a really neat way.
One of the movies
But
is
yeah,
pretty good, and the other is like really good. That's all.
yeah, but no, the whole part with the letters coming out, and you see everyone's future. Lucilia comes back. It's nice. You see her moving on her
Yeah.
future. Erica mentions that she wants to write her book, and then she's found a special someone. Iris mentions that she wants to become like the leader of the, also not the
Yeah,
leader,
all
but the
around
manager
this
of the.
humble celebration. It's super
It's
cool.
just so nice.
Yeah.
And I love the bit with Hodgins' letter where he's talking about wanting kids. That's just a sweet thing. I love Hodgins.
Yeah, and the fact that
Benedict makes
Violet
fun of
is
himself.
gone, and that she's gone on her own path, or something
Yeah,
like that.
and I have several. Like, okay, also, I like the fact they bring back Lucilia, especially because she's the first person that Violet helped with a letter. So her being at the end of all of the letters that help and people coming down is a really neat way to connect all that. I love that part.
Mm-hmm.
But no, and yeah, the one dialogue exchange that Violet has with Gilbert's brother after talking to his mother, where she's like, Gilbert's brother's like, you don't need to, you can live without his orders now or something, and she says that, but then Gilbert's brother, I don't have his line written down, but it's really good. He comes to revolution.
Stop saying revolution. There was no revolution. I'm afraid. I'm sorry to inform you, Josh, but there was no revolution in this. Unless
he goes on a revolution. He goes on a revolution and kills Violet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no. He comes to his own conclusion about it all and helps Violet, and Violet responds just by saying she can be her own person and she doesn't need to live with orders, which you can think about in several ways. It's both her understanding her own emotions as her own person and also her being able to move on from the past. It works on both levels of 2 thematic things the show does. I love that line a lot.
Yeah.
But, and then just the final letter is so beautiful. She talks about how much time has passed and how at the start she didn't understand her emotions, but then you see through the visuals they show the different things. They show the bell tower, they show the castle, they show the hill that Leon was on, they show the playwright's house, they show the girl's house, they show the cabin that the war guy was in.
Mm-hmm.
All of it is so good in how they tie it all back.
Great way to conclude a show.
Yeah, and then just the final line where she's like, "I now finally understand what I love you means to her." Just such a perfect
line. But does
line.
she? No, that's
she does.
Well, yeah, she fucking
does. That concludes it. But no,
yeah, that's only like, and yeah, there's still 2 more movies after this. But
and the movies don't like hinder. This is still a really satisfying ending.
Yeah, super satisfying conclusion. Yeah.
But yeah, and then I love that final part where Violet wakes up the next day after having her own emotional resolution with the letter. Where she writes down all her feelings, like for herself, and directed at Gilbert.
Revolution, what the fuck?
But no, and then you just see her go to another house to help someone write a letter. This time with a smile on her face, saying, "Violet Evergarden at your service," and she's become her own person and is ready to live her life as this.
Yep.
Such a nice ending. Yeah.
And yet the reviews for the show and movie are bad. But I gotta focus on the show because I was looking through Letterboxd reviews. No one cares about the serialized reviews. No one does.
Yeah, no. The serialized reviews are bullshit as hell, but yeah. But no.
Yeah. They have Succession at like top 2 best shows of all time in terms of averages. No one cares.
No.
They're overrated. Letterboxd, add TV already, please.
Yeah. But no, okay. Before we talk about 2 movies, just even without those, like I love the second movie so much, but even without those, this is such a well-rounded show. Covers so much thematically. I love Violet's probably just my favorite character arc in anything. I love all the individual stories per episode. Just all. I
like some of them.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Just everything they do thematically with the letter writing, with Violet and her past. it's the show. How have I not mentioned how like beautiful the show is animated as well? I love the
Well,
style
yeah.
of it all.
See,
So
if
good.
Shadow was
And
here, probably going on about yappy about that.
I mean, to be fair, I went
Kyoto,
on about the
it's
light.
Kyoto Animation did super well. I feel so
I
bad
went
that
on.
their animation house got burnt down for a bit. Or
I,
whatever the fuck.
to be fair, I did go on about the lighting in episode 8, but also I find it really neat how they build up the dark stuff with it. But nah, such a well-rounded show. Just these 13 episodes, particularly 7 to 13, just make was still my favorite show to this day, and I don't really see it being
There's
top.
better shows, but good for
Fair
you.
enough.
It probably
It
meant
is.
a lot more to you than it did for me, even though I respect a lot of it and all the
I'm glad
decisions it
you.
made.
I'm glad you really respect it. As well.
Yeah.
It got the Xander seal of approval, and that's enough for me.
Yeah, you gotta, at least you didn't get an Evangelion take, okay?
Yeah,
You're fine.
not gonna lie, I
It's
didn't think that would
okay.
happen, but I didn't think that would happen. But also, like partially when you started, when you got halfway through, I'm like, oh god, is this gonna be like Evangelion? But it wasn't. Yay.
Imagine this is like a fucking debate, but no, this is an undeniably great
This
show.
would be a very different podcast if I had it at a 10 and you had it at like a 5.
Oh,
But no.
oh boy. That would have
But yeah,
gone
no,
on like whole thing
I'm
about
glad
it.
you respect it. I'm just glad that I got the opportunity to talk about it.
See,
But there's still 2 more movies.
yeah, unlike this guy
Yeah.
though, Pietro Bonero, I'm not here to call him out, but he has a Evergarden review with my well actually no, it's a very not like super underground system because of Silent Dawn. But yeah, my
Oh, doing
Blood
1 to
100,
100?
yeah.
Yeah.
This guy has it at 60.
Whoa.
He said he actually has a lot of great things to say about the show. It's like the show's at its best when it's focused on Violet interacting with new people and writing letters, which is the whole show basically. So I don't know why he's like.
Yeah, well.
And then he's like, it's at its worst when it's focused on flashbacks or the war in general. Which is the stuff I
Bro,
was.
no, the second
This is
half.
the stuff I wanted from the show. What do you mean?
The second half is like the best thing of the show. What?
And it's way too
Oh,
melodramatic, which I can kind of get. The music kind of like, I really love the music, but sometimes it feels like it's forcing it in. I really wish
I
just allow
kind of
you
get that with episode 5 because, like I said, I don't care about the main plot in that one all that much. So when they're kind of
See, it
blasting,
depends on
music,
how
it's
much
like,
you care about the plot. Like like the music will really help you, but like without any of
see,
your biases, it feels like it kind of forces it in sometimes. I
see,
really feel like
when he uses it in
some of those
episode
moments are
9, 10, and 13, I think he
oh,
uses it
yeah, those
really, really
especially
well.
really work. Yeah.
Those are so, especially the song they play in the Let's compilation. Like I said, my favorite scene in the show, the song they play in that adds so much. It's a rendition of the outro that adds more to it, and it sounds
Okay.
so good.
At least this
Do you
guy's
know
like
the,
okay. At least this guy's like episodes 7 and 10 are really good. Yeah, they're really good.
okay, true. I don't top
Uh,
3 for me, so yeah.
and
But
he's
yeah,
like, I like some others, but they always end up being really annoyed by some lines or storytelling decisions, which I kind of get, but not at this extreme.
kind of
level.
vague though.
Yeah,
Kind of
exactly.
vague.
It's a
Yeah.
very short review, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And
But yeah, no.
but also there's also the first half of this review which I forgot to read. Where it says Violet has a really nice development throughout the series. Oh, I agree, sure, but I can't feel invested in her every time because every time I remember she's supposed to be a 14-year-old girl with metal hands who
How does
was who was actually a super soldier back in the day of the war.
how does that remove you from being able to take it seriously? She's still a person.
The whole point is that
I don't
she's
get that.
regaining her humanity.
Exactly.
So,
How
like,
do you? Okay, that's a dumb point. That's essentially just saying, "Oh, I don't like the concept, so I don't like the show."
yeah, well, I'm just gonna. This certain concept didn't really engage with me. I'm gonna disregard the whole show. It's so weird.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
But
like
yeah,
she takes out 10 enemies with. Okay, I agree. Like with karate
I
multiple
guess.
times in the show, like it's nothing.
I find it badass, but fair enough.
It's super. And these things are not. But this is like one problem with the show. And like a couple things I kind of agree on, but on a lesser extent. Like this doesn't bring down the show entirely.
Yeah, no.
And these things are not unusual for anime. But in this particular show,
No.
they're completely out of place.
I mean, Full Metal Alchemist is fair action. Just to plug that.
And then the next like a review or so down, it just says Kyoto Animation, I love you. So like
what a contrast.
yeah, and then
Anyway,
there's reviews like 6 out of 10 where they say they simply beg you to cry, but nah.
But
What?
I don't think they force it. They get you emotional.
I mean,
sure,
yeah, the
but
music sometimes enforces it, but like
it's an emotional show, you know.
yeah.
I don't know. It's not. I kind of hate the argument that obviously I advertise like when I try and talk about the show to people, I'm like, oh yeah, it's really sad because it is really sad. But also, I don't want to make it seem like that's all there is to the show. I love the show because of the thematic depth and because of
I
Violet's
feel like
arc
because
and
people
because
with
of
the
how.
lower ratings just really don't understand the more subtle and just like simple nuances of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I feel
Yeah,
like there's a whole argument to be made about writing and how complex writing doesn't really need to be complex all the time. Some of the best
yeah,
stories are simple stories, but what's complex
exactly,
about them is the way the lines are said and the way the context are
exactly.
given. Some of my
Yeah, and
favorite
I'd
movies and
argue that
shows are
Violet
very
can go
simple.
in.
Like
Yeah,
it's not very hard.
I'd argue in some episodes Violet goes into a lot of complex stuff. Like,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
it makes us kind
Think
of
about how many moving parts are in episode 9. How many layers there are to that episode.
see if
From
you're
the super
looking at
depressing stuff.
if you're looking at the show simply at a writing level, then
Yeah,
it's a pretty good show.
yeah.
But once you look at it on a visual level, it really adds a lot more to it. Like I explained in episode 7, they kind of show you rather than telling you
Yeah,
everything
there's so
about their
much good shit
relationship.
don't tell them. Like I
Yeah.
said, like the bench thing, the fact they don't, and how they, yeah,
And
so good.
and the meal and everything about
To me,
that.
everything they
You
start
can't
through
just
the vision.
express that through writing, just writing.
Absolutely not, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this that whole thing. And so when I see reviews like this 5 out of 10 saying, I'm so tired of Kyoto animation material getting a pass on being shoddily written with the fact that they look nice, it's just wrong.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah,
they
no.
just simply look nice. There's like a point to it all.
Anyway, okay, we're almost at like 2 hours, and we should
Yeah.
probably talk about the movies, including Joker.
Oh! Oh
Yeah, we
boy.
got a lot. I'll talk about okay. The first movie I don't have. I love the first movie, but I also don't have as much to
I
say
don't have
about
much
it.
to
It's
say
very.
about it.
I'll say my stuff.
It's good.
I just think it's really nice. Really, there's
It's
not as much to it as like out of
for the
every like.
extended length time they got in. I wish we could have spent more time, like, with Amy, just like instead of just like the
Yeah,
whole
fair
her
enough.
getting it, because I feel like getting adjusted to school, like I get that aspect, but I feel like we don't need to like super drag that along, and I feel
Yeah,
like
no, I like
I
how the
want to
story's
learn,
told
like if they're
because
gonna be doing the whole Taylor and like Amy disconnect thing, I wish we
yeah,
learned more about Amy and Taylor besides that one day that they
yeah,
were
fair enough.
together.
Fair,
And
yeah, that's a fair complaint. They only show one part of it.
it's
No,
not
I think
it's not like some other like one day interactions. This one just feels like you had the time to do it, so you could have done
yeah,
that.
they could have cut some of the portions of Taylor like in the mail carrying thing. Like that stuff's really charming. They didn't need to go on. I sort of
Yeah,
get
you're
that.
not a
But no, I
Ghibli
like
movie.
how
You need to be a bit more focused on that aspect.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. I like, but no, I like the main thing I really like is just I love how the story's told. Like the first half is Violet and
hmm
Amy, and that stuff's really nice. You see a lot of stuff growth with Amy, but then they reveal the stuff with her and Taylor, and the second half is focused on Taylor,
see, I
and you
like
get
it when
both
the
sides.
child grows up and like actually is not
Yeah,
like a super annoying
that
child throughout
stuff's
the whole
just really
thing.
charming. Her being
Like,
the mail carrier. Also,
yeah.
okay, this
I feel
movie
like
gets
I
extra
feel like
points to
the
me.
second half is also a bit of a drag because you kind of
Yeah,
like
I
you
agree.
really
It
need to
kind
cut
of
it
goes on
down.
too long, and they could focus on some more
Yeah.
stuff. But also, I just find it really charming. She just goes around my boy Benedict and
hmm
delivers mail. It's nice. I don't know why I love Benedict as much as I do. I just find him
Benedict
really
is like
charming.
one of the most simple characters, but he's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
he gets like one important line in episode 12, which I love that line. But also, he doesn't do much other than that. But still, he's really fun whenever he
Yeah,
shows
I
up.
guess to
Is it close?
me, this movie just
Yeah.
really did feel like it earned that extended runtime for what it
Yeah, no, I
does.
kind of get it. It's basically just an extended episode, like an extended 1 to 6 episode, but with not as much growth for
See, I
Violet.
saw a couple of reviews saying that they watched this for the first time before the show, and I'm like,
Well, that's stupid.
that's dumb.
But yeah,
And
no,
there's a lot
out
of
of every
lesbian
like,
comparisons, which I'm like,
no, that's
that's
just
just not
no,
true.
that's just weird. Like,
Besides the bath scene, that was kind of like, okay, that's a bit
oh,
gay.
yeah, that seems kind of weird, but also I can kind of defend it in a pretentious way because I can
hmm
be like, oh, she's not open to people, but she's open to Violet, very open now. You can think of it like that. I know that's very pretentious, but
That
that's how I
is
think of it.
so.
I like don't know, I like the portions of Amy and Violet a lot. They're just sweet,
Yeah.
and then just Taylor and Benedict. It's a really sweet movie. It's not depressing much apart from them being separated, but it's really nice. It's like I said, it's way less focused on Violet and more focused on these two new characters. But also, I really like these two new characters, so it works really well.
Yeah,
It's basically like I was gonna say, an extended episode, like 1 to 6 episodes, but with less growth for Violet because Violet's growth is for the next movie. But
that's for the next.
yeah,
With this movie, I'm like,
it's
it's okay. It's mostly the
I
reviews
don't
that
know.
bother me. They're just like, The third review says, and reader, they were lesbians. The first 40 minutes are so
No,
gay.
that's just Letterboxd users being like, "Ha, it has to be gay." Like, no,
Fight Club's
but
not gay. It's not.
let stop. That's such a terrible interpretation. That's basically just saying the guy's in love with himself. Like,
Oh,
no.
well, that spoils the movie, but yeah, the whole thing.
Oh yeah, sorry, Fight Club spoilers. You can put that up or something.
Yeah, it's
Sure, watch Fight
red
Club.
alert.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Red alert.
it's
But
weird that
yeah,
people.
movie one is nice. Not one of the best Twilight Evergarden things, but I like it a
I
lot.
feel bad for Shadow. He
I
watched
like. Okay,
Fight
I've
Club with
got
knowing the
some
twist.
notes for it. I like the line
No.
"Say my name whenever you're lonely" that Amy says to Taylor. That's a really nice line.
That's nice.
But yeah,
No,
and
I was
then
just saying, I feel really bad for Shadow. He watched Fight Club knowing the ending, and I feel really bad because I feel like
shit.
I remember when I first watched it and I didn't know the ending. It was so cool because you get
No,
I
it
love
is. Yeah,
that.
but no. A few more notes on the first movie because I have a lot to say about the second movie, and I just want to get onto that.
We
But
want to
no,
get there.
yeah, I like. There's one neat bit they do where you see Violet braiding, Amy braiding Violet's hair, and then Violet does that to Taylor, and it's kind of them passing on that connection they got because they've both known Violet for an extended period of time, even though they had a closer connection themselves. So sort of through Violet, they've rebuilt that connection. I find that really neat, and then the whole ending bit with the letter is just really really sweet. It's a really sweet movie. It's just not overly complex, like a lot, not complex, but overly like as in depth as some of the other Violet stuff. But I still like it a lot.
It is
Yeah.
okay. I've been thinking about dropping it to 6. It's just fine. Like whatever.
Yeah.
I enjoy it in the moment, but it's not very super in depth. But yeah, I hate these reviews. Top review, like the most top review says Portrait of a Lady on Fire for Children. Now, if you don't know what,
that's so inaccurate.
do you know what
That
that
is
movie
so
is?
inaccurate. I've seen Portrait of a Lady on Fire. That is
Oh
so
yeah,
inaccurate.
you have. Yeah, okay. Fuck,
Yeah,
I forgot
it
you
was.
have.
It was. I remember I watched it after Lady and the Tramp 2, obviously.
What?
It was a January Disney sequel log.
Hold up.
No.
Now I need to pull up this log history. We're going to brief
Okay. It's going to be next to a Disney sequel.
Okay, so
Anyway, speaking of hating reviews for movies, people's interpretation of the second movie is so bad it annoys me so much.
it is.
Like,
This is. If you think the movie is about a pedophile, then you're clearly missing the point.
absolutely. People are like, oh, Gilbert and Violet reunited, so Gilbert is no. They had a close connection. Did you not watch the show and see what their connection was like there?
Yeah, okay, this top review. One of the top reviews is I found this to be a very disappointing end to Violet's character arc. She spent the series helping other people to cope with loss and find closure. Yep. And by the end, she felt like she was ready to move on and live with her life too. This is such a great place to end things. But it feels like this movie backtracked on all of that growth so he can get almost a reunion.
Also, okay, can I just say, people are the Gilbert and Violet in the movie all gross, but then episode 5 has that but worse. That's one thing that freaks me out in episode 5. Like, I know shows like set in ancient times, or not ancient times, but a while ago, but still, it's weird. I don't like it.
There's a Hester review that says he should have died at work.
Oh, no, but the show still works. Okay. Can I explain why the Gilbert coming back decision is not a cop-out whatsoever?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because basically the whole conceit of this movie is that, what the whole point is, the whole show is kind of about letting go and finding a new identity. But that doesn't mean that you can't hear from Gilbert's perspective that like, how do I say this? That this is all about him dying necessarily. It's about her detaching himself from him. Yeah, and learning more about the relationship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also being able to live without his orders. It's more about her being able to live without his orders than being able to live without him. Also,
not live without him, like as in a romantic thing.
Exactly, because she's still.
I think that's where people get misconstrued because they think of it as like romantic or some shit.
Literally. Okay, really by the end. Did they miss the final line of the show where Violet's like, "I still believe you're alive and you still mean a lot to me"? In that final letter, did they miss that? Also, okay, let me just explain why people being like, "Oh, why did he come back? He was meant to be dead." It's stupid. First of all, they set that up so many times in the show. The amount of times they mention the fact they never found a body, the amount of times Violet says she still believes Gilbert is alive, it makes sense that he's here. I don't get why people complain about that just on a basis of not liking the idea when it's still executed really well. It annoys me. But yeah, Gilbert coming back in this movie leads to really, really interesting character stuff, where they build on his stuff in episode 13 really, really well. Okay, okay, so there's a lot of this movie before they get to the island with Gilbert that I like a lot. I just like seeing all the characters in the future. Like it's set 4 years after the show. This movie. This is more of a like a big epilogue movie. You see Erica moving on and doing stuff. There's
Mm-hmm.
Virus and Hodgins. It's all really nice.
That
That
was
future
nice.
stuff.
That's neat.
Yeah, I love all that. But
Um,
then also you find out Gilbert's mother is dead, and there's really, really good bits with Gilbert's brother in this, of her and Violet. Like Violet brings flowers
yeah,
to
like
Gilbert's
and
mother's
that
grave.
later becomes like how she's replacing him in a way since he's not there, and how
Yeah,
he wasn't even
exactly.
able
She's
to
doing his
face to come
duties
back. And
for
it's
him.
like,
Yeah, it's so good. But then, okay, this movie has two plots, and both of them make me depressed. Okay, so the main plot is Violet reuniting with Gilbert, which is really, really compelling. I'll get to that. The
see,
second
I
plot is about
like that they don't waste any time on saying, "Oh, he might be alive." No, they figure out he's
yeah, no, they
alive.
don't make it a mystery. He's alive. You don't need to waste time on that. It's just the thing now, and it makes sense. But yeah, no, the movie has two plots. One is Violet reuniting with Gilbert, and one is a child dying.
Yeah,
Look,
there's a thing about the show and just watching children die, and you know
it
what?
happens a lot. Or watching someone close
It
to children's
happens
life
oddly
dying.
like 3 times. I'm pretty
But
sure.
yeah,
Something like
the
that.
Oscar's daughter dies. Yeah, that happens.
Jesus,
But no,
there's a lot of children death
this
in the show. I gotta say.
basically the stuff with that child is the reason that I call this movie the most depressing Violet thing, because it's so hard to watch. Like, but no, I'll talk about the stuff with Gilbert first.
Yeah.
I just really like all the reunion stuff because it's not immediate. The scene where Gilbert is just in the dark, you don't see his face right away, but he's talking to Hodgins about all of his regrets, is so good. Because Hodgins is like, why didn't you come back to her? You see how much Hodgins cares for Violet there. You also see Gilbert didn't come back because he didn't care about Violet. He didn't come back because he thought it was hurting Violet, and he didn't want to do more damage because that's the way he saw it. And I find that so interesting in contrast to Violet's arc, because both were flung into completely different lives after the tragedy that happened that kicked off the show.
See,
But
with
Violet
Gilbert,
from
he'd
that
rather ignore his guilt than face
exactly,
it,
yeah.
whereas Violet has to
Exactly,
face it and like carry that weight, and that's
and it's
why
so good
like
because
Hodgins feels
yeah,
so bad. And another scene is like when fucking Gilbert's brother even blames Hodgins for being like, "You're controlling her
God,
life," and it's so fucking depressing. Like,
yeah. But no, I just find it really neat because
see,
Violet's whole
if
thing
you're
the most
thinking this is a pedophilic shit, if you're even thinking of it that way, this movie, if you're interpreting it that way, this movie kind of goes against that, where like we see all the men in her life, or like all the people that supposedly commanded her, now like in distraught, if realizing how much
yeah.
damage they've done
I
to
just
her.
don't
Like
get how
that's the
you
whole
read
point.
it as that. Really,
It's definitely
like, how
like.
did you miss the whole show?
Did you miss like the whole point of the definition "I love you" doesn't just mean romantic? It
It's
means
obvious. Yeah,
so
I think
many
it's quite
things to
clear.
like so many
It's
people.
quite
That's
clear
like the
from
most
the
like
very
clear
start.
message of the whole film. How do you fucking miss
Yeah.
that? It is
Also, that's
absolutely
like a clear
mind-boggling
point in the
that people
show. Like,
forget this. It's
yeah.
absolutely
Also,
insane.
the show is
Like,
like
oh my
barely
god.
ever focused on romance. The only time it is in episode like 5, and I guess technically episode 11. But that's it, really.
Well, episode
There's not
11
much.
in quotations where it's like
Yeah,
he
it's like
fucking
the
dies
guy's
before he
woman.
could even
Yeah,
like make
yeah,
life with this woman.
yeah,
So like,
exactly. But no, it's not a thematic part of the show, so I don't get why people read it as that, really. But no, just okay. I love one of the other things I really love. I forgot to mention this. The way this movie opens is so cool. So they open with the granddaughter of Anne, like way in the future, and she still has the letters that Anne's mother sent her, and they use that. They use that
they
in
use
one of the
that
endings
as a way to like tie back everything and
to show
thematically.
Violet's impact on the world,
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
so neat. And how they just tie that into the ending stuff. I also just love like the progression in this movie. Like they have like a natural expansion of the world. Like the auto memory doll service isn't really needed anymore because people can write on their own and there's new technology.
See,
That's
that
really
has like
neat.
a whole future aspect that like
Yeah,
life
and
is moving
it gives
forward
like a
now.
reason for all of the characters to be moving on. And it's not
Yeah,
like in a sad way.
and then
It's
the
just
formation of the Eiffel
continue.
Tower and shit, like that all ties
Yeah,
back
because
together. It's super
in
cool.
the other movie that's not built, but in this it is. Oh, it's so good. Also, okay, there's also a payoff where Oscar shows up and you see him. He has a play now. I love that part. It's just a nice thing they do. They do a lot of really neat payoffs in this.
Yeah,
It's kind of fan servicey, but also this is the big like swan song for the show. Really,
yeah,
it
especially after
makes sense.
the that whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And insert shadow copy and paste about Kyoto Animation
Oh,
studio burning.
how did I not mention that the previous movie? These movies, okay, I love the visuals of the show already. I spoke about that, but these movies are upgraded to such an extent. They're so gorgeous to look at. So,
Yeah, especially considering
uh,
like what happened in between the productions, how that
yeah,
first movie
exactly.
came out in order to sort of fill for time while they're trying to
Yeah,
recoup from all the damage of the fire that happened that killed like
yeah.
over
God,
30
it's
people.
so impressive how well this came together in spite of all of that. Like,
Yeah. It truly feels
yeah,
even more impactful with that context and that
yeah,
they
exactly.
finally
Yeah,
are able to conclude this story that you think
yeah.
should have ended with the series, but no, you get to understand why Gilbert feels bad because he feels like from his perspective that
See,
he's
yeah, that's
controlling her.
what's so
There's
neat
that one
about this
scene
movie.
where they're in the trenches and then she's in front of him and he's like hiding and it's like, what have I done to you? Like, what have I?
I
Why I
love
do
that scene
this?
so much
And it's like,
because it
no,
sets
what did
up
I do?
Gilbert's whole
Did
complex.
I do something wrong? And she'd rather blame
Yeah,
herself than like see
yeah.
through what Gilbert is
And then
thinking right now.
And then Gilbert ends up doing the
Yeah,
same. He ends up blaming himself for Violet's condition, being like, "I didn't see her as a toll," but he's worried that, like, she thought that he saw her as a toll, and then that's the whole reason why he didn't want to return because he didn't want to face all of that, and he thought he was hurting Violet. But really, they were in opposite positions. Gilbert wanted to throw it all away and live a new life, and Violet kept it all, but continued to live her new life. It's such like neat contrast because if they didn't bring Gilbert back, you wouldn't get the best stuff in this movie. So people saying
yep.
that was a bad decision is stupid.
In fact, this movie
I
wouldn't
just
exist without him, technically.
exactly, and also like you. Gilbert obviously is a big part of the main show. He's the whole conceit of it. He's the whole thing for Violet's grief.
Yeah.
But also, you don't get much of him as an individual character. You get the flashbacks where he's important to Violet, and you get that one scene in episode 13 which sets up this movie, which, by the way, gives more reason for this movie to exist. The payoff of that, come on. But then, like, this movie explores Gilbert on his own more, and I find that really neat. He's such an interesting
I
character in
love when
this.
this show
The
goes into different perspectives on this whole thing. It's fucking
Exactly,
cool.
exactly. And you get it from Hodgins' perspective and from Gilbert's brother's perspective, and it's so good. One
Gilbert's
of my favorite
brother, and then
scenes.
like the whole like family aspect and how he kind of left
Yeah,
that
yeah.
legacy behind. Couldn't even see his mother.
And also that ties into the 12-year-old plot, which makes me depressed. But no, but then, one of my favorite scenes in this, because of how depressing it is the bit after Hodgins like finds out Gilbert doesn't want to see Violet's face. So he doesn't want to face all that stuff that he thinks he did to her. And then Violet goes up to try and talk to Gilbert, and he's just standing in front of a fire, ignoring her. And she's like, Major, please talk to me. Please say something. And she's just distraught because she's finally thought that she got him back, but she can't. She can't talk to him. He's pushing it all away. And it's so sad because he thinks that he's been able to move on, but really and the fact that they show him in front of a fire, I think, helped with this. Really, he has also been burning, just like the whole thematic thing they
Yeah.
do
Oh
with
my
the
god, I didn't think about that,
yeah
but yeah.
yeah. I thought about that on my second viewing of this. I think it's really neat. Just how, and the fact they have that in a scene where he's at his most vulnerable, being spoken to by the person he's neglected even thinking about up until this point. I find that all really neat.
His thought process is that running away from it would just fix
Yeah,
everything in of itself. But
which is
no.
the exact opposite of what Violet does. Violet
Yeah.
confronts it head on, and that helps her in order to move on. And that's how this movie ends for Gilbert. But I'll talk about that in a second. Do you want to talk about the scene where the kid dies?
Oh god, that anyway,
It's
that whole
basically
kid aspect, I thought initially was like, oh, we're doing this again. Well, why are you inserting it into this movie? But no, the like you get like how he sort of like is ignoring his brothers and his friends and his
exactly
family because
because he's worried about how he's going to affect them, just like Gilbert. Like that's
yeah.
another thing. It does the show thing where it has a really compelling story on its own, but it also ties that really well
Yeah,
into what in the
we see
show's
him
case will
like
be
depend
Violet, but
on
in this
like
case it's the
Violet try to
Gilbert stuff.
like communicate this, but now like through the use of the phone, the future, like what will happen
Yeah,
next, and we
yeah,
get to
and it's
see
just
how like
yeah,
he can just verbally say it, how he can feel comfortable saying it,
yeah,
how
yeah.
above all, any sort of communication is just more important. Not
And
just
just even
writing.
if you,
And that
I don't,
emotional
obviously
honesty
I love all the
with
thematic
like
stuff there.
the sound and the words is just much more
Yeah,
important to be able to
yeah,
forgive, to fully realize. But also the letters still help even then by
yeah, because
Gilbert to
he
his
writes the
parents.
letters like to
Yeah.
them like individually. Okay, and even like without all the thematic stuff there, that stuff's just so good, even if it fucking kills me to watch. Like it's so emotionally effective how they do it all. They're all slowly being built out with his brother coming in and him getting to talk to
See, a
them.
lazy
You know,
show would just be like, oh, this cute kid, now he's dead.
yeah, but
It'd
no,
be
they have
something
it.
like
They have it be.
Stanley's Cup, but no, this is just like
Yeah, they have
actually
it be
depressing.
like a preteen kid who's emotionally mature enough to know how to
Yeah.
identify emotions. But it's also like he's still a kid and he's still leaving his family behind, and it's so like miserable to watch. And then that's like comes immediately after the really depressing scene where Gilbert just throws it all away and ignores Violet. It's such like a fucking double like hit in the guts with both of that. But it's like really thematically important that both of those
I
come
haven't
back
even
together because
mentioned
it.
like about how I really like the village itself that Gilbert lives in.
Oh
See,
yeah,
yeah,
no, I love that
with
stuff from
Gilbert's
Gilbert.
village, we see that like them throw away what was like the thing into like the cliff. I forget what it was.
They throw away like things in order to get good luck, don't they?
Yeah, no,
Like, oh,
something about like how they may have died on the battlefield and they never came back, but now they can
yeah,
fulfill a
they
tradition.
do it as a sign of respect for like
Yeah,
pushing forward to the future. Yeah,
pushing
that
forward to
stuff's
the
neat. Yeah,
future, and then
yeah,
everyone like sort of walks away, and yet he still
yeah,
stands. That's
yeah.
such a wonderful visual about how
That is
like
such a good visual.
he's
Like,
stuck within this space and he can't
yeah.
really move away from it.
Yeah, that's the thing. The movie utilizes its really good like animation and visuals really well. There's a lot of parts that are really creative thematically, visually that I love in
Yeah,
this.
and it's not outwardly like creative where we see different framework or some shit that a lot of
Yeah.
like modern like film tries to really hard like something like I can't believe I'm mentioning Saltburn, but Saltburn has like
Wait,
outwardly
what? How did
like
I know you were gonna say Saltburn just then?
okay, but yeah,
As soon as
Saltburn
you.
has such outward like cinematography and it's super expressive, and that works for certain movies and film and shows or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck. But sometimes the best shots in the world are the most subtle ones. They're like some of the best ever once it comes down to like the such simple blocking, the simple
Yeah.
meaning and context behind it.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Oppenheimer for me too. There's a lot of just like medium shots of just like a bunch of people, but what makes it investing is the music, the editing, and the way they
Yeah.
frame around the people itself. It's such this is that's what you call visual storytelling. It's
Yeah,
insane.
Violet Evergarden's really good at having good shots that
Yeah,
do visual storytelling. I mentioned the fist clench thing, but
yeah.
they have like bits where they zoom in on characters' eyes and stuff.
Yeah, eyes,
It's
and
just
then the
really,
way the eyes are also used later in the episode to reflect onto the message
yeah,
of the episode. And,
yeah.
it's super cool.
You
And
notice it even if it's not something you directly pick up on, you
yeah,
know?
see, if I were to rewatch it, I probably could break it down, but
Yeah.
we're at two
See,
hours
I've
and 11
rewatched the
minutes
show so
already.
many times, I just kind of notice that stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a neat contrast of it, you know? But
Okay.
that's kind of okay. That's all the depressing stuff in the movie. I market this movie as depressing a lot, and it very much is with the 12-year-old stuff. That just genuinely hurts to watch. And it's kind of the reason I don't like rewatching this as much as I love it.
Yeah, no, I
Plus the
don't
Gilbert stuff.
see. This is not like a movie I'd rewatch a lot. But also, I'm
No,
the
no.
same person that's rewatched Akira how many times?
Fair enough. Yeah, true,
Yeah.
true. But like, even as someone who adores the show, in spite of how depressing it gets, just suffered the 12-year-old kid and Gilbert
Yeah.
neglecting Violet is as much as good as it is, and it's some of the best Violet Evergarden stuff. It's a bit too much emotionally, which is not criticism at all. It's just
See,
like
without it, it wouldn't be as impactful as it is.
exactly, yeah.
See, I
But no,
love the additional context about how the world's changing, about how this is happening.
yeah,
Because
it
if we just
uses the
keep it
time
at like
jump
a
so
simple
good.
epilogue, then it wouldn't really feel like it deserves that whole movie aspect. But they
Yeah,
expand everything, and it
yeah.
would probably be
See,
done in like two
yeah,
episodes that
yeah.
would be done in a more simpler way.
See, okay,
Within this
I
format, it's
still
like so
really
much
like
better. Go ahead.
the other movie, but also it has like nowhere near the importance of this. This is so much
Well,
more
hell yeah, yeah,
grand.
obviously. Like,
Both in its both in
trying to
both in
compare
its
these two are just like so weird. Like,
Yeah, no, both in like that one's just basically an
Yeah.
extended side story, but this is just
Mm.
like obviously them bringing Gilbert back is a big thing, but just the fact there's a time jump, the fact that there's another plot about Violet helping someone in a terrible situation, all of it is just really captures a lot of what I love about the show, as
Yeah,
well
and
as
it forms it
adding
into like a
additional
movie
stuff.
format. Super cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It really is. It deserves the title of Violet Evergarden, the movie, because it really is just everything I love about the
I
show and
call
more
the
in a
other
movie.
movie just a really overly long, like 14th episode. I don't need
Yeah,
like.
it's I like it a lot, but also that is what it is. Yeah, it's a it's a really nice, solid episode, like extended episode, basically. But no,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Just the conclusion of this movie, I find so neat. A bit like Gilbert's brother is like, "Oh, I'll take on the responsibilities for you," and then he's like, "Go live your life with Violet," and then he calls out to her while she's at sea, and she goes swimming. She jumps into the ocean. Like that's a really beautiful shot as well. And then they meet on shore, and it's just so nice. Yeah. And again, if you
He
people
deserves
reading that
that sort of
weirdly in this,
retirement, but like he still has to
yeah, they
confront
both do.
that past, and that
Yeah.
you know you have to make some sacrifices even in retirement to do all
See,
those
that
things. It's super
reunion
cool.
just genuinely feels like everything that the show has been
Nah,
building
don't worry.
towards.
It's just
Like,
pretty. It's a pretty cheap reunion.
it's not, it's just everything that the show has been, like, obviously, that also counts for episode 13, but this is it from a unique perspective. This is it from Gilbert's
This
perspective,
is
and we get
what
so
this is
much.
what Violet meant by moving on.
Exactly. But, and also,
Did
this
they
makes,
realize that the letter is to him at the end of the show?
yeah,
And
exactly.
but like
And then this
but
expands
like
on
that
that.
still doesn't fully complete the cycle because she hasn't directly talked to him, and we
Yeah, and
need
also
that
they set up him being alive still, and they set up stuff with his character. This movie still needs to exist, even if the show is still a really satisfying package on its own.
exactly.
This adds so much. Gilbert is not as nearly as much of an interesting character on his own without this movie. Like you rewatch the show and you're like, fuck, with movie context, all the stuff with Gilbert is even more interesting. And in just the show context, it obviously really works. You know, you're more focused on Violet there,
It
but
just builds
having more,
upon that because we see him being like,
yeah,
"I care for you, and that I'll bring you in. I'll do no matter what." But now he's
yeah,
ran away because he feels like while he was helping her, he ultimately
yeah,
led her down that path. Which is why I
yeah.
think
Again,
seeing her train and be like manipulated or like just like sort of isolated and like mentally like capacitated by this whole military aspect of her life. I feel like that whole like training flashback would be really neat, and to see
yeah,
him
well, I mean,
react to that, that'd be
you get
interesting.
a bit
But
of
like
that in episode 8, but
just
yeah, yeah,
getting that like just him
yeah,
explaining that is perfectly fine with me, and I
yeah,
like it.
yeah.
It's
But
cool.
yeah, this is more of an exploration of Gilbert than anything, and it's a really good one. It just like obviously I already really love the grief stuff of Violet in the show. You know, it's the whole conceit of the show that I love. But this just adds so much more to all that. It's such a good movie. Yeah,
He
and
understood that
that's
Violet depended on him, but he feels like
yeah.
she can be strong enough to figure out on his own that he
And that's
felt that
literally
way.
confirmed by his brother, where she says to his brother, "I don't need orders anymore." She's still her own person, but also Gilbert still meant so much to her that it's good that they're reunited. They mean so much to each other, but
Yet
also they can still function on their own as people.
somehow the
Uh,
4 out of 10 review completely escapes me.
I just hate that review. Like the main thing I hate is people complaining about Gilbert coming back. Like, come on, it's set
Okay,
up. It works in movie
I'm gonna try to
context.
speed through this whole review.
How
It's
would you?
like
Okay, okay,
14
okay.
paragraphs.
Obviously, there's another movie, but how would you make a conclusive Violet Evergarden conclusion without having Gilbert in it? What would you do? You would just do episode 13 again, and you can't do that. So the only natural way to expand on the show is to bring Gilbert back,
Yeah,
and the
okay.
stuff they get from
See,
that is amazing. I love it.
okay, if
Yeah,
you watch Violet Evergarden, you know this love. We never know the extent of Major Gilbert's love until the sequel was created. And what did we learn?
exactly.
It's romantic love. That's what he says. It's so weird.
Just
And
it's
now we
so.
know
Well,
why young Violet aged 14 to 18 between the TV series and movie. Initially, Major Gilbert was established as a man who sacrificed his life for Violet to move on.
how do
In the
you
movie, we
misinterpret the
learned that
show
he's
this badly?
alive. Yeah, I don't know how
Mm.
he does that. So what? Him being alive doesn't mean his sacrifices didn't matter? No.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the fact that the show never puts emphasis on the fact that there's no way Major Gilbert can come back. It's the fact that the characters have lost him, not the fact that he's completely gone.
Is
Like,
it? Looking
he
back to
can
his
still
ending of
technically
the
be
TV
alive,
series,
and
why
while
does the prequel end with Violet looking surprised and then suddenly smiling?
yeah,
Is it because she found Gilbert? Well, in this movie, the scene where Violet finds Gilbert happens in a completely different way because she was with Hodges when all that actually happened, or maybe that was the prequel all foreshadowing. What does that matter? Like, I don't understand.
I
Like,
don't.
that's more of just her looking optimistic about the future in general, not like specifically looking at
Yeah,
something. Because
yeah,
this is what happens when people read too much into a story rather than think about the context or
exactly. No, I
the
just think it's people being
themes.
really
I mean, of course,
reactionary.
I
Yeah,
think themes is a pretentious way of describing it, but also
yeah.
themes are very important to a movie and to a
Exactly,
show.
and also
Yeah.
it's all about execution. If they executed Gilbert coming back stupidly, sure, complain about it. But also, it's not the fact that he comes back
Oh,
that is not a
you
problem
want
on
me to
its
read the
own
part
at
where he
all.
describes how it's a stupid way, like how he's alive?
It's
Okay.
not stupid. But
Okay, what
okay,
he
if
says
it's
is,
stupid, then
there are two questions raised when watching this revelation in the movie. Why did Gilbert go looking for Violet, and how did Gilbert become who he is?
but they
You,
aren't. They answer that. They literally answer that in his first scene. What are you on about? That's his
you
whole
don't learn the
character
answer
thing.
to these adequately in the backstory post Great War, and he just becomes a teacher. Gilbert
This
didn't
is so
even
stupid.
bother looking for Violet, let alone anyone else at
That's
the
the
end of the
point.
movie.
You're missing the point.
It is stated that Gilbert just wanted to live a new life, which makes Gilbert's even worse than insert random anime reference. I'm not going to say the reference because apparently it's like a ReZero thing. I don't know what that
Oh,
is.
okay.
Um,
Okay. I don't know
but
what
I
it
guess
is.
it's a bad comparison. He said,
Oh,
okay, he
that's
supposedly wanted to stop the non-existent pain he caused Violet by watching over her during wartime, which means he didn't understand or want to understand Violet's feelings for 4 whole years. What the fuck is this guy
see.
talking about?
See,
The
Xander,
whole
you're
point of
not
him
even.
isolating himself was to understand Violet's
They,
feelings right now, or his
it just
understanding of
feels.
it.
It genuinely feels like they just ignored most of the movie.
Yeah.
But no, see, Xander, you're not even as overly passionate about show as me. You watched it like last month. I've been with this show for almost 2 years. Think about like how stupid this
Yeah,
sounds
okay,
to
so
me.
what he says
Yeah,
is what else
yeah.
what also makes this even less sense is why he becomes a teacher. If he feels so
But
guilty about how he traumatized a child like Violet during the Great War,
wait. So
he
hold on. They say that they don't explain why he never found Violet, but then they mentioned that.
I guess he's saying
Wow,
like the explanation doesn't make any sense. When it does,
it
like
does.
it's
It does.
natural because that he's a teacher. Because
Exactly.
it's a way more
But
innocent profession than being a
see,
military,
okay,
like
I
general.
don't think they try and justify Gilbert not finding Violet. He's still in the wrong for that, but also it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not a complete. Also, I don't know if you can say it doesn't make sense for his character because we don't learn enough about his character to be able to say whether it would. And also, the one scene where we do get stuff about him as an individual is literally setting up that in episode 13. Come on.
Yeah. Granted, if Gilbert had maintained that shallow facade of his, that would mean his beloved Violet Evergarden would never learn how to move on from the man everyone presumed was dead and truly embrace his own growth as a human, rather than the
See,
killing machine that she thought he was.
hearing all these like stupid negative reviews only make the movie better for me.
Yeah,
So I just
exactly. I was
realized,
reading through this
yeah,
and I was like, are you retarded? Like,
yeah,
okay, I don't like to use that word, but are you retarded? Like, I don't
yeah.
know if, like, that should be justified.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's not. It's stupid. Yeah.
given
But
all the.
anyway, I think that's it for Violet Evergarden. We're gonna adore this show.
No,
Thank you for letting me talk.
yeah, but this review spot bothers me so much, and I wish I could get
Yeah,
more
it's
into
so
it.
bad.
But
Yeah.
I'll do it another time. I hate it.
Fair. We can talk. We can talk about it like another time. Wise. We've explained the problems of the criticisms and why this movie is not what some people say it is. It still has a 4.1 average, which is deserved. So
Yeah,
yeah.
because the rest of this review is describing how the language is actually meaning a romantic thing, and I just feel like you're reading a bit too deep, man. A bit too
I feel like
deep.
that. No, okay. I don't use this phrase often, but I feel like that's a you issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See, it's kind of like how people think we like. I remember this one dude commented on my Trollster review when I said there was a lot of incest in this. You're reading too much into it. It's just a kids movie.
What? What? Okay, who is being pretentious about Trolls 3?
I don't
This is the
know.
okay.
I
Come
mean,
on.
but yeah, there is a lot of incest in the movie. There's butt slapping, and they're like really in love
So
with
yeah,
their
when you were
brothers and
talking about that, I
sisters.
thought that was a joke, but I guess
Nope,
not.
nope. The incest counter is quite large, actually, surprisingly.
Uh,
I
is
don't
it
want to think
higher than the
about that
one in
movie.
Joker? This is the transition because okay, I think I'm done talking about Violet.
Ugh.
Thank you for
Whew.
giving me the opportunity to
Oh
talk
boy.
about this. I was very satisfied to go out.
That's 2 hours and 22 minutes of my Evergarden.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I know.
Oh, my body hurts. Fuck. Just me
Yeah.
sitting here. Ugh.
And Adam gave Robot Dreams 10. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for letting me talk about that. It was great to hear your perspective and all that, and just to be able to get that all out.
Yeah, it's a slightly flawed show, but I enjoyed aspects of it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was good. It was certainly good. You know what's another pretty good movie?
Argyle?
I was gonna say Portrait of a Lady on Fire, but sure.
Okay. So Portrait of a Lady on Fire. No.
Anyway, you were saying earlier about how your log date for this was super weird. I looked at it. So you started with Epic, 2013.
Yeah. That was when I was watching the Blue Sky movies for some reason.
And then Rio 2. And then that's when you watched Portrait of a Lady on Fire. So
yeah, okay, I guess it wasn't Disney sequels. I guess it was Blue Sky.
Yeah, and then you were like, "My God, what a beautiful movie!" And you were like, "All right, time to boot up the Lego Ninjago movie."
And then I was like, "Okay, next month let's watch R.I.P.D."
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about your fucking weird logs later. But you know what's a pretty good movie? All of Us Strangers is a really good movie. I know. Anyway.
Okay, let's talk about Taxi Driver now.
All right. I mean, it's practically the same thing. So, Anyway, I want to take you all a bit back in time right now. Go back to the year 2019 when Josh was fat, and when Parasite released, when a lot of great movies released that when I forget how old, that I didn't watch. But you know what's a movie I really want to watch in 2019? Little Women.
So I do another subversion. Okay.
Wait, I already did an episode on it. It's a great movie, by the way.
Oh yeah, you did.
Maddie B, I really enjoyed you on the podcast, man. I wish you could come back.
Oh yeah, you got him on, didn't you?
Anyway, a movie I really want to see in 2019 was
Joker.
Yeah, sure. So Joker, right? The whole thing about Joker was that it was kind of the biggest deal in 2019 for some reason. When the trailers were initially coming out, everyone was excited. It's like, whoa, a new interpretation of Joker. And it reminded them a lot, like, oh, it's going to be as good as the Heath Ledger Joker. And then more as the release date came closer, the review embargo came out. And then people were sending up fucking security at Joker screenings. That's when that shit was happening. And the discourse was the most mentally insane shit I've ever seen for a movie that is actually just... It's good. Like, what's going on? And... At first, people thought this was gonna be a big flop. It's gonna be a big ass flop, and it was like, it's an R-rated movie. We can't allow our kids to see this demented shit. It's gonna make people shoot up schools and shoot up theaters, and that's why there was security set up. And I was like,
this is not
even even though I was really dumb in 2019, I was like, there's no way it's that fucking like controversial. It's made by the same director as wait, why was I about to say The Holdovers? I really like the movie.
Because it's always in your mind, I guess.
The Hangover. Like, this is the same dude who directed The Hangover.
Wait, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Todd Phillips. Todd Phillips is has a fucking insane filmography if you look at it.
What the hell? This Joker stands out so much here. What the hell?
Yeah, so he made the Hangover trilogy, Due Date, fucking Road Trip, the movie with Tom Green.
All of these look like the same movie apart from Joker.
But then suddenly we're like, oh yeah, he made Joker. And that kind of comes through the movie because I feel like this movie's kind of carried by production design, to be honest.
Visually it looks really, really good. I like
visually it's a lot of it. Fine, like directing wise, but like from a production design standpoint, the way Gotham looks, the way the music is made is absolutely brilliant. I love it.
See, I think it does a really good... One of the main things I really like about, like, weird, like, technically, is when it's, like, really bleak, it does a good job of capturing that. There's a lot of, not dark lighting, but grey lighting. But then when there's, like, a scene where Joker's or Arthur's
See,
doing
the few
something.
good visual elements is it certainly looks like he has depth to its image, but one of the few
Whenever
like
he's on the
great
Murray show, the
motifs.
lighting is a lot brighter.
Yeah, no,
You
and
notice
then
that?
some
Yeah.
scenes are like super hyper exposed, and you can't tell if it's like reality
Yeah.
or not. Like when he's dancing, like while dyeing his hair green,
Yeah.
and that whole thing. There's a lot of subtle choices that are made that are pretty good. I don't really like Todd Phillips as a director, but he made some good choices here. I fucking hate the
Okay,
Hangover trilogy.
knowing that, okay, I've seen parts of The Hangover 2 and it's so unfunny. but
It's one of the worst sequels I've ever seen. I like
but yeah,
the first
knowing that he
Hangover.
made those makes this kind of more impressive. Like he went from that to this, like that.
Yeah, like he actually put effort in the script. Like,
Yeah.
my Blu-ray had a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff on it, and I went through it, and I really like the whole production design of it and the soundtrack, because the soundtrack was actually made before the movie started shooting, and
Oh, okay.
so, the whole dancing sequence actually, Joaquin Phoenix, he heard the music, and then he realized, let's do this dance. He didn't. It was entirely improvised, and he did the whole dance. There was no
Hmm.
like. It was not in the script. It was nowhere like anywhere what Todd Phillips thought would happen, but he went along with it, and it made it for a good choice in the movie.
Yeah.
Hildur Govardharkin, whatever her name is, her soundtrack is really good, and the way music is used in this film is kind of very expertly used.
Well, when there's a yeah.
Yeah, do you know the YouTuber Sideways, right?
Oh, I've heard of him. Yeah, I've heard of
Yeah,
the name. I think I've heard of him from you mentioning him.
yeah, he's
So
really cool, like music director. He could explain this music theory stuff way better than I could. But the way that the original soundtrack was made is that it's like this sort of like soundscape. There's not really a definitive like superhero stuff because it's trying to disassociate from that stuff. If there's only one theme that Joker does have, it's the scene, the one that plays whenever he's like going through something really sad or something.
yeah, no. Well, there's like whenever there's a big dramatic moment, there's really good dramatic music in the background to highlight that, and yeah,
They replay it in
yeah,
different ways, like when he's
yeah,
like after he gets really after we see that girlfriend reveal. There's like this
yeah,
really loud dun, dun, and it can
yeah,
be
and then
obnoxious,
there's
but
a
it's
cut
not
to it.
super good.
Yeah,
Uh,
and then when
yeah,
when Mario makes fun of him, they play that as well. I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
Just like really dramatic storytelling. They play that.
And
It's
see,
great.
people criticize this movie for being kind of either too unrelated to the Joker or too close to the Joker. And
See,
I think
that's
part
what.
of that comes from the music itself because it does remind you of the Dark Knight score, which has that similar type of sound,
Yeah, yeah,
but
true.
then it
Actually, yeah.
also is trying to not be close to that, so it feels like a really weird type of feeling where it's like, well, why isn't it more like this, or why can't it not be more like this? And it reminds you too much of, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to bring up the Scorsese argument. The Scorsese
Okay.
argument is one of the most retarded things that you can say about this movie, and it's a completely
Yeah.
invalid way of criticizing the movie
See,
because they're not really the
See,
same
okay,
thing.
that's the sort of thing I mentioned earlier, where you're just criticizing it because you don't like it in concept and not ignoring the execution. Like, just don't do that with media in general. It could be like, oh, I don't like this conceptually, but don't use that to judge an entire thing. That doesn't make
See,
sense.
I think Taxi Driver is way better at that isolation aspect, which is the only thing
Oh
that
yeah,
they're really
definitely.
similar at in
See,
terms
Taxi
of.
Driver, like the main character, and that just does not interact with nearly as many people. So
Yeah, no, the thing about Joker, it both got better for me and got worse, which is why the heart log happened.
okay,
And
that
plus, it
makes
was a
sense.
really hectic day. Like I was like watching a lot
Yeah,
of stuff.
fair enough.
I can't do the same way I do log stuff like I used to, like the way you used
Mm.
to. Like,
Mm.
see, watching two
You
movies in
can't
one
watch.
is just
What do you mean
exhausting.
you can't watch Portrait of a Lady on Fire in Rio 2? Shame on you, Xander.
Yeah, I know, shame on me. But when I was watching it, I was like, wow, I appreciate this way more. But at the same time, like certain elements still bug me about the movie, and it
See, okay,
overall,
what you mentioned about how it's like disconnected from how the Joker usually is one of the things I find really cool about it. Because
yeah,
in most stuff, the Joker's like, oh, his thing is that he amplifies
he's just the
chaos and
same as
destruction.
chaos.
Yeah, and
And
see, he still does that in this, but it's more about how broken he was, not broken like Jared Leto Joker, but how what led him to that path. And we see the character stuff with Arthur before that, and that's more interesting than when he actually than like just him being the Joker. It's more about the journey, and when we get there, it's like, oh, that's neat. They're tying it back
Yeah, by
into classic
comparing
Batman
like
stuff.
other movies, it just really doesn't deserve that. It takes
Yeah,
elements of
no,
King of Comedy. It takes specifically the part about idolizing your idols, but it goes in a completely different
yeah,
direction
Murray,
because
yeah,
Rupert
yeah.
in that movie, he's stuck in this idolized version of what he thinks of Jerry Lewis, his character. But in Joker, his perception of Robert De Niro's character is completely shifted by the end. You know,
Yeah.
during that whole iconic scene, which is one of the best scenes in the entire movie. It's expert, like very good acting on both ends, and it's incredible. And then with Taxi Driver, it takes that isolation elements. So really, yeah, it's kind of a good thing that it takes from these movies in aspects. It doesn't
Taking
necessarily
inspiration doesn't equal ripping off, you know.
exactly.
It's
And
yeah.
I was going through the Ralph review of this movie, the now
Oh yeah.
deleted
Is that guy
or
supposed to be Alfred? Did you notice like halfway into my Isaac voice for that? I think it fits.
yeah. And see, in Ralph's Joker review, he's constantly complaining about how unoriginal, corporate, and confusingly cartoonish it is, which is completely unfair. He brings up about how it's trying to connect to a larger piece, but that's not really a problem. It's a good way of tying things together, seeing how innocence is brought into this bloody picture, like Arthur's abuse that's taken into picture when he was younger, that he
Yeah.
like feels alone.
And
A
see
lot,
that him
yeah.
finding out about that is like what causes him to just completely go off the deep end.
And I feel like the worst
So
type of reviewers like Ralph, they take these clips out of context, and
yeah. I was
they do that a lot, which is something Cosmo
yeah,
does a lot, where they take these things out of context without understanding that this is a very core moment for a reason, for based on
see
previous
when
events.
I watched that review once, like 2 years ago, and the main thing I remember is he just contradicts himself in it a lot. Like he says one point and doesn't explain it, and then says another point that doesn't add up with that, and then also doesn't explain that. That's the
Hmm.
main thing I remember. Like at one point he's like, "Oh, the movie's too corny," but then this next second he's like, "Oh, it takes itself too seriously." Like, which one is it, Ralph?
I guess it's corny and how serious it is how he meant it, but he really badly presents it.
I don't think that works as a criticism though,
Yeah,
because it's
no, it
essentially saying,
obviously doesn't.
"I, I
I
personally
remember
couldn't
one
take
thing
it
he said,
seriously." Yeah.
where he says,
Yeah.
where he takes these side characters out of context, where he's like, "Oh, why did like fucking Arthur, friend like blame him for bringing gun?" And like you're kind of
Because
missing the point.
that guy,
Uh,
okay, that guy doesn't, that guy doesn't get much, but also it's just kind of shown that he doesn't really care, and he was just trying to save his own skin with that.
yeah, and then another thing is, he doesn't understand why Arthur bring the gun in the first place. The whole thing is that he wants protection from his
Yeah,
job. It's what he
yeah.
does. Like, and obviously it was a
Like, okay,
mistake. A very
the day before he brings the gun to the children's hospital, he literally got beaten up on the street.
yeah. Of course he wants to
So
like bring protection, and
yeah, and you see that literally after the children's hospital thing, he at first protects himself, but then he just kills the guys on this train. He tracks that one guy down, and he's like, I can kill people."
yeah. Okay, that whole scene. I feel like a lot of people complain about how it's comically like overly serious about how this whole world is great, but honestly. Like, let's be real. A lot of the side characters really act realistically, except for the Wall Street guys. I feel like they'd be a lot more just like commenting rather than like punching and kicking him, like in
Oh
the
yeah,
opening.
that part gets a bit. I feel I don't know. It would have
I
been
feel like it's a
more.
lot more impactful if they just make fun of him, and he's the
Yeah,
one that
if they
initiates the
were right,
violence. Because
if they were just
I feel,
realistic, obnoxious guys, yeah, that makes sense.
see, I feel like thematically this movie has connected with me way more because the whole thing is
Thematically,
that
it's good.
like uh Arthur is treated unfairly by society, but more like it's the systems that built upon it. Now, I wish they explored the whole class aspect better, because Thomas Wayne punching him in the face, I feel like is just a lot more of a degrading version of what could have been. I feel like they could have had a very like strong conversation, even more that could have. I mean, the conversation itself is good, but I feel like it could have gone further. And I feel like
Yeah,
it's a bit unrealistic for him to just punch him. I feel like he would have just called security or something. It'd be a lot more like
yeah,
both logical and both just reasonable, and based on his character would add a lot more dimension to him because you could have had a bit more about how, look, we're not trying to save assholes like you, and it's just like people like me or something like that. We could have added a bit more to how the rich view them, but we're kind of seeing it more from the poor perspective. And I feel like when these riots kind of start, I wish we kind of learned more about how Arthur's at first earnest way of revenge both turns into something a lot more malicious for other people, just like how society is kind of built upon this sort of aspect that we all have to be miserable. But now, like, the revolution isn't really going to be helping things a lot better. In fact, it's going to make things worse. It'll be like, see, if the poor get rich, then the rich become the poor, and the cycle continues. Yeah. And there could be a lot more to it. But for what it is, it's decent. Like, that's the main aspect of the movie I have qualms with. And that sounds a lot more logistical than whatever the fuck people are complaining about, like, when it came out. Because it just seems like they were being unfair to what it is, rather than dissecting what it was and what it means.
Thematically, the stuff they do a lot, but the stuff I mainly like with that is just how Arthur's driven that way by all the stuff that happens to him. Like, one by one, you see these awful events collide.
It's a bit comical the way it's like. It feels like it's going moment to moment that way, but at the same time, it makes sense.
Yeah,
just that I wish it was kind of paced a bit better in that way.
I mean, they do a lot of good setting up. Yeah. Like, they have at first, his mother's just kind of comments on stuff, but then we found out she was actually abusive. And since he's so far gone at that point, he just killed her.
Yeah. And another aspect I really like at the beginning is when the therapist is reading his diary, and among all the jokes. Really he says, "I hope my death makes more sense than my life." But the way he wrote it is sense, like the money sense.
Money.
And that's you can interpret that in two ways. Either he's just misspelling it, as you can see, like the way he crosses out the first way he tried to spell sense. But also, you can interpret it as part of the joke. Because I feel like part of this movie is funny intentionally, in a way where it's like, oh, well, shit, that's kind of funny, but also, fuck, he's completely fucked.
Okay, my favorite scene in the movie, the talk show scene, I find both really good dramatically, but also the part where he reads off the fucking stupid not joke I find funny, because they're like, Arthur, you can't say that.
Yeah, you can't say that.
No, you can't joke about that. Yeah, that's not funny, Arthur. I can quote that scene way too well.
Can say. Yeah, and these type of shows, it's so good.
Sorry, it's been a rough week, Murray. that one scene is so quotable. It's so good.
Yeah, but like that whole thing feels like okay, at least the main aspect. I feel like they could have tied the society aspect a bit more into how like they morph Arthur's perception of his power and how he feels empowered by them. I feel like they could have explored that more. But it's super good for what it is, especially that ending where he creates that smile. Because at the beginning, you see it's a super great opening where he. How the simple, like, okay, a clown or stand-up entertains him. It gives him something to aspire in a place where his own therapist can't sustain themselves in this job economy. A clown is his way of trying to make sense of his place in the world, and it's his only way to hide of his real life, which is depressing. And it's the only way he can make sense of his life. And fucking good. And I love the irony of this movie in a sort of comical way, and I feel like we've been too. I mean, of course, Phillips has said that he wants to disassociate from comic books completely, but this is kind of a very comic book movie. Let's be real; it's not.
It's kind of weird when they say that.
It's a very ironic tragedy in its way, and it's like the way.
I know some people complain about the Bruce Wayne stuff, but I also find it neat how they tie it.
I find that great because Arthur was affected by people around his life, and how he lost them, and how like he abused him. It literally like is part of the reason why he has that laughing condition. And
the laughing condition I find like really neat how they use that as like it's the Joker laugh, but they frame that in a context where it becomes really like tragic. I find that really cool. But then when he actually laughs, it's like in the show, it's really forced because his laugh is when he's uncomfortable. It's so good.
Yeah, and that allows him. See, this can be an empowering movie to some, but that's not the point. The fact that he's empowered by the wrong reasons, and that it brings up this whole revolution that could have been prevented if the rich weren't the rich as they are, and I feel that aspect, like I said, could have been expanded upon. But it's undeniable that the main aspect of this movie, Joaquin Phoenix, and the script that he's given, allowed him to bring the performance that he did, and discrediting everything else just for Joaquin's incredible performance seems very disingenuous, because he wouldn't have chose it. He literally said in the interview that he wanted to be part of this movie because he liked the idea that like the script was such a brilliant way to recontextualize Joker in a more systemic way, in a more just in a more like natural way. And its influences are worn on his sleeve, but in a good way. It doesn't rip off anything, and I think it's a great movie. I think it's just one of... And, it seemed like, at first people were like, oh, why did you give it a heart? Well, actually, I wanted to raise the movie. This was the whole secret behind it. It's an 8 out of 10. It's actually a great movie. I thought it was really fucking good. And you thought, oh, it'd be a 6 or 5 on rewatch. No, I'm not following into that propaganda.
No,
it's a good movie. It's a good-ass movie. I just rated it an 8 out of 10 now. It's a good movie. And I think the perception of it has just been kind of influenced by people dogpiling on it and the discussion around it for so long that you kind of forgot what the movie was actually like.
That was more prevalent when it first came out, and now, I don't know, it was divisive, I guess. But now I think people generally like it or really don't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the half stars for this movie on the top reviews are just comic.
They're hilarious. They're hilarious.
Yeah. Have you seen Lucy, the Letterboxd reviewer's half-star review? Oh, it's so funny.
There's one review, I don't remember what it was. It was like 1 star and it's really funny. It's like the first... It was like... It's like someone's first like drama or something. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Have you seen the Seinfeld review when it initially came out? That was funny.
No. Okay, this is a 1-star review from Joe. If you've never swum in the ocean, then of course a pool seems deep.
I mean, that's a funny review.
No, it's
not
funny.
For this movie.
It's funny. But also, the funny part is that it has 24,000 likes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And there's 1,800 comments. And also, by the way, this is the first movie that had I can't believe I'm saying this. The fucking, my buddy Eric this happened to my buddy Eric review. That's the top review.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of the most infamous reviews, because most people realize that was the origin for all those bad, like, terrible Letterboxd reviews that we associate today.
Wait, this is also the origin for the This Is My Black Panther copy-paste, though. This movie inspired me. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
The one that IHE put on Shaun the Sheep.
Yeah. Exactly. See, this happened to my buddy Eric, like, forever ruined the Letterboxd, and I see a couple of, like, Twitter posts where, the Oppenheimer zoom in stare is like, oh no, what have I done? And then it applies to, like, this happened to my buddy Eric review. Like, that's, like, what ruined the Letterboxd, which I feel bad for this guy. Closer Look Media, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to you.
To be fair, I take all those jokes over Fight Club jokes.
Well, I feel like that inspired those jokes, and then it led to the normies to make all those terrible reviews. This is what happens when, like, Shay fans and then people who like that review just, like, come together, and it just creates a cesspool.
I'm more annoyed by the people who like those reviews than the actual reviews. Because if it's an inside joke review, you don't get it. Stop.
Yeah.
Why do people like Carsten reviews? There's no joke. Carsten Joker linked around.
But yeah, no, okay. Lucy Letterboxd's review is like, rancid and vile, a rotting carcass, has no true direction and nothing interesting to say. For a comic book movie, it's a nightmare. As a real movie, it's a joke. It would be different if you had a clear drive behind it.
Even if you don't like it, I don't know how you can say it has nothing interesting to say. Because even if you have problems with it, there is inherently interesting stuff here. Like,
yeah, I've explained from my fucking heart that it's super good in aspects. And I still have qualms, which is why it's still an 8 out of 10. But I think I've appreciated this movie more as it's gone on. And I kind of fell into the crown where I was like, okay, it's not as... I mean, I've seen better movies like this. But you know what? I've come to my conclusion that it's a great movie. And while yes, it's not as good as the Scorsese movies it's inspired from, it's not a rip-off of them.
And
Honestly,
also
those
you
are better
don't,
movies.
and also yeah, also you don't inherently need to
Yeah,
compare it
I
to
don't need
that.
to compare it.
Two good movies with similar aspects can exist, and you can appreciate different aspects of them. Which is why I just don't get the constant comparisons people make. It's stupid.
And I don't know how people say like this doesn't have a clear drive behind it. Well, yes, like I feel it could have been paced better. I think the series of events lead one another in a very good way, and I love it. I fucking love it, and
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And then Silent Dawn's review, I think I find it funny to read now because
Is it a 5 out of 10 Silent
no,
Dawn's one?
it's a
Oh,
1 star,
oh, nice.
and it's funny to read because I've heard on his Twitter, like I've seen it going around. He sent multiple tweets before throughout like the past year that I followed him that he actually thinks it's a good movie now. That he thinks that it's gotten better in his mind too, which is surprising. So this is one of the few because he says a lot of the time that he sticks to his ratings no matter what. But no, he changed his mind on this. Which makes like reading this review so funny to read because he's like, what's most fascinating about Joker isn't the titular character, nor is it the landscape that he's placed in, which is not true. There's little, if any, detail to the performances or the setting that isn't already presented on a fundamental level, which is just entirely
Yeah.
wrong. I want to go a bit on the production aspect of it. So the production design, right? So all those trash bags you see, right? The way the trash bags were placed were different depending on the class level that like Joker was like walking around in. Like if it was like low class, you see trash everywhere. But then if you see middle class, they're kind of on the streets, and then you see trash that are being carried into like trucks when you go to the rich side of the area, and like you could there's a lot of visual effects shots actually if you look into behind the scenes and see the whole train. They just shot everything in New York, but then they CGI'd in these like dirty locations, these like abandoned logos and stickers and like fucking uh billboards, and it adds a lot to the atmosphere of the movie. It adds such a dirty feel, and
Yeah.
I remember the production designer was like, I based it off of when I first left New York in like 1981, when it was like a hot mess, when trash is all over the place, and so he
See, a
used
lot
those
of the times,
memories
like,
of like that old New York in order to inform of a 80s New
see,
York in this movie. It's super cool.
in like a lot of Batman media, they portray Gotham as, oh, there's a lot of crime, there's a villains. But also, this is pre like the Joker becoming a villain, so it makes sense that instead of a lot of crime, there's a lot of people who want to rise up and become criminals, which is why he has that whole clown gang.
Exactly.
I think it's neat how they like set that all up in terms of just this movie, and also in
I
terms
find
of
it really
linking it
funny that
to the
like
comics. Yeah,
Batman Begins similarly looks really dirty, but then you go to Dark Knight and everything's just a clean Chicago. Like that's really funny to me. Like they just
yeah.
abandoned that whole thing, which fine, fair enough. I don't care. It's
I, mean,
still
I
an
guess
excellent
the
movie,
Dark
but
Knight
like
has a different focus. You know, it's meant to be more cleaned up, but the Joker is making it less clean. It makes sense in that, I think.
yeah, I guess it's just such a
So,
drastic change. It was really weird, but
yeah,
oh well. I
yeah.
really need to rewatch the whole
And then the
trilogy.
Dark
Yeah.
Knight Rises is like what?
That
No, I should
movie's
rewatch that trilogy soon.
me too. I really wanted to too. But
Okay,
yeah,
I'll look like I'm doing it for the Chase Nolan thing, but nah, I just
no,
want to.
no, I
It's been
just
a
want to.
while.
I
Yeah,
have the trilogy on Blu-ray. I've seen
yeah.
Rises twice. I've seen The Dark Knight too many times. I've seen
Oh,
Begins a
I don't
lot
know.
too. But I
No, the
really
Dark
need to
Knight's
watch it.
like one of those favorites I just have not seen in a while, so I need to revisit that.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Back to this review. What you see is
Yeah.
what you get. Joaquin Phoenix, good, great. Water is wet. Next question. The slog of Todd Phillips' latest venture has one constant. This is a movie so desperate to distract the viewer from the fact that it has no original or even compelling ideas of its own, which is not true. Anything about class or race or mental illness has been discussed in other, better comic book movies that were not afraid
But
to
that
be
doesn't
comic
mean
book
it's
movies.
inherently.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it not being like a direct comic book movie. It's not afraid of being a comic book movie. It's kind of like it has a sense of irony to it. There's a sense of like a bit of comic style, even though like Todd Phillips was like, "This is a serious movie." There's still like depth to it. This is what you
Yeah.
call like slight camp. People forget what camp even means, but like the camp in Joker is like slight, but it adds a genuineness to it, and it's a bit like adds a bit more of like a style of irony to it. There's a
They
lot of
have it in
irony in the
like
movie.
the more goofy parts, like the Murray fantasy bit where he wants to be on Murray. I really like that part. You like
Yeah,
see him look at the the TV, and it's definitely goofy, but
Well,
it
and the way
reflects that.
see when the music fades in, that's when you know it's like a dream or fantasy, which is why
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I find it really cool how music is even transitioned into is a story in a way a storytelling device and to explain it like
Yeah.
oh maybe Joker is fantasizing this. Some people think the fantasy parts are like a cop out, but no. The only time where I
No, that
didn't like it is like the girlfriend reveal. You didn't need to show me all those scenes. Like she literally said,
it,
"Aren't you the guy from next door?" I feel like it didn't need to tell me as an audience. It felt like it was
yeah,
babying
it's a
me.
bit unsubtle that part.
Yeah, I feel like
See,
it was
I
babying
kind of
me.
like it in the way that it shows, like going back to those scenes, show how truly alone he was. But it is kind of unsubtle. I get that.
Yeah, I just
I
wish
don't
that we
know.
were allowed to interpret that on our own rather than
Yeah, yeah,
letting the
yeah.
film like baby us and like milk us like see this is the
Yeah,
main part like
yeah,
for the main problems I do have this movie I still think it's arguably great and I don't think it deserves all this fucking hatred. But yeah, this
absolutely.
second paragraph is super funny.
Yeah.
Sadly, what Joker demonstrates is a dishonesty towards commercial cinema, stumbling around as if any of us will remember those old-timey movies like Taxi Driver, The King of Comedy, or The French Connection. It rips out moments and characters straight out of those films, context included. Really? No?
Yeah.
No? I don't...
I mean,
Okay.
I haven't.
I've seen all three of those movies, and I don't remember a single mention or like something that reminded me of like even The French Connection. That
I've
movie's great.
seen Taxi Driver, but that was like almost 2 years ago. I remember it. It's just not as freshly. But
Hmm.
yeah. But I don't see how there are. You can name parallels, but I don't see once again how that's a problem
They build
inherently.
upon that in
Movie
their own way. Like, come
exactly,
on.
and it has its own unique stuff that Taxi Driver doesn't have. Just like Taxi Driver has stuff that Joker doesn't have. They're still different movies. Yeah.
Okay, sure, it looks pretty, but what's the point of it looking like Travis Bickle's Nightmare Odyssey if it doesn't dissect the space or character interrogate its interaction with our main character? Yeah, it mentions the dominance of media, but it's a satire of the talk show, how it's right political angle for 2019. Nope. Even as a movie for incels, it's hopelessly outdated. This review jumps on a soapbox to plead its case, but nothing
The movie
noteworthy
for incels
personality.
thing is
What?
like a complete joke. Like, yeah, complete joke.
I
But
mean,
like,
sure, I kind of agree that it could have dissected more about the society. You know, they mention that a lot, but I wish we learned more about it. But what we got makes sense. It just makes
yeah,
sense. The therapist, like, she literally does care for his mental health, but like, she literally cannot support him under like the conditions of the economy right now. Uh,
yeah.
and even the
It's
lady on
like
the
they
bus,
say that the
like,
system doesn't care about people like me. Yeah,
see the lady on the bus like you could interpret Arthur both as selfish and like a tragedy, and it's kind of a bit of both. But when the lady is like, "Oh, you can't touch my kid," of course she's gonna be like that because you live in a New York where you can get beat up in the alleyway like any time. Like,
yeah,
of course she's gonna act this way.
yeah,
A lot of the side characters act natural. Besides that one scene with Thomas Wayne, I feel like they could have fixed that so easily. But yeah, like it makes sense most of the time. But yeah, I just don't understand anything anyone says about this being like a terrible movie. It's a good
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
I hate you all. This movie, I mean, it definitely did deserve a Best Picture nomination. That was funny. Like
That's
fucking
kind of, kind of
Todd Phillips for
okay.
Best Director. What a fucking joke of a
Okay,
fucking Academy.
2019 is like was like had a lot of really really good movies. So
I'm just glad
Joker
Parasite
being
won.
there. Oh yeah,
Like
yeah, that's
yeah, it's
nice.
definitely
Yeah,
just
that
like the
definitely
way
deserves
better
it. Yeah,
option.
yeah.
But yeah, even Shafe was like, this movie has a bad story, but it's a 7 out of 10. Like, what?
Okay, I do not get Shafe's review of this at all.
Yeah, it was so
Like,
bad. I've never been less
it's like
enthusiastic to give a 7 out of
he he,
10.
he says a hilariously bad story, but doesn't elaborate. And I swear he had a video on Joker that he deleted.
He
I'm kind of
did?
curious about. Yeah, I swear he did.
Oh
I
my
don't remember
god.
what it was. I just remember he like mentions that he deleted it because in his I think it's in his 2019 video. He's like a lot of people didn't understand that I liked Joker or something. I don't know. But
Oh my
yeah.
god, there's this one review by 24 Frames and Nick where it's like, lowering my score again, fuck this movie. Like, what? What did it do to you? I don't
Okay,
understand.
a lot of people. Okay, for some reason, a lot of people I follow. I won't say who they're not who you know anyway. But they're like, "Oh, this movie on first viewing, this was. I thought this was deep, but now it's hilarious." I'm like, okay, sure.
I mean, I kind of understand that. It's a bit of an ironic comedy, but it's not
Yeah,
like
I just think that's kind of unfair to it. Like, you're not taking it seriously because why?
because
Like, what
memes. Is
changed
that
really?
why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
I
just
feel
not.
like the memes are kind of overtook the meaning of this movie, because now people actually like misinterpreted it and was like, "Oh, Joker's my idol. I love him so
Okay,
much."
okay, never mind. Those reviews are fine purely because that's what Tariq said. His first review is, I was sad the entire time. I like being sad." And then 2 years, no, and then 2 years later, 3 years later, he rewatched it and goes, "Wow, lol. The first time I saw this, I thought it was so depressing. I felt so bad, but this was such a fucking funny watch. Holy shit, crying emoji." So
I mean,
never
I
mind.
kind
Those
of
reviews are good.
understand. I kind of
Yeah,
understand based on like the context now. I feel like
yeah, no, I get
no,
it.
when
I
people
just think
first
it's.
said those Joker things, that kind of morphed
Mm,
into the whole "literally me" thing, which is why Ryan Gosling's a meme
yeah,
now,
it's
which is
just.
why
Yeah, it's
like Travis
definitely
Bickle's
become.
a meme now, and like I feel really bad that Joker's been kind of morphed by how everyone else views it. Fucking sucks. Like, come
Yeah.
on. And
Yeah.
I find it really funny that now like
I,
when
I, I, like I said, I get it. I just don't think
I've
it's
seen so
entirely
many
fair to the
edits of the talk
movie.
show scene now that like it literally doesn't feel real anymore
See,
sometimes.
see that's like my favorite scene in the movie. I love all of the dialogue there, but also it is kind of
Yeah,
funny
see,
because of the memes.
something when I was rewatching that scene, I thought of the Goofy version where it's Goofy as Joker and then Winnie the
Yeah,
Pooh as
yeah, the wedding, yeah,
Mariah.
wedding.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Now, one of my favorites is where Murray shoots Arthur.
Oh,
Like
that one's good.
yeah,
Okay, so this was
yeah.
okay. So there's an edit in a Pyrocynical video that I remember where like during one part where he offhandedly mentions Joker, there's a brief edit where it's like, "I live in a society that abandons you," and it's like, "Arthur, we don't do jokes like that," and it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and then just like that's how it ends.
But so that is like definitely my favorite scene. It's so good. Just like it's
Yeah.
Rafa really letting loose all of the stuff that he's pent up, just saying it all on air. And just yeah, I love that part a lot. Just the whole part leading up to that is really dramatic and intense. So he just essentially gives up. Well, he kills his mother first of all, which is like that's pretty much the final like step. And then after that, you see him start putting on the clown makeup. It's like okay, it's over.
Yeah.
He has officially
He's
become the
completely
Joker.
become the symbol that people use him
Yeah,
for rather than his
yeah,
own person anymore.
exactly.
Like he thinks he's
Yeah.
being free, but this is actually gonna ruin his entire life.
Also, okay, I like the. Can you introduce me as Joker? I know that part's kind of corny, but I like it. It works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I find it really funny. One of the people I follow, I won't say their name, but like they went from a 9 when they first watched it to a 4 out of 10, which is absolutely
Oh,
insane. Like
wait, over what period of time? Like, is it
to
just?
2022, like 2019 to
Oh, okay.
2022, that's when he dropped
Oh,
it to a
okay.
4. And it's
Oh,
like
okay.
because
Okay.
he had this 9 and then a 7 in 2020 and then in 2021 a 6 out of 10 and then in 2022 a 4 out of 10.
This person's bipolar for Joker.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, no, this whole discourse about this movie was so fucking funny, I swear.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I could just reiterate a lot of the things I said, but it's a good movie, and I will
Yeah,
stand by
great
this.
movie. Yeah.
Although it was shocking that A. Craig gave it a 10 out of 10 when he first watched it in
Oh
2019.
yeah, no, a critic's thing. Hi, a critic, if you're listening to this, you're probably not. But I find it funny that critics went from a 10 to a 7 or whatever.
I'm sticking with my 8 out of 10. It's an 8
I
out
mean,
of 10 movie.
it's
Super
really good.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but I find it
I
really
love that
funny. A.
voice then.
Craig's review, he was like, "I don't care what else comes out. Not even Rise of Skywalker could be better."
No, it's funny because that review was made in 2019.
Yeah, I'm sorry, A. Craig. I just like bullying these old reviews. It's funny.
But they are
Oh
quite
well,
funny.
they are
Mm,
funny. But
yeah.
yeah, that's about it. I thought it was good, and I guess in the end, this is all about really great stuff, and I'm glad you got to. And actually, I never really
Yeah.
explained why we even came to this idea in the
Yeah.
first place.
So okay, this is okay. This links back to the very first The Dumps. In that call where Xander was like, "Okay, I want you to be on a new podcast I'm making, talk about the latest Futurama and your
Hmm.
favorite Futurama episode." We came up with the idea that Carsten Ronquist would have a permanent podcast where he only talks about Joker and gets random people on to talk exclusively about Joker permanently. So with that, I would like to introduce our guest, Carsten Ronquist, for the first time on the dumps.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this whole idea kind of came
But just
together.
just imagine Carsten entering like how Arthur enters in the Murray pit. Can you
Exactly.
introduce? Can you introduce me as the guy who made the Matrix Reloaded review?
But yeah, no, this all comes back, and it's a good way to return because now I finally paid off an idea.
Yeah,
Or
we did it.
whatever. We
6
fucking
months of
did
the
it.
dumps.
And you know what? This
Yeah.
is a 3 hour recording, so yes, it technically is one of the longer episodes of this fucking podcast.
Wait,
Oh my god.
have you got? I'm guessing the community one's longer.
Oh yeah,
But,
no, obviously that was nearly 4 hours long. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Oh my god. I
That's
haven't
what
drank water
happens
this
when you're
entire
very.
time.
That's what happens when you get people on who are extremely passionate about a full show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is just a 12 episode show, and it's 3 hours long.
Yeah.
It was a clean Joker, but I guess like
Yeah.
I really love Joker. Actually.
Yeah, I love Joker a lot. It's a really neat movie.
My quality on it, my feelings on it kind of changed. It went up and down, and now I'm at a good place right now with it.
I've always really loved it. It's great.
It's not a 9 or 10, but more power to you if you think so. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's a good. I can't form words anymore.
Are you tired?
Oh, I don't know. Not really. Just my throat kind of hurts.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Ugh.
Yeah, fair enough.
What time is it in your time? I forget. You're 8 hours ahead.
2:30 right now. Yeah,
But
2:25 exactly.
It's all worth it, and we could go on forever and fulfill the concept.
Yeah. Was it rambling hour now? I guess.
Is it? I don't even know anymore.
Do you have any? I mean, do you have any more to say about Joker?
No. The discussion around it was super fucking stupid, but yeah.
Yeah, see, Joker was kind of like the Ted Lasso finale, and a lot of people hated it, but a lot of people loved it.
Yeah, they just hated it.
They just hated it. But Ted Lasso was also an iconic VC.
Fucking Ted. Oh, let's talk about Ted Lasso, buddy.
Let's talk about Ted Lasso.
Okay, so Ted Lasso, right? I remember when we first heard about it, I was like, I remember mentioning like how Shafe offhandedly was like, it was kind of a terrible season.
And my favorite part is that he made the review of that Matt Damon Zoo movie and mentioned the Ted Lasso finale being terrible in it.
Yeah, this was such a random reference, but I thought it was like the funniest movie for like a second.
No, it's so funny because he phrased it really dramatically. It was like the Ted Lasso finale made me want to gouge my eyes out, which might be fair. Maybe it is.
Maybe it's like one of the worst things ever. But I was so shocked to learn that Ted Lasso has an actual fan base who actually gives a shit. Like, I didn't know that.
It's not even that. I know that people like the show, but also the fact that it had like a supposedly, according to some people, disastrous conclusion. Despite the fact that, I know serialized averages aren't the most trustworthy thing in the world.
There's 12 people on the site.
it seems like generally liked until random articles were like, the Ted Lasso finale is.
I remember reading this article. It was one of the most horrendous ways to end a show. I'm like, what happened?
What did it do?
What did Ted Lasso do to you? What did he do? Did he burn your crops? Like, what did he do?
Yeah.
You gotta push Ted Lasso season 3 somewhere else. And like, what happened? Like, what did he do? Like, I don't understand. It was so random. And we always have these random things that we learn about. Like, this whole incident we had like a couple weeks ago, where I looked on my schedule, or not my calendar, and randomly it says
Unbroken.
The 2014 movie Unbroken. I wanted you to watch. And
Xander, I think we should watch that, and it can be like the night before or something. Maybe it's boring, but we'll make something out of it.
I don't know.
It's probably boring, but
it's probably boring. Oh, the night before thing also came out of nowhere too. We always had these random things happen, and now they kind of actually happen now.
I think like we just have like random VCs that lead to other VCs, like obviously Guardians, and then the initial The Dumps VC with Carsten, and Dog Night.
You heard? I think you were the first person to hear me talk about the dumps, which is funny. Like as a
Yeah, I was.
concept.
'Cause I was the first. I was on the first of them.
Exactly. It's all loops back together.
It does. It does.
It's just like how Ted Lasso season 3 is a fulfilling season of television.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it really concludes the arc that Ted had as Ted Lasso.
Yeah, his lasso.
Is there anything about Ted Lasso?
All I know is about soccer or something.
And I also know that it's on Apple TV Plus. That's all I know.
It's weird. I've seen 2 shows on Apple TV Plus. I've watched some of the morning show starring Jennifer Aniston.
The only thing I've watched on Apple TV Plus is Wolfwalkers because that was limited to for a while.
Yeah, I watched it on there too. I also remember watching this show created by Phil Lord and Chris. No, actually no. I think only Chris Miller.
Okay.
It was like the after party. It was like each episode of the season takes place from a different perspective about this murder case. It was really cool. It was pretty cool. And I heard Shave talk about season 2, and he thought it was just okay. And I was like, "Aw, I can't believe that show I randomly watched like on Apple TV Plus got worse." Truly sad.
Well, I mean, maybe Shave was painfully wrong, just like he was about Ted Lasso, and it's actually a great season, you know.
I don't know. Oh, I also watched Severance. Severance is a cool show. You gotta watch that show. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Ben Stiller is the main writer and director of it. And it's surprisingly like really good. Like I like how slow it is and how so the whole concept is that
4.5 then.
Yeah. The whole concept is that so you have your real life, like you're outside of your job, you have this normal life, but once you enter the facility, that part of your brain, like this part of your life is gone, and a new person inside your body is there to do your work for you. You still get all the money, but another person, like another alternative person inside your body is doing all the work.
So it's basically when you're bored doing something and you think,
like it's literally like your life and your work life are separate, like for real, like literally.
That actually sounds really neat.
Yeah, it's a really neat show. I found it super interesting. It's been a while since I've watched it, but it was super cool. But season 2 was kind of delayed because the production apparently like they didn't pay their writers and staff enough, which fucking sucks. Like I said, usually Hollywood does this, but it was super sad because I was like, oh, I had to wait even longer for season 2. Season 2 is probably gonna come out like I don't know. 2025, late 2024.
When did the show initially release?
I think 2022 or 2021, which sucks.
Oh god.
God damn.
2022,
yeah. Yeah, I need this show back. I've never mentioned this show ever since I watched it, but I remember it. And when I saw like that Ben Stiller tweeted out, "Oh, season 2 is good in production," I was like, "Yes, I needed this." Like I needed this news for some reason.
We were like, Xander, what's the severance?
Exactly. I never even mentioned this show before in my life.
This concept sounds neat, though.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Apple TV is weird. It's a weird streaming service. Did you know that they were like the main production company behind Napoleon and Killers of the Flower Moon?
I know about Napoleon because on the Napoleon ad I got, it was from Apple TV Plus. And I'm like, why are you advertising that? Who likes Apple TV Plus? So it's like when Illumination does ads and they're like, from the people who brought you Minions.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah! No, I gotta see this. Like,
okay, I find it funny on like migration ads they use Despicable Me and the Mario movie, like 2 of their only not terrible movies to advertise.
And then also like, Mario movie came out that year, the year it released.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I was so like,
yeah. Imagine if like fucking Pixar in 2022 for Lightyear were like, from the people who brought you Turning Red.
Brings you the true furry cinematic experience of the year.
Lightyear, because there's a cat in it.
Oh my god, Zurk, you're a furry? Like, oh my god.
That would have been a better reveal. It would
have been a better reveal than whatever the fuck they did there. It was so bad. I know you ranted about it when you're emo, but genuinely, that's such a bad like way to do anything. Like, why'd you do that? What was the point of that? It was so fucking retarded. Like, so what you're telling me?
I've seen Lightyear twice.
So what you're telling me? There's like an alternate universe for some reason where Buzz like reaches the path or whatever the fuck, and he sees this giant suit and is like, I'm gonna take over this planet now, instead of wanting to go home and telling people, I found this cool suit, let's go home. Like,
I think what they should have done is like just built off the Toy Story 2 thing. Where Zurg is his dad.
Yeah,
Like
they
it's right there.
could have
Just be
just done
Star
that.
Wars.
If you want to be like a 80s like homage, then do an 80s movie. You're not an 80s movie. You act like a serious like modern movie. It's more of a parody of like a really bad like 2010s sci-fi action movie than like what it
Yeah.
was trying to do, which is
Mm.
insane. Like, why did they do that? It was so dumb. I wish that they like did something else. Honestly, the movie could have been more retarded if they did the father thing and they did really badly. But if the movie was like super corny or something, I'd be fine with that. Like, it was just really goofy
I
for no
just think
reason.
it was really bad conceptually, and everything they do makes it worse.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it really is that bad. God.
I just hated it. It
Yeah.
was so bad. It got nominated for best 2022 emo review. It's so fucking funny. I watched Lightyear and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a review about how movies are dying. It wasn't
Bro,
even that. It was just no.
calm down.
It
God
was just
damn.
like, oh, there's been so many bad new movies this year. I'm like, dude, you watched Everything Everywhere All at Once like a few weeks ago. Shut up.
Dude. Cinema never dies. It's just like mainstream cinema's so awful. You just
See,
gotta
no,
forget
you
it.
think about it, but then, like, obviously, there's loads of terrible things. Also, I can think like so many of my favorite things have come out in the last few years. Like The Holdovers, just a few months ago.
I
Godzilla
fucking
minus one.
love the holdovers. Ooh.
Yeah, fucking even like Fiona and Cake, one of my favorite things, came out like 5 months ago. Fucking
Yeah.
Better Call
Better Call
Saul
Saul's one
season
of the
6,
best modern TV shows of
and that came out,
anything in
and
my
the
entire
final
life. Oh
season
my
came out
god.
last year.
It was
Like,
so
come on.
good. So fucking
Yeah,
good. I
yeah,
fucking love Better
exactly.
Call Saul.
Yeah.
Man. I wish TV shows were just like Better Call Saul all the time. I swear. It's
Yeah.
like the best show ever made, I swear. Every time I think about it, it just gets better. But yet, there's good
But
stuff. You don't
I
have to
think a
be
Better
Josh. You
Call
don't have to
Saul,
be
the
stuck
dance with
watching Sam and fucking
Sam.
and
I
then
watched that because
Benjamin Button and Venom the same
hey,
day. Like, come on.
hey! I like two of those movies. I like Sam. I think I don't
Do
remember. I
you?
remember. I gave it a heart.
Oh yeah, you did. You watched
It's like
Summer
this is
Wars
a.
the same day as the Curious Case of Benjamin Button,
Oh, wait,
Venom,
okay, we're
and
doing
Get
that.
Out.
Okay. I got a lot more. Curious Case of Benjamin Button is better conceptually than it is. It's good. It's just doesn't fully
It's
live
one
up
of
to
the
the promise.
weaker Fincher movies, and Fincher's one of my favorite
Yeah,
directors.
I need to rewatch like Fight Club and Gone Girl. Oh, and
Fuck, I
yeah.
can't imagine doing this type of binge. You were like, I watched The Vivitch, The Lighthouse, and The Northman in one day
See,
because you
okay,
were
July
procrastinating.
had like 10 good logs, and then I was just like, okay, so how about let me find a bad one?
Oh, you watched Get
Okay,
Her.
okay, why did I watch Minions: The Rise of Gru after Pompo the Cinephile, and
You
then The
what?
Grinch and Despicable Me 3, what? And then Sausage Party and Happy Time
Okay.
Murders? Okay, I
I
remember
find
that.
it really funny. You watch Come On, Come On, and then you watch Green Lantern and Spree on the same day.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
that's one
no.
of the
Well, and
funniest
then the
ones
day
I think.
after. But still, that's bad.
That's one of the funniest ones. Wait,
And then
why
you
did
watch
oh
Smosh Movie, and then you watch Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, which is so weird. What the fuck? And
yeah.
then the next day you were doing
Well,
the Alvin like in one
oh,
day thing.
I'm going backwards with these logs by accident. I didn't even realize that.
Hmm.
Okay, I watched Shrek Retold and Scream 2 in the same day.
Oh my god, I just
Alright.
found the funniest thing ever. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you watched
What?
the two Violet Evergarden movies, but then you were like, I'm gonna watch A
Yeah.
Wrinkle in Time.
Oh yeah. No, but you know a Wrinkle in Time comics, right?
Yeah,
You
that
know.
whole thing. I know.
One of the crazy like okay, one that I just woke up. Silver gave it a 9, and we were all like, "Excuse me, Silver." And Silver was like, "Guys, please watch this movie." Which I don't think we were convinced, but Silver was like, because you know when Silver was like, "Guys, you need to watch this." He was just doing that for A Wrinkle in Time. Felt like we were in an alternate universe. So I was like, "Okay, Silver, if you watch Zodiac." I'll watch A Wrinkle in Time. You know about the stupid Silver Zodiac bit,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We were like, oh, you hate Zodiac. That's started because of a really stupid reason, by the way. He randomly replied like with a joke to my Zodiac vlog, and he was like, it was just the doubt emoji, and I just replied saying, "Silver, you hate it." And then for months we just constantly were like, "Silver hates Zodiac."
Okay.
It was
That's such an
stupid.
odd thing to do, but
No,
okay.
no, the origin is way funnier because it just came out of nowhere. Just Silver hates Zodiac.
See, if you did that now, that'd just be like, move along, bro. Move
Yeah,
along.
no, that's not our humor now. But anyway, I do quite like the unbearable weight of massive tolerance. Sing to Premonition, Blades of Glory, Get Hard, and Wolf
Why
Children.
did you watch Permanent? Why did Danis make you and fucking A Critic watch that movie? I don't understand.
I don't know. I like Shut In, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Moonfall.
Okay, so this is the weirdest day because it just makes no sense. So you're like, I'm gonna watch Panic Room at the start of June. Wait, no.
Oh wait, no, that
this
makes
is
sense.
No,
Panic Room makes sense.
May.
Do you know
May.
about the
Yeah.
Do you know about the Panic Room bit?
The what bit? A Panic Room
Okay.
bit? Okay.
So I was making a stupid Silver Fincher joke because he watched Rick Springfield Beat of the Drum
Oh hell yeah.
for the Fincher bit,
Classic.
and then
I
he goes
watched
out
that
10 and he was like, "Guys, I don't hate Fincher." But then I randomly was like, "Okay, but what about this movie?" And I pulled up Panic Room, and I just said question mark as in to go, "Do you hate Panic Room?" And then for some reason just me pulling up Panic Room with a question mark with no context made Jar Jar fucking lose it. He was like, he just saw me pull up Panic Room and put question mark, and he was like, "What?" And then like pulling up Panic Room
Hey,
and
just
saying
realized you
question
gave
mark.
Panic Room the same rating as I did the Green Mile, huh? Funny.
Hey, the Green Mile is really good.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
Yeah, no, but this is so weird. You watch Panic Room, and then you watch The Incredible Hulk, and then you watch Spy Kids 2.
Oh,
What's the correlation?
Did I tell you how I got? Did I tell you how I got emo over the Incredible Hulk?
You what?
No, okay, it wasn't in the traditional sense. I was just like, why am I watching this movie? Why am I watching this?
I mean, it's a bad movie. It's one of the worst, like, early MCU movies.
I think
still.
I think that the Incredible Hulk is kind of depressing. It's like, why does this exist? Who gives a shit about this? This is not related to the MCU, and yet it's setting up stuff in the MCU. What are you doing?
Yeah, at the end
Get out of
credits, it was so weird. Oh my god.
I kind of get why I got depressed watching that. It is kind of a depressing movie.
See, one of the few times you took a log break is you watched Trainwreck, but you were so devastated that you didn't watch anything for.
That was when I had exams.
I see. Never mind.
All I did during that month was watch Moral Oral Season 2.
Okay, so you watched Kill Bill Volume 1 on May 14th?
The Trainwreck log, I watched Trainwreck because I made Trainwreck a bit, like, twice,
God
and
damn
I'm like...
It's always a bit. It's always the stupidest reason.
It wasn't even a bit. One day, I think Chaos was talking about something, and I'm like, okay, but Trainwreck? And then he was just like... and then he just, like... But then he like extremely devastatedly was just like, why? And then I watched Trainwreck like 2 days later.
Why? It makes no sense though.
It's one of like the most unfunny movies ever. I hate it.
Anyway, I find it really funny. You were like, I watched Kill Bill Volume 1 on fucking May 14th, and you know, for Josh 2022, I thought, okay, you gotta watch Volume 2 like the same day, right? But no, you took a 5-day break.
Yeah,
and watched Black Christmas 2019 again.
Have I explained Black Christmas? Have I explained that right?
No, actually.
Okay, so for some reason, when Silver watched Black Christmas, a lot of these are from Silver watching stuff. But when Silver watched Black Christmas 2019 in late 2021, I was like, Silver, you do realize that I'm going to watch Black Christmas 2019 as well. And then every time, like, just every now and then, I was just like, Silver, I'm going to go watch Black Christmas 2019. And then, since this was before I pirated, I realized the movie was on Netflix. The day I checked, it was literally being removed the next day. So the only opportunity I had to watch Black Christmas 2019 was that day. So then I did. I haven't seen. I have not seen the original Black Christmas.
The original Black Christmas is actually pretty great. I like that movie.
Yeah, I've heard it is.
I don't know. I just look at these vlogs, just make me scared of a human being. Like, what was a man going through? I find them
very funny.
Yeah, I mean, they are funny, but they are very stupid. Okay, so you were like,
I quite like the 2021 logs as well. There,
you were like, you watched fucking Diary of a Wimpy Kid, then you watched Pinocchio: True Story.
Okay, and
then you watched Joker. Okay. What?
December 22nd, 2021. Miraculous Ladybug, Shanghai, The Legend of Lady Dragon.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I watched that. I hate Miraculous Ladybug, but I did. Then the Royal Tenenbaums, naturally.
What?
Then the Peanuts movie.
Uh-huh.
And then Spider-Man No Way Home, because that came out then. Okay.
And then next day you were like, Home Alone.
No, for some reason, on Christmas Eve, instead of watching... No, it was Christmas, so Home Alone makes sense. But no, on Christmas Eve, I watched The Hobbit,
What?
Freebirds, and The
What?
Star.
What?
No, The Hobbit 1977.
Okay, and then Christmas Day, and then the day after, you just did nothing.
And then I watched A Loud House Christmas and Surf's Up 2 and John Wick.
What? And then Return to Jafar, just like to be like, man, John Wick is pretty good, but you know what I need to do? I need to watch Aladdin 2, The Return of Jafar.
And then in all of January, I just watched Disney sequels.
You're
Also, okay,
such
the
an
Wizard
awful
of...
human being, but it's almost kind of funny watching it happen.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a
Randy, you
train
know
wreck.
my Wizard of Oz thing where I watch Wizard of Oz at the end of every year, but then watch a random shitty sequel to it? That was
Mhm.
started by the Journey Back to Oz log. Because on December 31st, 2021, I'm like, you know what, okay. I'm going to end this year off with The Wizard of Oz. It's such a nice movie, I should rewatch it. And then after I was like, wait a second. Oh, there's an animated sequel to this only a couple decades later. I should check this out. And then I ended
Why?
the year off with that.
You're
I ended
so
the year off
bad.
with Journey. So that's why 2022 ended with Return to Oz, Legends of Oz,
Wait, what did you
and
do? Did you do
2020
2023? I don't know.
and Muppet Wizard of Oz.
Ah, I see. Fair enough.
This year I'll probably do Tom and Jerry Wizard of Oz. Yeah.
Okay. So that's wonderful.
This is like the weirdest fucking tradition. But
Carry on. It's okay.
yeah, I'll keep going as long as I can. I'll find
Yeah.
as much Oz media as possible.
So,
Also, okay, I kind of ruined my idea because in early 2022 I watched Return to Oz and Oz the Great and Powerful, and now I can't use them.
no.
The first day of 2022 I watched Return to Oz, Airplane, and Beauty and the Beast the Enchanted Helicopter.
Okay, what I found strange was, so these list of logs are the funniest thing ever. So Zodiac on fucking January 8th, I'm pretty sure.
And then iCarly, I go to Japan, and
Yeah.
Jennifer's Body.
Yeah, what happened there?
I call. I don't think there is an explanation.
Okay. And then next thing you're like,
I mean,
all right, I guess
like-
you watched this one, Memento with Salivax,
No,
is my
Oh
assumption.
yeah, that was a weird watch for you.
Why did you watch
The
Memento?
January
on a
looks
watch
weird
party?
because there's like random stuff and then just Disney sequels. Most of it is Disney sequels,
Okay.
but then randomly you have like
The Matrix
Ready
7,
Player One.
and then Inception 10. I hate you.
Which no, okay, Inception I really liked when I watched it, and I haven't thought about it since. So
I guess that says something about the movie.
I don't know. It's just kind of it was something I really liked, and now it just has. I don't know. It's whatever.
Well, obviously you watched The Hurt Locker in a film class.
Studies.
Yeah, film
Yeah.
studies. But then you were like, all right, I gotta recover from this. I gotta watch the Harry Hill movie. And you watched
Okay.
CIA. Okay.
CIA. That was a big thing at the time.
God, what a weird ass list of vlogs. Okay.
Yeah. Can you check some of the late 2021 ones? They're pretty funny.
Okay. I'm gonna go back.
Just my
and
first
check
ever
it.
log was, of course, Open Season Scared Silly.
Well, of course.
And then just the DCEU and Garfield.
What? Okay, now I'm starting to realize why I hate you. Oh my god.
No, I watched Open Season Scared Silly. I'm like, right, DCEU
Okay.
marathon, but
First
also
of all,
Garfield watch
you
party.
watched music and you thought horrible, vile, but then you're like, I gotta watch
What
We
We Do
Do
in the Shadows.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, and you watched
And then I
Shawshank
watched
Redemption.
and then I watched two of the best movies ever for the first time, I guess.
Whoa, wait. You didn't
Then
watch Back to the
Jumanji.
Future until 2021, really?
Well, not fully. I'd seen parts of it, obviously, but
I
not.
see.
I'm not like sat down and chosen to watch it.
And then
you
you were
know?
like Jumanji, then Spider-Man 2, and you watched Enter the Florpus. You haven't watched the fucking series until like at that point. At that point.
I think I did that over or something.
Yeah,
Because I remember it was in the top 4 at one point.
that's funny.
So the original Silver top 4 is the Transformers movie. That's always been there. Wish Dragon, Wolfwalkers, and Enter the Florpus.
What a strange list of things.
Yeah, but I remember like very clearly how that changed. I remember Wolfwalkers left for Song of the Sea at one point,
I see.
and then it's kind of vague, but yeah.
Yeah, it
Oh, and
changed.
then
It's
NLP
changed.
the movie was there, yeah.
I see. Last
Why did I watch
Airbender, Open Season 2,
Dark Phoenix,
Ocean
Open
Waves,
Season 3,
Pixels all on the
Muppet-
same day.
Muppet Christmas Carol, And then the Suicide Squad. Oh god, the Blade Runner logs.
Oh my god.
There is no explanation for the Blade Runner logs.
Okay, first of all, not even I don't even love the first movie, but a 6? Insane.
Okay, I think I watched the wrong cut. That's my explanation.
Wait, really? Which cut
Yeah.
did you watch?
I don't know. It's been like over 2 years.
Did you hear a narration by Harrison Ford?
Yes, I did.
Oh my god, you watched the original theatrical cut. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god. There's so much wrong with what you just said there. Oh my god.
I know.
Oh.
And then like Blade Runner debate between me and Sarvax became a thing.
Okay. There's a simple way to end the debates. You watched the wrong movie. There it is. It was so easy.
I told him that.
There was such a simple, easy way to fix that.
But I told him that. It's fine. We resolved it. And one day I'll be like, okay, I need to fix the Blade Runner tank.
You need to watch. Like, I respect. I can't even imagine watching the original cut. Jesus. God.
But then I found my favorite log streak ever with Arrival, Logan, Parasite, the Angry Birds movies, and Prestige. And then the next day, Hop, and then I'm like, okay, every single Edgar Wright movie. And then
okay, first of all, there's so much wrong with this. First of all, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World.
Yeah, I know.
No! Fucking no! Anyway.
Okay, but Xander, hear me out.
What?
Wouldn't it be a great idea to watch the Grand Budapest Hotel and The Boy in the same day? That's not even that weird, I don't know.
That's not that weird compared to other
I like Mad Max Fury Road with no context, Jurassic Park, Dunkirk, and Country Bears.
What? Why does Dunkirk get the same rating as the Country Bears? I'm so fucking lost.
Okay, to be fair, I don't like Dunkirk, and Country Bears is more fun, I'm sorry.
I hate all of you. Dunkirk's a great movie.
What
do you mean, What did Dunkirk do to you?
Okay, I remember Dunkirk because I associate it with... Okay, I'm sorry for bringing this movie up, but I associate it with The Fox and the Hound too. Because...
Oh, God.
No, okay. Did you know that Fox and the Hound 2 used to be in my bottom 5? That was the thing. Anyway.
I fucking hate that movie, yeah.
There was a fair bottom 5, fuck that movie. But no, I remember Miguel watched Fox and the Hound 2 and Dunkirk the same day, and he was like, well, Fox and the Hound 2 is worse, but I was more disappointed in Dunkirk.
Oh, I remember the Miguel Dunkirk log. What the fuck?
When was the Miguel Dunkirk log? I swear that was when you first joined.
Yeah, it was around.
It was July. This is one of your first impressions of the server.
Yeah, exactly. I remember thinking that. I was like, oh, I thought Dunkirk was a great movie. What?
And then obviously I end the month with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, that being Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and Smurfs the Lost Village.
Well, yeah, naturally.
I just interrupted the Lord of the Rings marathon to watch Smurfs the Lost Village.
No, okay, first of all, I was just thinking, what compels a man to be like, oh fuck, I love the Fellowship of the Ring. I fucking loved it. Okay, first of all, Two Towers at a higher rating than Fellowship is complete badass.
Okay, no, those need fixing.
Fellowship is the best of the trilogy, but they're all equally really good. That's all.
I'll rewatch them someday, and yeah.
Smurfs the Lost Village.
Oh god, you found I found my DC, animated DC era.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I don't like this era, but also it was kind of funny because every time I watched one with Wonder Woman in, or like Poison Ivy or Harley Quinn, everyone in the server was like, "Oh, send a pic of their boobs."
What? Okay. Okay.
No, because you know the Wonder Woman 2009 thing.
No, I mean I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay, let me explain. There's a scene in that movie where Wonder Woman puts the lasso of truth around Steve Trevor's neck, and the line he says to Wonder Woman's mother, he says, "Your daughter has a nice rack," and that became a huge meme of the server because it's such a random line. I mean,
that's a funny line, but that's not worth a bit. Okay.
It was weird. And then Morris was like, "Okay, well, show us that." And it just became pick. Saying pick. Anyway, I watched Despicable Me 2, Minions, Forrest Gump, and Roderick Rules consecutively before my birthday. Okay?
Okay.
Roderick Rules was on my birthday, I guess.
Yeah, that was fun. That's fun, I think.
Oh, Twilight.
What the hell? Okay.
Okay, why did I watch the Nine Log, the 9-9? I mean, this
I've
movie's
honestly
cool, but
forgotten that I'm recording right now, but still, this is so
oh yeah,
fucking
you
weird.
are. I forgot. We're just having a normal VC.
Yeah, I know,
I
right?
like the rambling hour. I didn't get a rambling hour really. We just kind of.
Truly sad. Truly disheartening. Like, I can't imagine someone not having a rambling hour. Truly insane.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit of one, but yeah.
Well, okay, there was 2 people who didn't get it, but that's because they wanted to leave. So, yeah, fair enough.
Oh, was that? Wait, who was?
It was Maddie B and fucking Drillflix. Fair enough.
Okay, yeah, and I remember. I watched the FNAF one. I remember that.
Because fucking Drillflix suddenly left. I was like, oh, he left? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So weird.
The rambling hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, you watched all of like the 80s and 90s Batman movies in one day, but you started the day off with fucking.
I don't remember. I think the point of
CIA.
that was that there was gonna be a Batman and Robin watch party, but we didn't do it, so I just had to watch Batman and Robin alone.
Well, that's sad. Man was like, he was like rushing for his entire fucking life. He was like, okay, I watched Batman 1, I can watch Batman Returns.
Although
Batman Forever.
it might have been to do with the Batman, but also this was like 2 months before the Batman.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know.
So weird.
Also, well, I don't know why I need to watch every Batman movie to prepare for the Batman.
The
I
Batman
didn't watch
really
Batman,
good, but it doesn't need that. It's really good.
There's so many movies that I'm like, oh yeah, I love that movie, but also I haven't seen it in like 2 years. I need to rewatch more stuff.
I think there's a couple movies that I have at 5-star where I'm like, okay, I need to rewatch that.
Yeah, definitely.
I forget.
For me, mainly The Dark Knight. It's been literally almost 3 years.
The Dark Knight, I really need to like reevaluate for me because, oh well. I really want to rewatch Rocky. I have that at 10 out of 10, which is strange as it seems, but it's true. I love that movie.
I don't know. I like your passion for it a lot. So I just talk about it a lot. And the Rocky 2 4 out of 10 is
iconic. Fucking iconic.
Yeah.
A fucking.
I think it'll be funny if you.
Rocky 2.
I think it'll be funny if you rewatched Rocky 2, really liked it, but still gave it a 4.
I should do that.
I get The Shining. I haven't seen The Shining in.
Oh, let me tell you, I watched The Shining when I was like 8 years old. Yeah, I never watched it again. I was so.
Oh, that's why you had it marked as watch, but not.
Yeah, I was like so fucking confused the whole time. I was like, "Is it called a masterpiece? What?" I was like, "Well, of course, little me. Like, what do you expect from this movie? Of course, it's not gonna be like straightforward."
My favorite part is that you have it at heart anyway.
Yeah, I think Little Me was like, "This is fucking fascinating. I have no idea what's going on, but you know what? Fair enough." I thought it was fun.
It was fun for your 8-year-old brain.
It really was. It really changed my brain. I think. It was like, I think that was the first Kubrick
for the
movie
for the better or worse. I don't know.
I don't know, but it was the first Kubrick movie I've seen, so I guess I'll give it credit for that. I've seen better Kubrick movies. I fucking love Eyes Wide Shut.
Had 8-year-old you seen better Kubrick movies?
Well, if I start with Pazagori, I think I'd be a terrible person.
He just looks like Clockwork Orange.
Oh, if that was my first Kubrick movie, I would have been fucked from childhood, like completely, like actually, like you. I mean, sure, you can show a child like Titanic or Psycho, but if you show them fucking a Clockwork Orange, their brain's gonna get warped and shit.
Well, yeah, Titanic seems fine. It has like the sad ending. I mean, I haven't seen
my mom was like, "Close your eyes" during the sex scene, so that was.
Oh, fun. That's the thing. I didn't know that.
It was.
I thought Titanic was a kid-friendly sad movie.
It's PG-13 for a reason.
Oh, okay.
They say bitch.
Anyway, I'll definitely show a child a Full Metal Jacket.
Please.
But when I hear Full Metal, I just think of you know what.
Well,
this was also an old bit. Full Metal Jacket.
You had a Full Metal Jacket binge?
So,
a bit?
Salavax did. Yeah, Salavax.
He did? What was it about?
It was just Full Metal Jacket.
What's the premise of this joke? What is it?
Full Metal Jacket was the joke.
What do you mean Full Metal Jacket was a joke?
I mean...
What, did he just say Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah, this kind of makes sense because Joker was also like a big joke.
Yeah, wasn't Joker Deniers like a big thing?
Yeah, see, I consider Joker like integral Perry law, but realistically, we haven't memed it in like 2 years. So I don't know.
I don't think anyone cares. It's a good movie. Womp
Yeah.
womp. Like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? I
Yeah.
should probably put the rating on the fucking rewatch. There you go.
Yeah. No, keep the log a mystery, and then just have the rating. People have to. No, it's like you're luring them in, like, what is the Joker rating? I better check this guy's profile.
I
You know?
gotta figure it out.
But yeah, exactly.
Perplexing.
Then they get
It
to
reminds
see
me of that
your.
Knives Out line. It perplexes me. But fashion,
What?
whatever the fuck that line is. Such a stupid line.
No, like I thought I was like, why do you remember Knives Out dialogue? But no, I remember that line. Yeah,
It compels
it makes
me.
no goddamn
It
sense.
makes no sense,
Compels
but it compels me though.
Yeah,
Such a
it's like the
stupid
one
line.
line I remember from Knives Out.
I gotta rewatch Knives Out.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't.
Yes, I
No, you
do.
don't.
Yes, I fucking
Okay,
do.
Xander, I'll support your. Okay, I got to rewatch that, and then you rewatch it in like a year, but not Knives Out. You don't need to. Xander, is anyone crying out in pain, being like, "Fuck"?
Xander,
Xander doesn't like the movie
please.
Knives Out, but I really want his extended thoughts on
Your
the
console
Knives Out.
server really want me to.
You know, okay, Xander, I actually really want you to review Knives Out,
You want me to?
please. Now.
Now? I
No.
can't do it now.
Fair enough.
Ugh.
Is that a guy from Succession?
What? Wait, what?
That's not the guy from Succession.
It came from Succession?
I hate Succession.
What do you mean you hate Succession? You can't hate Succession. You're legally abided to like the show, or else people will kill you. They will literally murder you if you don't like it.
Oh, it's not the guy from Succession.
That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. I know.
You know, I find it funny that my idea of Succession was like, oh, I'll watch a really critically acclaimed show that I don't know anything about. That'll be really cool. And now I still don't know anything about it because I didn't give a shit. Like, it was good. I just don't want to
What if
continue it
you
because...
rewatch it right now?
Oh. Xander,
Please.
you need to be the one to watch. You can take the burden of Succession. Like, yeah.
Can you at least guide me into the first episode? I don't know. I don't know anything about this fucking show. You think I do? No.
It's about a succession.
What Succession? What did he succeed at?
Okay, it's a neat concept. It's like the dad of a company's dying and all his kids want the business. I just did not care. I'm like, okay, this is technically good, but also I'm really bored and I'd rather be watching an anime or something. And I did watch an anime.
Damn.
I watched
That's crazy.
Kaiji. Yeah.
Yeah, you did watch Kaiji, and then you went to fucking Full Metal
No,
Alchemist, and then
that
like
that was like okay,
plowed. You
critically
just plowed
acclaimed
through
show
it.
that I know barely anything about. And that worked out a million times better than Succession. Like, show I abandoned after 3 episodes versus a show that's now in my top 5. Yeah.
Whoa, really? I did not expect that at all.
You didn't at all.
I didn't at all. In fact, I was so surprised. I was so fucking
I
surprised.
love Full Metal Alchemist.
There's probably better HBO shows anyway. Come on. Barry's probably way more better. I gotta be real.
I thought, when you said better HBO shows and I was still talking about Full Metal Alchemist, I'm like, what?
I mean,
yeah.
okay, Succession is probably good.
If Succession is overhyped, I will be unreasonably happy.
Okay, if I go through the whole series, and the final season is truly terrible, I will be the one to judge it.
I don't know if I believe that. Like, the Rags quote seemed a bit exaggeratory. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I know nothing. I have no basis for that, but it just...
Who knows? Maybe it's actually pretty good. Don't know.
But I just think it's kind of weird that, like, Rags was like, this is a horrible season of television in every way, and then the contrast to that is, like, one of the highest rated seasons on Serialized. Like, either could be right, I just don't really get what's going on there.
What happened that made it so bad? Like, what
What's
did it
so
do?
good? Like, what is going on?
What
like,
is going on?
This is like, it's like Ted Lasso.
Oh, it's like that Jim quote. It's like, what is going on? You know, it's like, what happened? Like, I don't understand.
That makes sense. That's why you're the only person I think should watch Succession.
Why should I only watch? Why do I have to carry the burden of watching the fucking show?
Because you said you wanted to. I don't know.
I guess I could be watching other HBO shows.
Why is Succession on Anthony's watch list? He's not gonna watch Succession.
If he watches Succession, I doubt he'll understand any of it. To be
No,
honest.
well, no, that's not the problem. It's just a really long show.
Yeah, he's not gonna fucking finish that. No,
I
like get
can.
through one episode, it's
I'm
like, oh
sure.
my god, what a, oh boy,
I mean,
that was a whole
to be
thing.
fair,
Ooh.
to be fair, I'm the show binge guy, and I could not get through more than 3 episodes.
What if I
So
do it for you? What if I like help you
yeah, that's
through
why I
it?
want you. Okay, I hate Succession, but I want you to watch Succession.
What if I
Just
help
because
you
I want
through
to.
it? What if I get you
I'm not.
through it?
I'm not. I'm not watching it. You're watching it, and then
No,
you
you're
tell me
watching
about
with
it.
me. I'm gonna
I'm
drag
not
you into
watching.
it. Yes, you are. You're watching
No,
with me.
no. You don't know how much pride I have in the fact that I ditched Succession.
Why do you have pride in it? I'm gonna force you to rewatch the
because
first few
I
episodes
because
and then continue from
no
there.
no episode 3 is like genuinely bad. It's not.
It's
It's
not.
not.
There's no way it is. I knew you were
It's like
fucking.
no, but I was like really bored trying it subjectively. I did not care, and then I didn't
I
even
did
finish
not
episode
care
4.
for
I think
Succession.
by the
It
point, I
insisted
think
upon itself.
exactly. I think by the point that Silver like told me about the rags thing, like that wasn't what got me to quit at all. And I was bored, but then I'm like, am I really gonna watch an entire show that I already don't care about for it either to A be terrible or B I have to argue with rags
Maybe it's
over
like
it?
Andor. It starts off slow, but it gets better. Like,
No, no. It just, see, that's what I was thinking when I was watching season 1. I'm like, okay, this is good stuff, but I'm not that into it. But it's only the start. There's been other shows like that, but then it just
exactly.
yeah. Okay, can I tell you the one thing that unironically annoys me about Succession?
What is it?
So the main guy Kendall says the word "fuck" like so much. He sounds like a
Oh,
has-been
Jeremy
hotel
Strong.
character.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
really? He
think
says
I
fuck
think
that much? Okay. It can't be that bad.
no, it's like every other sentence, and it felt like it was like piercing my brain. Like, stop! You don't need to insert it into every sentence. Like,
I
he's
just
like
realized
kind
one of
of
the directors of the show is Adam McKay.
okay,
I
I've
also
never
just
watched
realized that
Succession.
Will Ferrell also executively produced it.
What? How? What?
Yeah.
I hope. Is it bad that I kind of hope Succession is like really overhyped?
I really wish it is. That's why I'm gonna watch it.
See,
I'm gonna be like,
I don't. The only thing I like is the intro, and also the guy who plays Wallace and Scott Pilgrim's in it, and I find that funny.
oh yeah, no, Kieran Culkin's unironically a good actor. He's really good.
You know, he
He's
is.
a really good
I
voice
just
actor in
imagine
the
him.
show. He's also really good at portraying Wallace in general. I
Yeah,
bet he's really
I should
good.
watch it.
Because undeniably, I feel
It
like the
was the part
performances
I
are gonna
like.
be like the best part of Succession. Like everyone's gonna be
There
really
was
good in it.
there was the part where he like jacked off at a window that was weird, but
Oh what? Okay.
that happened in episode 2 for no reason. I'm like,
Oh, you know
okay,
what's another show that's just like straight up everyone doesn't like anymore? Westworld.
what?
That movie, no, that
I
show.
thought I thought it was gonna say Game of Thrones.
No, Westworld was like everyone really loved season 1, and then immediately after it just got terrible or something, just
Oh, no.
insane. But yeah, no, there's
I
I could be
I've
watching
not
like
heard of it.
other HBO shows like The Wire, Sopranos,
Hmm.
True Detective.
For example, okay, we're almost at 4 hours. Do we stretch it to that 4 hours just with
It,
rambling hour?
it just might happen because if we
I
continue
think we
talking
should. Like,
about
we can
this,
talk for 10 more minutes about how bad Succession is.
maybe
But
Succession is like horrible. I have no idea. Like,
maybe Rags is wrong in the wrong way. Like it's really bad from the start, but it gets really good. It gets
what?
pretty good.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, if the foundation
Okay,
of your show is so bad, how can you redeem that? Like, what would happen?
Adventure Time. Adventure Time
Huh.
season 1 is really mid, and then it gets really good. You know.
Okay, no.
And then
No,
BoJack
what
again.
if season 1's the best? I've seen people say, oh, season 1 through 5 is actually the best of the show. Like, oh,
Okay, well, wait, with Adventure Time. Well, season 5 is one of the best, but also I hate when people say it. People are like, "Oh, the story stuff made it get worse." Like, no, that's when the show gets really interesting. Shut up. Well, it's okay. You know what? Okay, the worst thing about that assumption with Adventure Time is when people are like, "Oh, the story stuff ruined it," but also there is story stuff in season 2 and 3. Like, 3 has some of the most story stuff. What are you talking about? I hate the public reception of Adventure Time in a lot of ways.
there's other
But we can call.
HBO related shows I could watch. I could be watching The White Lotus
I don't know what that is.
or Curb Your Enthusiasm
That looks fun.
or Silicon Valley.
Get out.
or Insecure. I heard that's really good. I heard people say it's similar to Fleabag, so that's already on my radar
Oh yeah,
now.
oh yeah, Fleabag. I'll probably watch like soonish. I mean, I'm going on holiday soon, so not like in the next few days. But it might be my next show. 'Cause it's short, you know.
Yippee! I'm so happy.
Okay,
Hooray!
since I'm
A Fleabag
yeah,
episode.
Fleabag February.
Oh shit, I just realized Fire on Mars is an HBO show. Ah! Ah,
Oh
fuck.
no, dear
Oh,
God.
Jesus. Velma's technically an HBO show. Well, HBO
I mean,
Max, but, you know.
Xander, I feel like you'd give Velma like a 4.
Why?
You
Do you have a
wouldn't. You wouldn't. I
reason?
don't know.
Do you have a basis for
No,
this?
no. This is just complete nonsense. This is
Oh!
complete nonsense. I just think it's kind of like, okay, you know your Halloween 2009 review? It's like that. You're
Uh-huh.
like, well, it's bad, but it's not that bad, guys. Come on.
Come on, guys. Calm down a bit.
It has
Just a
some good
tad.
elements.
Just a tad.
It
Calm
has,
down a bit.
it
Come
has
on.
some good elements.
It
Well,
has some
Velma
good
was this
elements.
generation's Hellraiser 2022.
You know what's ballsy? I could watch Game of
What?
Thrones just to watch how horrible the finale is.
Okay, the Game of Thrones, I always think, okay, that's not worth it at all. But also, people love the show for a time. So, those seasons are probably worth watching.
Maybe I'll watch the good seasons and then just never see it end.
I've been partially tempted to do that because I remember at the time when it was coming out, I'm like, oh, this show looks really cool, but also I'm like a child. I don't know if I should
See,
be watching Game
I
of
feel
Thrones.
the one thing I really want to watch it for is Peter Dinklage. Like, he's in so many bad movies, but apparently he's so fucking good in Game of Thrones that it's worth it.
Mm.
So I was kind of
Yeah,
curious on that. Oh, The Rehearsal's technically an HBO show. I want
I
to watch
just know
Nathan
that
Fielder's
everyone
stuff.
in Game of Thrones dies or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Like, how did
Yeah,
they
the
die?
people just say there's a lot of death.
And sex.
Also, okay, the best thing about Game of Thrones is the Jax films rap. Have you heard that?
Nope.
He
I'm not
made
a
a
big Jack
he made
Story
like
guy, so.
okay, he made a Twitter bio where he rapped about Game of Thrones, and then the last part ends of Game of Thrones Sundays only on Disney.
Okay.
The classic.
And I heard
Oh,
that House of Dragon, the sequel, no, the prequel series is pretty
oh
good.
yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I know
Uh,
that the critical drinker liked it.
I'm
I
pretty
don't know why
sure
I
I'm
know
pretty sure
that.
the EFAB crew actually did like it though, so that's
Oh,
cool.
that's cool.
But yeah, I really want to watch
Yeah,
Barry. There's also The Leftovers. People love that show. Uh,
that just sounds like the holdovers.
exactly. That's why I was thinking. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Critically
Is there
acclaimed
any
show.
similarities aside
No,
from the
no. What I
title?
heard is that it's like it ended too soon or something. Like it was only 3 seasons. Second of all, it has like fucking good actors in it. Like
Xander, are you only watching this because it sounds like the holdovers? Or...
well, partially it's that, but at first I heard it's like a really good show. Like I heard it's like
Okay. Well, okay.
it
I'll
also
kick
has
off my teen.
it also
I'll
has the
kick off my Teen
the
Wolf
first
binge because it reminds.
it has Christopher Esselton who plays one of the doctors, and he's really good as a doctor.
Okay.
From when I watched the series one of the fucking
Hmm.
2005 show Doctor Who. So yeah,
Cool.
cool.
Oh yeah. I'll watch that for a critic one day. I mean, I kind of have to. I'm the other British guy here.
Yeah,
So,
the British
like
show era
Shadow's
is
gonna
gonna
watch
happen.
it.
It's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
Fleabag and Ghosts.
I heard Our Flag Means Death is pretty good, but
If
it's
I,
like a comedy,
oh,
so like I'm
yeah,
not sure.
I've heard good things about that. If I get people to watch Ghosts, that will be such a surreal moment for me. They'll be like, "Wow, the show that I've watched with like my mum for years is now a Perry thing, sort of." I guess. Okay,
Yeah, it's funny.
it's a very fun show.
Actually, I don't think we've explained to the people listening that what even a fucking Perry is, but who cares? Who the fuck cares?
I mean, they probably infer.
Infer
They
like
just know that it's the server where you get most of your guests from.
yeah. Oh, maybe I can watch The Idol. Wait.
No, what? So that took me a second. Wait a second, Xander. No, don't do that.
Oh, 6 Feet Under is like the only show my MS has out of 10. That's funny.
Oh yeah, I've heard great things about
What other HBO shows? Oh, yeah, I really watched The Wire, like I said, and then, well, and actually nothing else. Okay, funny.
that. Yeah, maybe you don't have to watch Succession. Maybe we can just bury it forever.
No.
I just have, like a rational hatred of something when in reality
I
you
have
don't hate it or
a
just.
rational hatred for people who praise like certain shows. It's just true. Or
Well,
certain
I mean,
movies.
sometimes like just certain fan bases are annoying. I kind of get that. Yeah.
Yeah, like
But
okay. If I look at even Letterboxd most popular, I love Joker, but I hate being among people who like Joker. Like, that term just means, like,
Yeah.
I really fucking hate you.
Well, okay, I don't know. There's like a stereotype of people who don't like Joker and people who like Joker.
Yeah. And, you know the certain crowd, and it's like,
It's kind of ironic that the movie's like one of the core themes is about division, and people are so divided about it.
Yeah. Super funny.
Hmm.
See, that's why I'm scared to be a fan of the Guardians movies. I'm like, okay.
I mean,
Like, they
I
kind of
think most
ruined the
people like
MCU
those.
just like fun clips or some shit. But yeah, people like that movie too, so I don't get that.
Well, see, I don't think. I mean, that is like an MCU problem sometimes, but also those are like largely comedies.
Also,
It
if you
doesn't
like
interfere.
Saltburn, I immediately assume the worst from you, to be honest.
Oh well, that just seems pretend. See, that movie's so weird because no, I don't think anyone seems to like it, but also everyone seems to be talking about it.
No, there's
I
people
don't
who
know.
like it. I've seen people who like. I've talked to people who've liked it. They make me
Well,
feel
no, see,
confused.
no one I know likes it.
They make me
So,
feel
like,
confused whenever they say, "Oh, it was pretty good." Like, I just look at you in like a weird way when you say that.
no,
Like,
I just don't like movies that are just exist to make people go, "Ooh, that scene was no,
no,
that's lame."
that's pretty
Why don't you,
naughty. Like,
why don't you like Men? You know?
oh, well,
Yeah.
it's different than that. It's less gross and more just weird.
Well, now see, if Alex Garland wasn't attached to Men and it didn't have like the gross bits, would anyone talk about it? Nah,
No, because it's boring
exactly.
and bad and boring
Yeah.
and bad
Why did you
and
do a
boring.
watch party of that movie? That sounds like a joke.
Yeah, no, Bacon, if you're listening, why did you do that? I don't understand you,
Oh, yeah,
but
it
it
was
was
Bacon.
funny. It was quite
Yeah.
funny, but also, I don't know why we did that.
Has Bacon seen Violet Evergarden and or Joker?
Nope. He's never gonna
Oh,
hear this.
okay,
We've seen Joker.
okay.
Most people have
Uh,
seen Joker.
yeah, that's true.
Most of the people I follow have seen Joker, so fair enough.
Joker was one of the most popular movies on Letterboxd, which makes sense.
Yep, because a lot of people
So,
watched it.
2019 has a lot of the most popular films on Letterboxd, like
Well, that's
Little
because
Women,
that's
Knives
when
Out.
Letterboxd started popping off. Like,
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Midsummer and Knives Out,
oh, and the
which is very
pandemic
weird.
brought
And
in all the
Parasite.
weirdos and then the Shea fans, and it just
Yeah.
became this cesspool.
I
So
don't.
scary.
I don't even know if I can fully blame Shay fans. I say it's more cast than
More like the
fans, which is
worst,
ironic.
more like the worst Shea fans and the worst
Oh
Carson
yeah, no, like
fans.
the Reddit ones, yeah.
Yeah, like the
So
really
I
bad
think
ones.
Shafe hates his annoying fans more than anyone. Like, why do you think he disabled his comment section?
Yeah,
Ugh.
it's I honestly I respect that.
Yeah, I do as
I
well.
rather
Like, there's the
like
like
fuck
imagine
it.
going to someone's comment section who you don't know and just bitching about random
Why
ratings you
did you
disagree
rate
with.
this low,
Why
slightly
did
low
you?
rating?
Mm.
I
You know
don't
those
care.
like lists, those stupid like stalkerish lists that are like movies Shafe claims to have seen that he hasn't logged on
God, you
Letterboxd.
guys have no life
That's
if you
so
make those
weird.
type of lists.
That
Like
is so
actually,
weird. No, it's not even just like obviously the lists themselves are already pretty weird, but it's the fact that like keep track of when it's mentioned, like the dates where he logged them. Like, are you insane? Why is this
they're
what you're
actually legitimately
dedicating?
insane.
That's scary. Like,
I
yeah.
sometimes I listen to Shafe videos in the background. They're kind of like the
No,
best background
I like
noise.
watching his videos mostly. His Whisper of the Heart video is really, really good. I recommend that one.
Yeah.
I liked his Fiona and Cake segment, even though it didn't really make sense because he said he didn't watch the later seasons of Adventure Time. But
Well, you'll suck any dick if it mentions Fiona and Cake. It's fine.
I mean, should we watch that soon? Fiona and Cake February.
Fiona and
I
Cake
like that.
February.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna do Friends February, but one day,
What if you
maybe
watch
next
Friends
February.
right now? That's a good.
Nah. See, okay, the Friends thing was like I wanted to do in February, and I still
I think
want to
the
do it
movie dude
eventually.
kind of ruined. Oh wait, I can't say
No,
that.
it wasn't the movie, dude. It was the fact that like I was watching fucking Full Metal Alchemist, and I'm like, I'm not gonna abandon the show that I'm like more invested in than I've been in the show in ages, just for an idea I had like a while ago. I still want to watch Friends eventually, just not this month, basically.
But Friends February.
Friends February 2025, actually.
Damn, that's really far away. What if I just time
Or
travel?
I could do like Joey July, or like.
I can't name any other Friends character besides Joey, to be honest.
Ross, Joey,
Chandler.
Chandler, Monica, Phoebe, and Rachel.
Yeah, okay. I remember
I
Chandler
love them.
and fucking...
And Josh, because I was named after it.
Oh, yeah, true. Funny.
It's so weird, I was named after a random, like, one-off Friends character.
Fucking Friends was on the TV in the birthing room. I was like, oh my god, I know the perfect name.
I think she was just like, oh, like the sound of that bullshit. It's so funny that if Friends didn't exist, I'd have a completely different name.
Your name would be like
Friends just wasn't on.
Levi, and I hate it.
That'll be fine. Levi. I'm like Leafy.
Oh,
Levi.
No. Okay, no. Instead of you being Keemstar, you're fucking Leafy. Then. Oh my god.
Wow, I love that actually. But you know the Gumball episode where he finds out his real name is Zach. That's me finding out my real name is Levi.
Exactly. I gotta do the Gumball.
Oh, I'm just gonna change my server name to Levi.
Why? Okay.
No. Nah.
Oh, I thought you.
Not yet.
Get back down. Stop backing down. I hate you.
No. See, I gotta save Levi. You know.
Why you gotta save Levi?
See, it's kind of like Martha in BVS. You have to save Levi.
No, Superman's like, Levi!
Save Levi! Wait, I know someone called Levi.
Why'd you say that name?
Why did you say that? Love BVS, to be honest.
I love BVS.
Isn't it where they do a BVS joke in Teen Titans Go to the Movies?
Teen Titans Go to the Movies is such a bizarre movie.
It's so
it's the
weird
only
how
like
fine
thing
it is.
that universally that's the only thing people really like.
See, no, it's weird because like in concept it should be obnoxious. It's like Teen Titans Go doing a meta thing. That sounds annoying, but also no, it's funny.
It's
like,
funny. It's a surprisingly fun movie,
and it has good songs and stuff. I like it. I know Dana has it like awesome. A 1, but it's a fun movie,
dude, but you know, it could be so cool.
He's not even copying anyone. How many people hate Teen Titans Go to the Movie? I think
it's the only fun thing of the fucking show.
It's fun.
It's so fun.
Because I remember, like, in 2018, I was like, oh, I hate Teen Titans Go, so I'm going to hate this movie. But no, I watched it in, like, 2021, and that was fun.
Yeah, it was pretty good, yeah. No, I remember watching it in theaters. I was like, well, I think the show was fine, you know, because I was a fucking baby. I was like, it was fine.
Yeah.
And then the movie was like, oh my god, this is actually really cool. I thought it was like an 8 out of 10 or something. I don't know. It was probably something goofy like that.
You know what? Fair enough.
It was pretty fun.
The lame thing about it though is they do like the original Teen Titans tease, and then that was just a crossover that like no one watched.
Yeah, it came out on DVD and no one watched it. Like.
Yeah. Anyway, we're over 4 hours and I'm losing my voice. So I should probably wrap up soon.
No, my fucking throat.
This is the most.
I should be getting back to the shows and movies I want to watch. I was supposed to watch Ferrari like a couple of days ago, but I keep on delaying.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
I mentioned this.
I need to watch Kermit Swamp Years, and I
could continue Kaguya-sama Love is War or Batman the
Animated Series. Okay, I want you to like that because I want to watch it, but I don't want to watch it as a party rack.
See, that's fair. See, if I once the season 1 log drops, you're safe. It's okay.
I need to watch it. Yeah, see, it's so funny that Violet Evergarden was originally a Platy recommendation channel, and Wolf Children as well. Like 2 of my top 5 things I watched with or from Platy. That's just hilarious.
He doesn't even talk to you anymore. Funny.
Yeah, no. I let him know I was watching Full Metal Alchemist, but that's about it.
Oh my god. See, now this is a clean slate. I got 3 current watching. Oh, and technically The Bear too. I could be watching episode of that.
Cool.
And then Barry, of course. I gotta add Barry.
Can you just always add Barry but never watch Barry? You should watch Barry. But
what if I watch
I just think it's funny how I swear it's I'll do it like Family Guy season 2. My voice is actually fucking dying.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of better. Okay.
Yes.
This is what happens when you ask me my thoughts on Violet Evergarden episode 10.
Hey Josh, what are your thoughts on this? No, what are your thoughts on Ted Lasso? Oh no!
It's just like the SpongeBob list thing.
Exactly. Oh my god. This is longer than the community episode now. What the fuck? Okay.
Oh hell yeah, I beat him. No, I was talking to him just now, and I was like, "Hey, I bet you won't beat my community episode." But through talking about random shit we had, I think the rambling hour's gone on longer than the Joker segment.
It has. It probably has. It's scary.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
The portion's gonna look so funny because it's gonna be like Violet Evergarden, massive chunk, Joker, rambling hour.
Yeah, it's just gonna get squishy. I love Joker. Please, it's really good.
The Joker discussion was cool, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, see, the problem is you have a whole show and 2 movies and a special, and then whatever the fuck we're talking about right now.
Just like one movie that we kind of partially just did here for a joke, but also it was fun to talk about. It's a neat movie.
It's a neat movie.
Yeah.
We need to wrap this up. I don't know how to wrap these things up. See, it's been a while since I've done a podcast episode, so I don't really know how to wrap this up.
I'll hum the Full Metal Alchemist outro because that's all I can think about.
Oh, okay. See you guys in the next podcast episode. I guess this is a way to end it. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah. We're done.
Country road, take me home to the place I belong, California. The music would fade out by now. Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool.
4 hours and 3 minutes.